this modern era, the world can't live without mobile and web applications. Everything is digitalized these days, from booking cabs to ordering food or to even make bank transactions. All thanks to the efficient frameworks that provide a seamless user experience. One such robust front end library is React. Basically, it is a JavaScript based UI development framework which is running with backup from Facebook and an open source developer community. Although it is merely a library rather than a language, its application in web development is massive. And today, with this extensive session, we are going to touch upon many intricacies of this React.js framework. But before we dive into that, please make sure that you guys enable the subscribe button and bell icon. Now, first of all, let me take you guys through the agenda for this session. We'll begin this session from ground up, that is, installing guide for Node.js and how you can set up VS Code for Node.js. Then we'll discuss a few basics about JavaScript coding, HTML page creation, classes and arrow functions as well as variables. Next up, we'll learn about array methods involved in React, such as dot map, then destructuring and modules, ternary and spread operators, as well as setting up a React.js environment. After that, we'll cover a hands on demo about creating a basic application in React.js, wherein we'll cover different styling techniques using Bootstrap as well. Finally, we'll cover a few most commonly asked React.js interview questions. I hope the agenda part is clear to all of you guys out there. So, without any delay, let's get started with the first topic of this session.
So you have to go to install Node.js and please install Node.js, okay, nodejs.org. All right, this is the link that you should go to, and here you will find that we have the latest version of. I'm just telling you, okay, I'm just telling you. So this is the latest version of Node.js which is available, which is going to be 16 or 17. Okay, so I would want some of the features may not work here. So you can just go click on the download section here. Okay, just click on the download section, right? So don't go for the latest one, all right? We can go for the little low version, right? So we can, all right, all download options. Give me a minute here. I'm just going to give you I want you to install actually the 14 version, not this one. So hold on, Node.js 14. So 14 LTS. Open this link, please, not the previous one. Just open this link. And in here, we have the installers that are available for 64-bit. We have the installer Node.js installer, right? So please download that one, right? Okay. So anything more than 12 will work for you, right? So we're taking 14 to be on the safer side, right? So we'll just take 14. So you can install this and it is going to download this for you. I've sent you the link also, 64-bit. I'm sure you have, everybody has Windows, I'm assuming here. Everybody has Windows, right? Okay. So in the Windows operating system, if you have, Apple or something, then you'll have to go for this Mac OS 64-bit or Mac OS 34-bit bit and all that, right? So this is my application that I have installed. Just run it, okay? This says that the later version of Node is already installed. Setup will now exit. So I'm clicking OK here. This will not ask you the question, right? So just go next. There is nothing that you need to change here, all right? Don't change anything here, okay? Just click on next, and it will install Node.js for you, okay? So just do that, and once you're done with that, you can just drop a message here that you're done with the installation, okay? So it will show you the final window will be this one. You can click on finish and will install Node.js for you. Are you good? So let's start the easy way, okay? So let's forget about this one. So, but what you have to do this one in, before learning React, you have to install Node.js. The other thing that you need to do is, I don't know if you have done, like, if you have done some sort of Java application development, you must have developed some front end as well, Angular and all that. So do you have some sort of editor tool like Visual Studio Code or the Atom or the Sublime
Yeah.
Text? Okay, so everybody has VS Code. I think VS Code doesn't require admin permission. If you don't have it, you can install it. Yeah. So agar nahi hai, if you don't have it, then you can always install it. So that's going to be from here. Okay. Let's try to install that one if that works. Okay. So that will be from here. VS Code, because we need some sort of editor. All right. So some sort of editor, we need to write the code. Okay. Okay. If you have it with you, it's fine. Anybody who doesn't have Visual Studio Code, can you please tell me if you don't have it? Okay. All right. So I think we're all good, right? So let's start with as I said, we'll do a little bit of JavaScript. So you can, just create any, say, so Visual Studio Code. So that's my Visual Studio Code. All right. So what you can do is you can just create some sort of, okay, is it visible? The size is visible to you? Okay, good. All right. So how do we do that? Like, if we create a kind of simple JavaScript file, if you say, right? So, right. So we have, if I want to create a simple JavaScript file, JavaScript, so then there are like two ways to do it. Either you create a JavaScript file, which is going to be a .js file, and you can refer it in your HTML code. Or what you can do is you can, always write the script within your HTML code. So the usual practice that we have, all right, is that you write the HTML code because you need a lot of things for look and feel and all that. By the way, have you done Bootstrap before? Bootstrap? Anyone who has done Bootstrap? Like, you must have done CSS, I'm sure. You must have done CSS. So Bootstrap is like something like, where you can get the things ready-made. Okay. So you get the things ready-made, like it's not going to be like you don't have to write a whole lot of coding and all that. You don't have to really do that. You just have to kind of, uh, import some of the libraries, CDNs, right? And it is going to create a beautiful page for you with a lot of styling into it. The buttons and, look and feel can be changed very easily. So it's like kind of a library which you can import in your application, and it's going to basically give you all the CSS functionality. So that makes the job of the CSS coder easy. Okay, so you don't have to write each piece, each styling, right? You don't have to do that. So that is Bootstrap. I want to show that to you later. But then, so that styling is at least easier for you. So what we will do here is we're going to create a simple HTML file, and we're going to write the style, which is going to be like within the script, within the HTML page, we're going to write the script. Okay, so I'm going to say create a new file, and this file. So I'm just going to create a new folder here, and LUXOFT. Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm just going to create a new folder. All right, so in this, I'm going to create a new file, which is going to be like when you're creating the file inside the Visual Studio. See, I have opened a file, opened a folder which is like already created for me. But what you can do is, you can do it like this also. You can create a new, like, when you open it for the first time, it's going to be the new window here, right? And in this new window, you can say open a folder. So open a folder somewhere, like, you have created somewhere, like maybe in the D drive, you have created a folder for yourself, right? So I'm going to say here in the D drive, I'll have, say, TMP folder. You can create some folder somewhere, right? And open this folder into select folder. So it's going to upload all the files in that folder here. It will ask, is it a trustworthy source? So you'll say, yeah, no problem. And you can write all your codes here. So that's what you can do. Okay. So create a folder somewhere in your local directory and open that folder in the Visual Basic. Okay. Visual Studio Code, right? Sorry, not Visual Basic. Sorry. Okay, so what I have done is I've already opened a folder. Inside that, I've created like, subfolder kind of thing for your organization. And I'm going to create a new file here. Okay, so new file is like, maybe first, all right, first .html. Don't forget the extension, because if you don't write the extension, it's not going to pick up the functionality. All right, so first .html. So click on that, and this is going to give you this. And here I'm going to say HTM, and just write HTM here, and then click on HTML5. It's going to take the version number 5 of HTML, and it's going to give you the complete structure of HTML in which you can write your code, right? So this is like the basic structure that we see. So we have the HTML on the top, and HTML starting and the ending. Then we have the head part, and then we have the body part, and then we can write whatever we need to do here. Okay, so this is going to be the body section of HTML, right? Now, what do you want to do? See, these are like all different. It gives you what is a char set and all that. That is by default taken when you're working on the HTML version number 5. That's not needed here, right? So I'm just going to cut this off, right? I don't need it. I just need the title here, which I need to just show something. So my first HTML, so my first JavaScript, sorry, my first JS is what I'm going to write, and that's all, right? And this is the body. Okay, so in here what you can do is like there are two portions. Okay, it's very important to understand how JavaScript works. Okay, so the way JavaScript works is like because it's part of an HTML page. Okay, so JavaScript is read from top to bottom, right? So you can write the script, you can write the JavaScript in in the head portion of the application, or you can write everything in the body section. Okay, so something that you declare in the head section will be available in the body section, but if you declare something in the body section, will not be available in the head section, because we are reading the code is getting compiled from top to bottom. All right, so first you have to declare, and then you have to use it. So you can write the script anywhere you want. You can write it in the head section, or you can write it in the body section. Now, when do you write in the head section the script? You're going to write the script in the head section if you want something to be already uploaded, something to be already initialized before the page is rendered. Okay, so what gets rendered? The body portion of the page gets rendered. Okay, so if you're going to you want to use some variables or something that has to be predefined or preloaded before the body gets uploaded, in that case you're going to write that in the head section. Otherwise you can write it in the body section. So I'm just going to write a small application here, which is very simple, which I'm going to explain. So I'm not going to do a lot of typing here, right? So just to make you understand a little bit here. So so that we can I'm just going to copy some of the codes to avoid the typing. Right, so that's the only purpose here that we have. I'm just going to remove this panel somewhere else so that I can see the head section. Yeah, okay. All right, so yeah, so how do I write it? I'm going to in my in the HTML page, I'm just going to add a little section Java, script, and then type is going to be text JavaScript, and this is my script section. This is my script section. All right, so all right, so this is my script section, right? So this is the place where I'm going to write my script. Okay, this is where I'm going to write the script. Okay, now what do I want to write? I want to declare some of that. I'm just going to show you something like how you declare the variable and how you read the things and all that. Okay, so give me 1 minute here. Just overview of JavaScript is what we're doing, as we can't do much on the React part also, as this is not the tools are not working, so we're going to do this. So hold on just a minute. Okay, all right, so just I'm showing you a little presentation here. Okay, yeah, so how do we do this? So this is JavaScript is like it is when you create a HTML page, or you create say a CSS HTML with a CSS design page. What you do is basically it happens that you're going to write a little bit of it's a very static page. It is non-interactive. It's just for look and feel you get. But if you want some sort of programming control, some sort of interactivity, then you're going to add JavaScript. So how do I add JavaScript? Is going to be like you're going to write a script. All right, the type is going to be text and JavaScript, and here you can write your script. So this is a little script that we have written, document.write. Now document.write, you should understand what is document first of all, right? So if you look at your page here, okay, you should look for DOM. Okay, what is DOM? You should understand DOM. So this is DOM, right? So I'm showing you the structure here, DOM, which is document object model. That means the whole page where you display your elements, like you're displaying a text box, you're displaying displaying a H1, or you're displaying a radio button, a text box, or a text area, and things like that. Okay, so all that is a page. Okay, so that is referred as document. Okay, document, that means I'm referring to that page. Document, that means I'm referring to that page. And inside that, I have this whole of HTML thing. All right, so this whole of HTML comes within that. So I'm going to refer everything as document dot, right? And then I want to pick up some of the elements, like I want to pick up a paragraph, I want to pick up H1 or something like that. Okay, so document dot get element by ID, something like that. Okay, so I'm going to write a simple code here where I have, I'm just going to close this. Yeah, so where I have this is my JavaScript page, and I'm going to say document, all right, dot write. Okay, document dot write, and I'm going to write here hello world. So document is that page, all right, and in here I'm writing hello world, right? So that's all. Save it, and you want to run it. So if if your default browser is enabled, so it's going to print hello for me. Okay, so document dot write is going to write it on my page, on my document. Okay, so that's going to be hello. That's my first thing. Now if you say console, console, all right, console dot log, and here you say hello, how are you, right? I'm going to write like this, console dot log and hello, how are you. So save this, and I'm going to run this. So, hello is coming from that document dot write, but if I want to see like how it is showing here. So I'm here it shows console. There's my console, and why doesn't it show hello? Didn't I save it? Save it, save, and then I'm going to open this. Okay, why not? Why it doesn't show? Yeah, hello, how are you? Okay, so here it says hello, how are you? Now this is important. Why? Because a lot of time you may want to see if you're running a kind of for loop or something like that, or if you're trying to get into different layers of the application, and your control is not really reaching to that layer. Okay, because I told you that it is reading the document from top to bottom, right? So if you want to check whether there is some error or something, okay, so it's going to be visible in the console. So how do I open that? You're going to open this inspect, you're going to go to the console. Okay, and here it says hello, how are you? So this is the message. So you can just add some message somewhere, and it's going to display the messages for you. Okay, so let's go back here. Okay, so I have created document.write in this. Now what I want to do is I want to declare some of the variables. All right, so this was like simple hello world kind of thing I have done. The first, usually this kind of program is what we do, right? So now we want to understand few things about JavaScript, which is very, very important, right? Which makes it different from the TypeScript. Like people who are coming from the Angular background, they'll be more into the typescripting, right, than the JavaScript. So JavaScript is is a subset of the TypeScript, right? So TypeScript is superset, and JavaScript is also called as untyped language, or the language which doesn't really care about the type. So when you want to declare a variable, right, you want to declare a variable. In that case, what will happen is you can declare it with just var keyword. Okay, so let's see here. We can declare it with var keyword. So I'll say var x is equal to 10. So when I say var x, okay, so it doesn't have anything it doesn't define any type. It doesn't have doesn't have any definition of the type it is going to hold. It's not going to be like a string type of value, or it's not going to be an integer type of value. It's not a Boolean type of value. Nothing is sure at that point of time. All right. So what you want to do is you just want to declare, and it's a placeholder. It's just a placeholder. It's going to it is going to keep the things for you. It's going to keep the values for you. It doesn't know the type of that value, right? So what we're going to do here is I'm just going to declare something as var x. So I'll just say var x, okay, var x, and I say nothing. So it is capable of handling either a number or or a string, or it is capable of handling a boolean. All right, so it can take anything, right? It can take anything. It can be anything. But if I say where x is where y is equal to 10, that means we are saying that it's going to hold the number. Okay, so it can be anything. Y is 10. That means it is holding a number. So it makes it number type because we have already added 10 there. If I say where z is equal to double quotation mark 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which would mean that this is a string type of value. Though we are holding number inside, but it is going to be string type of value because it is added in a it is written in the double quotes, right? If I say where answers, okay, if I say where answers, then it's going to be if I say true false or something, all right, say true false, okay. So if we say true, answer is equal to true, so that means it becomes like a Boolean type of value. Okay, so that's how it works. So let's see a little bit of somebody's asking me something. No. Okay, so let's see some of the examples on my PPT itself, like what we can do with the variables here. So I have color red is a string type of value, y is a number type of value, x is a number type of value, name is a number type of value. Let's see some of the operations here. Okay. Okay, so it's like it's an untyped language, so it doesn't care about the type, but we do have three data types that can be used for the value. We have the number, we have the string, and we have the boolean, right? And there are composite data type, which is going to be arrays and objects, right? Now, so these are some primitive types, numbers, string, and boolean, and we're going to talk about the arrays and the object as well. So what we will have is here some of the operations I want to show you. I'm going a little fast here, people, because this class is not meant for JavaScript, but we're just doing the introduction of JavaScript just to understand how the variable works. So x is equal to 4. When you say x is equal to 4, it's a number type of value. Y is 11, number type of value. Z is cat, it is a string type of value. Q is within double quotation mark 7. So you can see what is the result. X plus y, it goes from left to right. Okay, x plus y, x is a number plus y is a number. So it's going to add both of them and give you 15. All right, we say z plus x. Okay, so what is z? Z is cat, which is string type of value. So it starts from a string. Okay, plus x. So x is what? Number. So that's 4. So it's going to be giving you cat 4. The third one is x plus q. All right. So x is 4, number 4 plus q. So it's not going to take q as a ASCII value q or something like that. Okay. It's going to just this, because this is 17 is a string type of value. It is so simply going to concatenate it. Okay, so this is how it's going to work. Okay, so just be careful with this because sometimes you may get wrong results. So because of this, you'll be expecting that these should be adding and all that, so it will not happen. So some more examples here. We have x plus y plus z. So x and y are number type of value, z is string type of value. So 15 cat is what we got here. Okay, now we have the as if you're coming from Java background, I'm sure you are quite aware that we're dealing with a lot of case sensitive programming languages, right? And why do we have case sensitive programming languages? Because we want to give more I can say more options for using the name and all that, because every upper character and lower character are treated differently, right? So it's a case sensitive language, right? So everything that you write in JavaScript is going to be case sensitive, the name of the variables and all that. Now here it's a normal operations that you can do, plus minus, modulo, plus plus, minus minus, and all that. Here also I would not really say that it's different from Java. Okay, it's going to be same as Java, right? What is important here is this particular a particular operator, which is the triple I want to close this one because it's kind of okay, good. Yeah, so now I want to show you this triple equal to sign. So as I told you that JavaScript is not doesn't care about data type. So when you say triple equal to, so if I have x is equal to 5 and y is equal to string 5, it's not number 5, it's string 5. When you say x equal to, it is going to just check whether x is equal to y or not, and it's going to return true to you. That's the magical thing. It's going to return true to you because it knows that it's 5. So it's written in double quotes, but it's number 5, right? So it's going to say, yeah, it's good. But if you say x is equal to, y 3 times equal to sign, it is going to return you false because it is not matching in terms of data type. 5 is a number, and quotation 5, double quotation 5 is a string. Okay, so it's going to give you a false. Okay, so that's how it's going to work. So how we are like, this is very important. So this can be used in many places because Java is not, it doesn't care about types. So this is going to be useful for you to check the types, right? And the usual operator, the the and, or, and not operator remains the same. Okay, so we have this, so we can write the script document.write. We have seen already, and the way we do it in the in Java, we say that document.write, and then we have hello, and then if there is some variable that you have defined, I have defined upasna here, right? So hello upasna, if I want to write, then you can always write hello upasna here. Okay, so plus and then the variable here. Okay, and then we have the alert boxes and all. So let's see some of the examples here. Okay, so we have this hello, and then let me just say here in the Z, I'm just going to write upasna, right? And here I want to say plus Z, the usual way. Okay, save it and open it in the default browser. Shows hello pasta. Okay, it shows you that. Okay, now if you want to, I'll show you some of the examples how we work with the. Do you want to try it a little bit? Everyone, just like in a little program. Hello world. Do you want to try it at your end? Create your first JavaScript program. Do you want to do it? Just write, declare a variable, write your name there, and print a hello. Can you do that? I'll give you 2 minutes for this. Create a new file, HTML file, and declare a variable with your name, all right? And then print document.write, hello and your name. And you can say console also, hello and your name. So it's going to show you. Is that fine? Yeah, 2 minutes? 2 minutes to do this. Once you're done, let me know, okay? I'm waiting for you on the chat. Just say yes, you're done. How about those people? Can we move on, everyone? I think there are some icons also, right? We can use for the emoticons are there. We can use it for. There's some emoticons also that you can use for just telling me that's done. Kind of. Shall we do next, people? Okay. Now, let's do a little bit of codes here, which is going to be like, talking about if else condition and all that. And there are some of the, I have even mentioned, okay, so sum of two, where is sum of two? Hold on. I've just like, some of the codes that I'm showing you here. All right. Hold on. So when you create a HTML page, whenever we want to have HTML page, so we will be creating different types of, say, different elements, right? So I'll be creating like a paragraph or like a text box, like a radio button, things like that. Okay, so I want to use those elements into my code. Okay, I want to refer those elements into my JavaScript code. So how do I do that? I'm just going to delete all this, right? I'm just going to delete all this. Okay, I have nothing here in the script section, but I want to write here, say paragraph, right? So I have a paragraph, right? So how do I write it? Like this is my first para. Say for example, I'm just writing this is my first para, which is a paragraph, right? Now I want to refer this paragraph into my JavaScript code, right? So I have to, like, we work with the names, right? We recognize everything with a name with some kind of identifier. So I'm going to write here, for this I'm going to write an identifier paragraph ID is equal to, say, P1. Okay, so P1 is the name of this paragraph. Okay, P1 is the name of this paragraph. So if I say save here, save it, and if I run this one, sorry, if I run this one, right? So if I run this paragraph here, so I'm just going to see this is my first para as my output, right? That's what I'm going to get. But then I want to change it when the script is loaded. So I'm going to say document, okay, document dot get element by ID. Okay, so get element by ID, right? So what is that get element by ID? Like, which element do I want to check? So the element is P1. So get element by ID P1 dot, and then I'm going to say inner HTML. So I want to set the HTML of this element as something else. Inner HTML. This is my new paragraph. Okay, this is my new paragraph. So what are we doing is we're declaring one paragraph with identification P1, right? And then with my script, what I'm doing is I'm changing the HTML of that ID, that particular element, right? And making it as new message. So I'm going to save this and I'm going to run this in the default browser. And you see this is new paragraph is what is showing. I told you that page is evaluated from top to bottom, right? So it checked it in the beginning. It was this is my first paragraph, but when the script fires up, it sets up the value for that particular element as this is my new paragraph. So if I want to check anything like, maybe I want to create input box, right? For example, okay, input box. I want to create input box, right? So input, what type of input? So type is going to be, say, text type of input box I have, all right? So text type of input box, and then I can write a little ID of it, okay? ID is equal to something. So T1 is the ID. Now, if I want to refer this one into my application, into my JavaScript, I can do that, okay? But here, these are the placeholders, right? These are not static HTMLs. The element is static, but the value can change, right? So these are placeholders, right? So in this case, what I'm going to do here is, okay, document.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Dot get element by ID. Okay, what ID? What element do I want? I want T1 here, and then here I say value, okay, is equal to 100. Okay, save it, and I'm going to open this, right? And we got 100 here. So not in our HTML, but it is value this time. Okay, I'm going to set the value as 100. So what is the difference here? These are like, the one that we have here. These are not form objects. These are form objects which holds the value. These are like static HTML. Whatever you write inside this gets printed exactly the way it is. But these are the placeholders where I want to change the value. So I'm changing here document get element by ID T1 values 100. Now here, if you write value, like, you can set the value as well here as 200, for example. Okay, as 200. So 200 is the value for this input box. Okay, but I'm setting up the value of this as 100 with that script. So I see 100 here. And I can write another one here, say, for example. So I'm just going to run this. Okay, so we have got 100 here. Though 200 is the value that was set, but we got 100 here. Now, I'm going to say another one here, just showing you something. Then I'll give you 5 minutes time to do it. So T1, and then this is going to be T2. All right, T2, and I'm just going to initially I'm going to set it to like 100, 100, both of them 100 and 100. Both of them I'm going to set 100. But here I'm going to set the value for this one as 200 here, right? 200 here, and this is going to be 200, and this is going to be 200 again for T1 and T2. Both are 200, 200. Okay, both of them are this, and I'm going to say var, okay, var result, for example, is equal to, I can store this value somewhere. So I'm going to say var x is equal to this much, var x is equal to whatever we get from there, okay, and var y is equal to whatever we have here, okay. So I'm not going to write value here. I'm setting up the value. So okay, so let me just do this. Set the value here. Let's keep that 100 and 100 there, okay. 100 and 100, both of them, and result is equal to x plus y. Okay, so it will take 100, 100, and then x, it is going to add x and y, and then I'm going to say, I'm going to add another one here, paragraph at the bottom, all right, paragraph at the bottom. So it's going to be like P2 paragraph, and this is, I have nothing. This will show result after we set this up. Okay, so I'm going to say here document dot get element by ID, and what ID is going to be P2 this time. I want to set the value of P2 is equal to result. Okay, so I pick up the value 100 for this text box 1, 100 for text box 2. I'm going to add them up here, and I'm going to set the result here. Okay, right, so let's see what we get here. Okay, this will show result. What result? Why not? P2 get element by, oh, sorry, inner HTML. I forgot to write the inner HTML, so that's why it was not showing me. All right, so here it is showing the value it is not taking, right? So dot value, I'm going to get element by ID dot value. Okay, I'm just making those mistakes so that you know what is basically getting you the values and what is basically defining the result for us. So it was taking just the objects, all right? So I'm saying value, I want the value of those elements. So I'm going to get that 100 plus 100. So you see 100 and 100. By default, whatever you add in the text box is going to be a character type of value, okay? So these two are 100 and 100 are character type of values, right? So it's going to be 100 plus 100. Okay, so it's just concatenating. It's not summing it up. It's concatenating. Okay, so we are concatenating here. Now I want to change this value to the. So this is going to be. I'm going to just copy this one, this whole thing, right? And here I'm going to say A, all right, and B, all right, and here I'm going to say result 1, all right, and let me write another paragraph here, which is going to be this one, P3, maybe P3, okay, and result P3 as inner HTML result. Okay, result 1, sorry, result 1. Now how do I do that? I want to change this to integer type of value. So what I'm going to do is here I'm going to say parse int. Okay, so it's going to parse as integer type of value, not as a character type of value. Okay, so this is going to be like this. Okay, and save it all, and let's see the results now. Okay, value have not taken value or what? Wait a minute, dollar value. Okay, sorry, because I copied the code from there. Okay, parse int. No, so this should be fine. Result x plus 1, this value. This will show result P3. Sorry. Yeah, so this is not x and y, it's a plus b. A plus b. Okay, thank you for reminding me because I've changed that. Okay, why not? X plus y, t1, t2, document.value, result is this. Oh, I did not write this one. Document.get element by ID. I have not written, P2 here. Okay, that was P2? Yeah, that was P2. So I deleted that one. Undefined, why? Okay, result. This is result. Sorry. Copied from there. So save it. Now it's going to be good. Okay. So this is concatenation that it's doing. And this is 200. It is adding because we have changed it to the integer type of value. Okay. So I've declared one paragraph here, which has nothing in the beginning. We change it to this one. And then we've declared two variables, which is taking the value as it is as a character type of value and storing it in x and y respectively, and adding the result. That means it is concatenating it, and then we are setting the value of the second paragraph P2 as in HTML with the result. And here we are parsing int. We are changing it to integer type of value, and then we are storing it in the result 1 and we're printing it. Okay, so a little example of like how we can manipulate the value from the HTML elements in our JavaScript code. Okay, so you may just try this example and let me know once you're done. Okay, all right, so almost everybody's done, right? All good? So let's go to the next one then, right? Let's try to do some of the kind of if else condition, and then let's try to do some button actions, right? So that you understand like how a button is clicked on the HTML page and how the action is performed on the JavaScript. Okay, so let's do that. So how do we create the button? Like, you know that, right? So how do we create a button? We create a button by writing here, maybe here as, input type. All right, so type as button. Okay, input type as button, right? And then we can have some events, right? On click event or something like that. So on click, something like that. Okay, so on click, I want to do something like, I want to I want to fire up some function, right? So I want to say show, that's the name of the function that we will have. So on click, the type is button, right? Type is input type is button, and then I'm going to write here value is equal to click me. Click me. Okay, save it, and then we say open the browser and click me is there. Okay, so this click me button is there. So I want to find some action. It's like, if you see the inspect here, and if you go to console, it says that, show is not defined. You see, this is the error that we're getting here. Okay, so it's not defined. So when I click on this, if I reload the page, right? Okay, and if I say here inspect, okay, so right now in the console I have nothing, right? But if I click on this, if I click here, so it gives me error. It is looking, it is looking for show is not defined. It is looking for a show function which is not defined. Okay, so let's do that. Let's create a show function here. Okay, so I have this show. This is this one, and I'm gonna just write, for example, okay, I want to write function. Okay, and this is going to be show, right? And define this one here, and you can, this is my function show. Okay, function show. So this is like this whole thing that we were doing, like reading the value for t1 t2, converting it to integer type of value, and setting up the value for p2 and p3. All that is going to happen only when the button is clicked. So the action is defined, it is binded with the click of a button. Okay, so let's open this up here, right? So this will show result. That's the initial state, because we have the script is not fired up yet. So I'm going to say click me here, and it shows, it fires up the script which was inside the show method. Okay, show function. Sorry. So I've written everything in the show function here, and I have defined this. Okay, right? So we can define a function and we can fire it on the click of a button. So you can define number of actions here, like, on show I have this. So there are like number of actions. So on, and then we have the on blur, on abort, on change, on context menu, on click, on double click, and all those. These are different events that we have. We can define it on any of the events. Okay, right? So on click, show, and then show it fires up this. So just modify your program. I'll give you 1 minute to do that. Modify your program, add a button action there. Okay, are you done, people? Little modification, nothing much there. Yeah, okay. Okay, is it working for you? Okay, shall I give you a little assignment here? Shall I give you a little assignment? Will you try it? 5 minutes? Will you try doing that, people? Okay, so the assignment would be like, you take 3 boxes. Okay, take 3 boxes, and in each one of them enter, like, the principal amount, the rate, and the time. Okay, 3 numbers, and you have to calculate simple interest. So there should be like the fourth box. Okay, so there should be like 3 box and then fourth box. The fourth box should actually, show the result is calculated simple interest after click of a button. Can you do that? Is it okay? Easy enough? It will be whatever we have done so far. It will be like, just a revision for you. Okay, so 3 boxes with amount, like, I'm just going to write here, take 3 boxes for amount, rate, and time to accept, actually, to accept amount, rate, and time. Accept it. Okay, I'm not asking you to just hard code it. Accept it. So you should be entering the value there. Okay, and we still had how much? Like 30 minutes was there. That's why it was not showing me. So here's a question, okay, that I've given in the chat window. Yeah, okay. So everyone done with this? Did you calculate simple interest, people? Okay, so let's do the next thing here. So I'm just going to show you how you write if else, right? So I'm just giving you example here. If else, how to write if else, and a different type of, if you go to, I'm just going to show you in this example in which we have different type of alert box. So we have alert box, like you want to show some message. So hello world is a message that I want to show as alert. Then we have the confirm box in which you want to check whether you want to delete a file or not, kind of thing. If you say okay, it's going to perform the deletion. If you say no, then it's going to perform cancel. So it's going to basically accept true or false, kind of thing. And then we have the prompt box as well, which is going to ask you to enter some value. And once you enter the value, it's going to evaluate it. It's going to do something, and it's going to evaluate things for you and tell you the results. So those kind of things. Okay, so let's do that. So we have if else, not if else. Let me just show you here. Okay, so I wanted to show confirm, prompt, and all that. So prompt. Okay, so this is my prompt. Okay, it is covering two things here. I'm covering alert and prompt both here. So I've created a little button here. Okay, and it's calling a prompt one function, right? This prompt one function, you enter something prompt and you enter a number. Okay, so prompt is the keyword here, and enter a number. So it's going to, like, whatever you enter here will be stored in P. So you can write var P or just P. It's fine. It's variable P. Okay. And if P is 06, that means looking for exact 06. If it is 06, it's going to show you alert. You have entered 6. But if it is not 06, it's going to say you did not enter 06. So it's like this example, which is showing like two things: a prompt box, which accepts the number, alert box, which is going to basically read the number and evaluate it. So that's what we have here. So let me just run this one, and it says click here to enter a number. So click on that. So it's going to give you a prompt box. Okay, so I want to say 100 here. Okay, or say 100 here. Okay, and click OK. So it's going to evaluate whether it was 6 or not. So you did not enter 6. So let me say click here to enter the number. So if I say 6, just 6, so click OK. So it says you did not enter 6 because it's looking for 06, exact 06. And then I'm going to enter 06 here. And then it says, you entered 6. So this prompt and this prompt and alert box. Okay, now I'm going to show you confirm as well. So confirm is more like you want to delete the file, you don't want to delete the file, kind of thing. Okay, so I'm going to ask, do you want to delete a file? If you say yes, so if yes, then it's going to send an alert like you have deleted the file. If you say no, okay, so then it's going to say that you have not deleted the file, something like that. Okay, so here show. Okay, so do you want to delete a file? Okay, just to show the prompt, the confirm box, I say okay to say you have deleted the file. And if I say click on show and you say you do want to delete the file, if I say cancel, it says you have not deleted the file. Okay, so those are like two boxes. So you can try it out. It's a very small example. You can try it in one program itself. So I have a confirm box like this, and I have the where is this first? Where is that prompt box, right? Prompt. This is my prompt, and this is my confirm. Save prompt, and this is going to be confirm, which is here. Oh, why it is like this? Only one it is showing at a time. Okay, so confirm, and oh, why just one at a time? Why what I have done? Okay, so we have the prompt and we have the confirm. This so similar kind of question. This is just have a little experience of how these boxes are working. Prompt is accepting the input. Confirm is accepting the true and false kind of thing. Okay, so now what we need to do is so let's do a few more things in JavaScript, and then we'll be like enough foundation for you to start your React. Okay, so two important things. One of the uh, conditions and the constructs and all that. So we have for loop for repeating work. So this is, I have created a little for loop. So looking at this and considering you all are from Java background, tell me what will be the result. See, I've just created a button. Okay, on click I'm calling a function. The name of the function is for loop 1, and this is going to be the loop. What it is going to write. Just give me answer in the chat window, please. What it will print. So that will be enough understanding for you to about the for loop. Let's see who says what. Length, no. No. See, there are two things. Document.write s2 and document.getElementID well1. Okay, what string? Tell me the output. Like if I execute it, what will be the output? I want to know that. See, we have created one s1 string with the value hello, s2 string with nothing in it. Okay, we're running a for loop for the length of s1. Okay, and we're declaring var I as within the for loop as one of the for loop item for for running the loop incremental, and every time it is going to add one value, one number. It is going to go to the next item in the loop. So what will so it is going to print HHEELLLLOO. So basically what it's going to take, S2 is what? Nothing right now, correct? So we have used plus equal to, that means whatever is there currently, plus we are going to add S1 dot caret I. So caret I is 0 at 0th position plus S1 caret I. So it's going to be I. So HH 2 times, right? Then it's going to be 0 at 0th position, what we have 2 times. Then at first position, then second position, then third position, like that. So this is going to be HHEELLO. Okay, hello. Right, so let's see this. Okay, that's what it's going to show you. Fine. Okay, so this is how the for loop works. And once you're done, just make a button, click on that, and execute this. Once you're done, let me know. Okay, Sikandar also done. Other people, and then I'll show you some more programs in which we want to do to the complex type. We have used the simple primitive types, and we're going to use complex types. Okay, shall we? Okay. Now let's do some complex type. So I'm going to show you a little array here. Okay, so this array is basically, I have a button here. This is a paragraph, and I have a button here which is like just calling a function for loop, and I've declared a array here. So you don't write some array or something like that. Okay, just write var and countries, and then it's going to be like all the name of the array is going to be countries. Okay, and then we have the India, US, Dubai, and all that in the array within the brackets as you write it in the array. And then I have the text box here, which is like I have a I have a variable named text here, initiated with nothing. All right, and I have I variable here. I'm running it with the length of the country, and I'm printing text plus equal to country, and then I'm adding a little break here, like in the HTML you can see that this is a script, JavaScript. Okay, inside the JavaScript I'm adding a little HTML as well. So if you want to write HTML within JavaScript, you have to write it within double quotes. Okay, so I'm printing this text, text value will be countries and then break, and then the next country, then break, then the next country, then the break, then next country, and the break. So it's going to be like, everything will be stored in text box, in text variable. And then I'm setting the value of the paragraph, which is like, paragraph is this, right? So inner HTML of the paragraph. So what is the ID of that paragraph? Val. Okay. So val, I'm setting the value as text. So what will be the output? Tell me, people. What will be the output? Tell me. countries name one under the other, correct? Countries name one under the other. So let's see here, countries name one under the other. Okay, so it shows you this, right? Okay, so I have this, right? So we got this. So this is like a simple array that we have declared. Okay, right? Do you want to try this? I'll give you the code, or you want to type this down? Okay. My Shweta done. Okay, good. Now, so this is like, you remember because I'm taking your, whatever you have learned in Java, I'm just taking that as background. So if you remember in Java, there was this thing, right? You could create array like this, which was, int, and then we say x is equal to new int, right? Like this, okay? Say like this, or there were like collections, right? We have array list, right? Array list, and then we write some, maybe you want to have some string type of array, right? And then you have x is equal to new array list, right? Array list. And in here you can define, you can write the number, otherwise it's not needed, right? So you can just like say string here. So this is going to be also string type of value. Okay, so this is what you have learned, isn't it? Right, there are two types of array. This is like going to be collection, which is coming from the Java inbuilt libraries, right? And the other one is the one that primitive type, like not primitive type, the complex type, but not using Java class. Do you remember? Yes or no? Give me yes or no? In Java you have collections in the normal array. Okay, good. So here also in JavaScript also we can create an array, okay? And everything as we declare, like in the in the form of var. So similarly you can declare var as an array. So this is a little example of that, in which we can declare students is equal to new array, and this is my array. Okay, this is my array that I have declared. So you can declare it like, you have the other one that I showed you, this one here, like, kind of this kind of array where it's kind of a variable. And here I'm using the array class here, okay, which is basically creating an array for me. And there are like a lot of inbuilt functions of this array that you can use. Like in array list, we have a lot of functions, right? You can insert a new value, add a new values, add a value at an index, okay, or delete a value. You can reverse the values in the array. There are a lot of ready-made functionality that you get, right? Similarly, with array also here, you can get the functionality, all those features like little functions, you can get it with this array, right? So what I've done here is, okay, I've just created, like, don't pay attention here, just pay attention to the portion that I'm highlighting right now, okay? So display items is the name of the method, okay? So how I'm doing, like, you remember, like, how you do it in the functional coding, right? So I want to say that display name, what is display name? Display name is a function. Okay, display name is a display item, display items is a function, and this is the function that we have. So what it is doing essentially, it is basically running a for loop inside, in which it is taking one of the object, this object, the current object. So it's going to be the array dot length, and then just printing document dot write this at position number whatever I, okay? So it's going to print to Pasna, Rahul, Ajay, and everyone, okay? And how I'm doing here is I'm associating this display item function with the array prototype. So array dot prototype dot display item. So this is just for displaying the items in the array, nothing else. It's not doing anything else. I can write a separate one, okay? I can write a separate function and call it on a click of a button. But then what I'll have to do is I'll have to, like, for every function that I want to show, I'll have to create that many button, because it's going to fire that function, right? So I'm going to say I'm using this array prototype display items, and the function is this is the function which is just printing the value of the arrays, okay? Now this array gives me a lot of functionality, okay? So this document dot write, when you do first time document dot write, okay, and is printing the array, it's just printing the statement student array. And then we call students dot display items. So this is this display items, which is calling. So whatever is the current value of array, whatever is the items of the array, it is going to display you that. Okay. Then we again write some meaning. This is that some meaningful. The number of items in the student array is whatever is the length. So students dot length is going to give you the length of the array. If you want to do sorted, so you say students. What is students? Students is the name of the array. So student dot sort is there. Then student dot reverse is there. Then student dot this is like student dot pop is there to remove an item, last item. Then remove student dot push is there. So push a new item into the array. Okay. So basically sort, okay, reverse, pop, and push is there. Okay. And we are using display item just to display the items in array. So after sorting, I am printing display items. After reversing, I'm printing display items. After popping, like one for last item I'm removing, I'm using display items. After pushing a new item, I'm using display item. So display item is just to show the current value of array. Now all the functions that we are performing is happening on the same array. Okay, so you will see the results here. Okay, so first time when you open the student array is going to be Upasana, Rahul, Ajay, Arvind, and Sam. Okay, after that what we do is all the items are there. So I'm going to sort it. So in the sorted form, it is going to sort my data, okay, with in the alphabetical order. So Ajay and Irwin comes first. So now this is the latest array. After this, reverse it. So it's going to reverse it in this direction. Upasana is going to be on the top, Ajay is at the bottom. Then we say I want to remove the last one. So right now the array's position is like this. Okay, the first item is Upasana and Ajay is last. So it's going to remove Ajay. Okay, and then we have push. I want to add new items. So it's going to add one at the end, which is going to be push here. Okay, so these are like all the functionality. You're going to make use of this a lot in your, because most of the applications that we have we're dealing with the single value items, but these days everything is going to be like a collection, right? So for example, if you are if you're talking about an application which is kind of amazon.com. So amazon.com, what you don't have, you're dealing with single products, of course, okay, but then you have collection of products, right? You have collection of products, you have collection of customers, you have collection of promotional offers, you have collection of whatever. So you are dealing with single value items, but you are dealing with lots of collections. So collection in any programming language these days is very, very important. Okay, so collection, with the collection comes the operations to that can be performed on the collection, and with that it comes that you want to, if you're dealing with a huge collection, it's a huge a big collection, right? The data is about like 100 GB, 200 GB, or 1 TB type of data. Then you need to have a proper sorting, searching method. Then you should have a proper streaming, parallel stream you should run in order to perform the operation faster. So there are a lot of things. So these are all connected threads. Okay, you deal with collection, operations with the collection, performance of the collection. Then we have the streams, right? Then we have the parallel streams, and so many things. Okay, so collections are very important. So I'm just giving you example of one of the collection, which is like array here that we're dealing with. Okay, so you can create array like this. So this is my array. Okay, and so I have declared like a new array, and I have given this. So you can just I'm just going to give this code to you. Is that fine?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
I'll give you 5 minutes to analyze the code because it's going to take a lot of time to type this. Okay, people, are you done? Okay, fine. Okay, now one last thing that we need to do before, we can, then you can build on top of it, right? So I want to show you. Let's do it together, right? So in this one, I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be object example. It's important. This one is important because everything is going to be in the form of objects. So htm okay. Sorry. I have to rename it htm dot YAML. All right. So now here htm, and let me just clear out this one. I don't want this. Okay. All right. Now, okay, I'm going to write in the script, so I'm just going to copy the script portion of it so that I don't have to type so much. All right, so here, okay. Now I want to create an object, okay? So again, we'll do the same thing. var, okay, var, and let's say employee, for example, okay, employee, and is equal to new object is how you write, okay? Is equal to new object, right? So this is going to be my new object that I'm creating, okay? It's var is equal to new object. Now what I want to do is the way, as I told you in the beginning, that JavaScript is not a typed language, okay? It's not a typed language, okay? So we don't care about type, okay? So in case of Java, what happens? We create a class first, and then we create the object, isn't it? From the definition of the class, from the blueprint that we create in the class, we create the object out of it, right? But here, we're creating object directly. So when we create the object, what happens? And when we create the object, we are going to write the attribute values, right? Like if I've declared employee, then employee has a name, has an age, has a salary or something, right? So we're going to write name is Mayank and the age is whatever, like that, right? So here we're going to do the same thing, but this is going to be directly because this is an object dot, okay, name, for example. I can write directly Upasna. Okay, so that's my first attribute of the class, attribute of the object that we have written here. Okay, similarly, I'm going to say age, all right? So that's going to be some age here. So that's going to be 32, right? And then I'm going to say address, for example, address, and there's going to be Bangalore, okay? So three, attributes we have defined for the object, okay? And then I'm going to say here, we want to define, like when you create a class, you create the methods as well, the functions as well, right? We need to create the functions as well here. So for that, I'm going to say employee, again, the object, okay, because we call the function like that, call the method like that. So employee dot, say for example, I'm going to say display. That's going to be the name of the function is equal to function, right? And this is going to be my function in which I'm going to say document dot, and just displaying the things, okay? Document dot write, okay? And then here I'm going to say employee dot name, right? Name, and then employee dot age and everything. Okay, employee dot name, employee dot age, and employee dot. Okay, so this is it. If you run this, you're not going to get anything because we have created the function, but we have not called it, right? So we're going to call it. So I'm going to call it how? Employee dot display, and this is going to be called. Okay, we just executed just like that. So I'm going to run this, and you see you passed now 32 Bangalore. You can write the fancy things here. You can just add some breaks and all that here, plus, right? So it's going to be break. Yeah. So I'm going to just add break here. Okay. So this is going to be my values. Okay. Now, if you want to do like, some other function is there, for example, employee dot salary, salary, okay, is equal to maybe 2000, okay. And then what I want to do here is I want to define another function which is going to be like employee dot bonus, help bonus, say for example, bonus, calculate bonus kind of thing is equal to function. Yeah, okay. And here, sorry, function. Yeah, so here I'm going to say var bonus is equal to employee dot salary, okay, into like 10% of it you're going to get as bonus, okay? So whatever value that comes is going to be here. So here it's going to give you a bonus, okay? And this is going to just say document print, okay? And here I'm going to say bonus. I want to just print bonus, okay? I'm just going to print bonus with this. And I'm going to call after this, all this, I'm just going to call this employee calculate bonus inside this function, okay? So when this display method is called, I want all this and I want this, whatever it does for me, okay? So, okay, we have to, so, wait. Okay, and, okay, fine. So we have created two functions. This function is calculating the bonus based on the salary, whatever salary employee gets. And this one is returning me a bonus. So we are printing all this, and then we are calling bonus function from here, exactly like the way you do it in Java, okay? And then we are finally calling just the display method. That in turn is calling the bonus method, okay? So that's a little example that you have. So look at this example, okay? And you create your example that I'm going to give you, okay? So you create a student object, okay? The student name, age, and address. Name, age should be there. Maybe phone number you can take. And then you can take like 3 marks, maths, English, or whatever, okay? So maths, English, Sanskrit, maybe, okay? And then you find out what is the average marks that the student has got, okay? So you calculate average marks in a method, and then you have a display method in which you're going to display the name of the student and his average marks. Can you do that? Can you do that, people? You know, I'm just showing you the program here. Change this program, write it in your own way, create a student object, okay? Please do that. One more time, create student object, okay, with the name, age, and 3 marks, okay? So student with name, age, and marks in English, Sanskrit, and maths, okay? So, and then calculate average marks and display all the students info, all the info of student. Right, do this. Thank you, people. Okay, all right, good. So if I give you some work, like, you know, look at this. If right now I have nothing in this, okay, so when I click on this button, some values get added, okay? When I click on this button again, right, the same value gets added again, or again more values. The same values are like, you know, actually if I click multiple times, it's adding the values into my array. You know, into my drop down. So basically, it's a small list: SQL, JS, PHP, Node.js, and all list of technologies. Okay, that is part of an array, and on click of this button, I'm adding it to a select box. Can you do that? Just asking. Can you do that? So when you refresh, initially I have nothing. When I click on this button, it is adding values from an array to this drop down. Can you try doing this? Just a homework kind of thing, like, you know, just a little work, classwork, not homework. Can you try? Okay. So how much time do you need? Maybe 10 minutes? Is that okay? A little work after, like, you know, after this it's finished. Like, you know, the JavaScript is finished. Okay. Like whatever we want to do a little bit. So that much is finished. Okay. I'm right here if you need any help. So how do you create the select box? You know that, right? Drop down. Everybody knows how to create drop down, isn't it? Yeah, select an option, correct? Select an option. How do I do that? I have to use select an option. So how I can create here, say for example, I'm going to say select, okay, and here option. Okay, so option hello, like this is going to be one of the list. Okay, this is how we create a drop down. Okay, so in this one, you have to run a kind of for loop, read the value from an array, add it to the option box. That's what you have to do. Okay, so let me know once you're done. Okay, shall I show you the code? People, are you done? Shall I show you the code? Cannot set properties of null. So you may not have, you may not have defined it properly. So you see, this is the code. Try to do this. What we have done get element by id. So we have just created a select statement starting from here, and at there's nothing in the select statement. The element id is select here. Okay, select that. So this is like little tricky. This was like more for people who are coming from Java background. It was actually for them, more for them. So we have this, though you can use a normal normal selected statement and then add things the way I think Sikandar has done. But this is like going to be more of you're creating an element option here, element option, and that option will you have option dot append child, option dot set attribute, and all that kind of thing you can do. So this is like a neater way of doing it. Okay. 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 Are we done, people? Okay. Okay. All right. So fine. So that will be like a little foundation on JavaScript. Okay. So I think as we move further into React, right? We'll be learning more on JavaScript, and you will understand more. And one important thing is you should know the EC6. Okay, so that's also scripting, which is more specific to React. I'm going to deal with that. Okay, in which we will see how to create the class, the constructor, the list, and everything inside the React application. That's what we're going to do. Okay. Don't save. All right, so we have this. I'm starting with a clean slate. Okay, so new my first. Okay, and then we say React. Okay, so my first React dot HTML. It is not really. I'm not creating a React application here, but what I'm doing here is I'm just creating one HTML, and I'm getting it is React application, but I'm getting the functionality of React application, not really creating the React application as whole. So this is just an HTML page, like a normal HTML page, and I'm going to insert the functionality of React into it by calling in some CDNs. All right, so some of the libraries that are available over the internet, and we can call them, and that's going to be your thing. All right, that is going to make your application as React application. Okay, so but this is like not application, it's just one page with the functionality of React. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm going to do HTML. Okay, so HTML5, the usual thing. Okay, and in the head section, I'm just deleting all this. I don't need any title or anything. I'm just deleting everything here. And then you need to add some of the CDNs which are going to give you the functionality of React. Okay, so that's important here. So I have got all these scripts. Okay, so copy these scripts here and just add it in the head section. So create a page. Okay, everyone create a page and HTML page and add these to your head section of your application. Okay, do that please. Okay, do that, and once you're done, give me green check because we'll do it together. Okay, are we done? Have you added? Okay, good. Sorry, I did not check the message. Yeah, so now after doing this, just create a little division in here. Division. Okay, and just like any other division as we do, just write id is equal to something like some id, say div1, for example, div1. Okay, so that's how you should write. So this is a division that I've created, and then we'll do this usual thing, which is going to be like script, okay, script, and this time the type is going to be different, not the JavaScript as such. Okay, so we're going to write here text slash Babel. Okay, Babel is the script that we're using here. Okay, and inside this, I'm going to write everything. So let's write here function, say hello, hello function. Okay, so say hello. We should write like you should follow the proper convention here. So hello, and then inside this, I'm going to write some function. Okay, so I'm going to just write some bold italics kind of thing. So you can just say return, and this function is going to return me a whole HTML. So h1, okay, and then we have hello world, for example, world, hello world. Okay, so h1. Okay, so that's my h1, hello world. Yeah, h1, and this has to be this is what it's going to return. So basically it's going to give me hello world, nothing else, right? And inside the script, okay, inside the script, if like it should not be outside the script, should be inside the script. I'm going to say react, and then we have DOM, react DOM. I showed you the DOM in the beginning, right? Data object model. So I'm saying react DOM dot render, okay, react DOM render, and here, sorry, react DOM. Sorry about that. So here react DOM dot render. Now we're going to talk about a lot more detail about what this react DOM render means, right? But for now, just understand this part. So I'm going to say hello here. Say hello, okay, and yep, and then I'm going to say comma. So that's kind of a name we have given, hello name we have given, and here we have document dot get element by ID, okay, the way we do it, and then here we're going to write div1, okay, div1, that's all. Okay, so random hello document dot get element dot ID, yeah, so that's fine. Okay, so here is, all right, save it, and then let's run this one. Okay, simple. Let's try to change something here, like we have the hello world here, so I want to say hello everyone or something. Okay, hello everyone. Okay, so so we have created a little function, and just look at it. Do you see any functionality? Like here we have Babel min.js. Okay, so this Babel we are actually calling here. That gives you the functionality that we needed to write the React code. So this is like it's like a normal JavaScript function, right? But this one is something which is basically creating it as a React component. Okay, this is actually making it as a React component. This statement is like more specific to React. It's not going to run in a normal JavaScript. Okay, so try to do that, and try changing this to something else. Try changing this to something else. This hello, change it to something else, and let me know if it's working or not for you. So this is like not a good practice to do. Okay, this is not the environmental setup. You should do the React setup and then create the application, because the React application is going to be a lot more than a single page. Okay, it will be a lot more than a single page. So we have just embedded the functionality of React into HTML. Okay, is it good, people? Could you do it? Is it working for you, everyone? Is it working for you? Okay, all right. Okay, that's good. That's good. Then so this is like a little React application. Okay, we're not going to do it this way. Okay, we're not going to do it this way. This is not the way we write the React application. You should be doing it more with the complete application. So when you say a React application, I'll show you like just a sample, because you can't do it right now. I'm just going to show you how do we do it, like how does it look like. I'm going to show you that. So a React application would look somewhat like this, a huge application. Okay, so this is React, and let's open some of the applications. So this is how it looks like. The React application is going to have all these things. Okay, so let me just open one of the new windows, right? And let me just say new folder, for example, D folder, D drive, Upasna, old computer, Upasna, and where is React here? Sorry, training, and then we have the React, and let's say my first React kind of thing. I'm just opening that. For example, application. Oh God, hold on. This panel is like just coming in between. I can't. Oh God. All right, hold on. I'm not able to select it. This panel, yeah. Okay, select folder. Okay, so this is how it looks like. All right. Yeah, trusted source. So this is how it looks like. Okay, so we have node module, a very huge module. We have the public folder in which we have something. The main thing is src. Okay, so the here we have all the every file has its own importance. What is app.js? What is upu.js is something that I've added. All right, then we have the package.json and all these kind of things. We're going to talk about it more in detail tomorrow. So when you create an application, like recently I created an application which was open folder, hold on, which was in D users Pasa, and it was one application that I created just now, just before the class. I created my React app, which was created. Okay, so I'm just going to open that one. Okay, and it looks like this. Okay, so you see, this is the minimum structure that you can get, and this is going to be your playground in which you're going to write your things. So if you want to write a JavaScript, you can write JavaScript with JS file. If you want to write a CSS file, which is going to be styling, you can write CSS, right? Or if you want to have a normal HTML file, of course, so that's going to be like more of a, if you go to index.js, you'll find inside this we have like multiple things you can do. And we have index.css here. So some the default the styling is defined here, but the main is your app.js, which basically does the job for you, does the job of rendering for you. Okay, so we're going to talk about all these things in detail. And there's a very important file which is package.json, which basically tells you like what is going to be, what is the name of the application, version of the application, what React version are we using, and all those kind of things it's going to tell you. Okay, if you want to make changes, like if you get the old React application and you want to understand how it's working, like what are the different specifications of the application, what all things I need in order to run the application, then you should check like what version of React we're getting. So you're going to get that here. Okay, so this is how a React application looks like. So the job that you have for yourself is going to be install Node.js. Okay, so this is the job for you. Okay, people, so install Node.js. Okay, install Node.js. Right, install Node.js for on your local machine. That's number one. Visual Studio Code you have already, so we don't need that. So after installing Node.js, the other things we can do, like we can create the application and everything. Okay, so just install that one. Okay, make sense, everyone? Are you understanding? Is that a deal, people? Is that a deal, all of you? Okay, right. Okay, let's discuss one by one, and like let's have an interactive session. So my target was to give you a little understanding of this ECMAScript 6, which is used in React. Okay, so basically the purpose of this is to make you understand how the code is written in React. Okay, so this is after you create the first application of React. See, you are yet to understand the application structure, because what is important in case of anything, like you must some of you told me that you're coming from Angular background, isn't it? Angular background, you're coming from Angular background, right? Somebody told, I think it was Sikandar or someone who told me that he has done. sorry. Yeah. So, what happens is it is not really about writing the code on the on a page, right? It's more about the whole application structure. Okay, every application has a specific structure and a specific location to keep your things. Okay, so in this case also we will have React also has a particular structure. So let me just go through the let me just go through this sorry application structure a bit. Okay, and then we can go next. And it is quite, is it possible that there you get it in the evening? Is it like, is it a possibility that they're because they're going to take hold of your machine and they're going to install it? That's my understanding. Is that correct? So here, so I have created this page, which was a simple React page, okay, in which we had added the CDNs, which gives me the functionality of React, not fully, but yes, to a great extent. And I can write my code that I had, that I want to write hello world and all that. So I can do that here. Now, if you look at, I'm going to open a new window, right? And in this window, if you remember, I had created one React app, and the React app had this kind of structure. So let me explain you a little bit about this structure, because this is important here, okay? Now, if you run this application, okay, if you want to run this application, you will when you run it, the application runs on on port number 3000. Okay, it runs on port number 3000. So when you open it, you're going to see like hello world, or basically whatever you have written. So basically, SRC is the place, like you have IDE Eclipse, right? In Eclipse, it creates a lot of different types of files and everything, right? And what it does is there's SRC folder in which you write all your code, right? So here also, you're going to write all your code in here. Now, what you can do, the way you're going to organize this is going to be like, open this SRC and create your own folders. And you will see that you will always find a JS and a CSS. For everything, there is a JS and a CSS. Okay. So the way you can organize your application is going to be like, you can create a new folder. Say, for example, it is a customer. You want to do something for customer. Okay. So you're going to create a new folder as customer. And in the customer, you're going to create a new file as the customer.js. Okay. That's going to be one file. And there's going to be another file that's going to be customer.css.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
This is the usual way of doing. So I'm going to create, like, I have a customer entity, and I'm going to create a customer CSS and customer JS. And this customer JS will have some front end kind of, say, you are trying to do a sign up page for the customer, for example. Okay. So you will have a complete HTML page in which we want to create, all the input boxes for the name, for address, and the email address, phone number, and all that. And then we want to do a little bit of styling. So what we're going to do, we're going to write HTML page actually, okay, and JavaScript page actually, in which we are going to embed HTML code. Okay, so in the HTML JavaScript page, we are going to write HTML page, and then we are going to render that page, and that page is going to pick up the styling from here. So I'm sure you have done styling as well, how styling is used. You know that, right? If an external file, the styling file is there and you want to use it, then you know how to use it, right? Isn't it, people? Yeah, you know that, right? How do you refer? Right. So the same way, you're going to refer this style sheet that you have, CSS style sheet, in your JS. So that's the usual structure. As you can see, we have app.js, all right? And here it shows the default thing here. It shows there is an image that it shows the logo and everything, right? And then it is going to be okay. So how do I so this is my application that is created here, okay? And I have done nothing. I have just I've just created an application. So there are two ways to application. Let's start from scratch. Okay, there are two ways to create application. The first one is the one that I showed you. It's not an application, it's just a page. The one that I showed you here, like this. Okay, which was like, I'm just injecting the functionality of React into a normal HTML page. The second way would be like, when you have Node.js, then you're going to start this. So how do I do that? You're going to write, you have to install Node.js first, and then you have to go to some command prompt, right? Because everything will be working there. And here, I'm going to create, say, for example, I want to do everything on the D drive, and I'm going to create here mkdir, and here, say, all React. Okay, I'm just writing all React as one of the folder. Okay, and cd all React, right? And inside this, you want to create an application. So how do I do that? First of all, you should have the npx installed after after you do Node.js, it gets the complete. See, npm is Node package manager. Okay, so when you do Node installation, Node.js, when you install Node.js, after that you have to do, like, after installing Node.js, for that you need permission, right? The admin right that you are that you need for installing. So for that you need, but after Node.js is installed, all the npm installations, like for example, you want to install Angular or Angular CLI or React or OJet or Knockout.js or other all JavaScript based frameworks or libraries that we have, we can install all that without admin permission. Okay, because it already installs it with the Node.js installation, and what it does, it's just kind of picks up the packages for the Angular, for React, and all that. Okay, so once you have that, I'm giving you from W3 School, so that what you can do, once you get it, you can try it. Okay, so this was the first way of doing it. The second way would be, when you have Node.js, you can use simply create React app. Okay, so I have given you the link, I think, right? So create React app you can use with npx command. It's going to create a new app for you. So if I want to run a new application, so it is going to npx create new app, and you can write whatever name of the app. So my React app, or my first app, something like that. Again, my first app, something like that you can do, and it's going to create the application for you. This is going to be a complete application. So it's going to ask you for it's going to do a little bit of work here, and it's going to install all the necessary dependencies and everything. So what is important here is some of the packages which are needed when you create an application. They are they are imported in the application, and you use the functionality out of those packages, much like the import that we do in Java. Okay, we do Java import with all the packages, right? And in that packages, whatever classes are present, you're going to get the functionality of those classes, right? That's how you do. So this is going to install a React DOM. React DOM is going to be your data object model for React. Some of the React scripts, okay? So that's what you're going to do. And some of the templates, which is going to be like predefined templates of HTML templates, like you can use. So we're going to install this. It's going to take a little time to do this. I'm starting it from very scratch, okay? So that you know it already. So just 1 minute here. So after you do this, after you create this, I'm going to show you how to even run it. That's why I'm just want to start with a fresh application. Okay, so I will just close this one. Okay, I'll start in this only. So hold on. So let me just open this. So it was open folder. Say new window, and I'm going to close this. And in this new window, I'm going to say open folder. You're going to open the folder. Okay, and in this you are going to have D drive, and I have all React. Okay, my first app. So you can use this. I'm going to use all React, so that whatever application that I create, it is going to fetch everything there. So I'm going to create all React. Okay, trust it. Okay, so this is my application. So it is building all that for me. It is not yet completed. It's doing few more things here. So it tells you like what React script it has installed, what DOM it has installed, okay, what template, and what React version it is using for this application. So it is very important. Also, it initializes a GitHub repository. It gives you a place to write your repository, which you can connect, because most of the time you are working in a distributed environment in which we have, like, you are connecting to the GitHub repository, you're submitting your work, you're pushing your work into the repository, and it is available for all your teammates. So it comes up with that if you want to have the GitHub repository also mentioned in your package manager. So it gives you that here. So hold on, I think it will be over in just few seconds. All right. Okay. So happy hacking is what it says at the end. Okay. So, all right. Now, so when you run it for the first time, okay, it says, you see, it says success created the application in here. Inside that directory, you can run several commands, and it shows you all the commands that you can run. These are pretty much all the commands that we have. So we have npm start. We have that is for starting the server, and then you can see your output in the port number 3000. Okay. npm run build is there for building the application, which is basically going to get all the dependencies. Test is going to be if you have used some of the test framework. So it starts the test runner for that. The npm run eject is going to remove the tools and copy the build dependencies and reconfigure the file. So these are like some of the commands that we have. npm start is something which you need to execute in order to execute the application. Okay. So if you do npm start here, say for example npm start, if I say I hope this is visible to you. Is it big enough for you to see the font? Yeah, because it's like, sometimes it's very small. So npm start, if you do npm start, so it says error. Why it is giving you error? Because it is looking for a React application, and the React application doesn't find. All React is not actually a React application. It's just a folder. Our application was my React, something like that, right? So cd my first React, like very much the way you do it in Angular. So you have to log on to go inside the folder, the application folder, and from here you have to run. So npm start, you're going to run from here. So do that. It's going to start. Okay, so it's going to start the React server, and it says this. Okay, starting the development server, and it says how do you want to open this app with. So my default is going to be Google. So I'm going to open this Google, and it's going to open localhost 3000, and this is the default page of React. Okay, the first page, the default application page. So you will see this is the logo. Okay, and it says that edit app.js and save to reload. So it tells you app.js is something that is getting rendered here. So if you want to make some changes here, go to app.js and make changes there. Okay, and you can see this phrase, learn React phrase. Okay, so this is some link that is going to take you to a React tutorial in which you can learn React. So it's like React organization homepage, right? So that's what it is. So do you know who started React, people? Any idea who started React? Facebook. Yeah, this was used as an experiment. By Facebook, right? And later on it got kind of a little popular, and its component cycle was really something that was very well welcomed by the developers, and that's why React got popular. So we have this page now. Let's see, where do we see this? Okay, so we go to this page. Okay, my first app, and in here I have src and I have app.js. So click on app.js, and you see learn React. So learn React in my class. If I do that, learn React in my class. If I do that, and you see there's the image logo here, right? So save this one. Okay, if you save it, okay, so this server is always on, much like Angular, the server is always on. So I'm going to just add a little line here and then save all. I'm going to do. So it just compiles it. Okay, so whatever changes that you do, it compiles. So see, the link becomes like learn React in my class. So this is the first page that we are rendering here. Okay. Make sense? Everyone is understanding that much? All of you? Everybody's okay with that? Yeah. So this is your first application that we have created. Now there are like few things that you should know here on the. Any questions so far? It's good, right? So there are two commands that you have executed. The first command, you can see the history of command. I'm going to kill this. Okay. So yes. Okay. So for the history of command, you will see that the first command that we have used is npx create react app. That's the phrase that we're going to use, create react app. And then I'm using the name of the application. So this is going to create the application for me. That's command number one that you have to use after installation of Node.js. Okay, so because you don't have it right now, so just make a note of it. And the second one, after creating it, after you do this, right? After you do this, what you have to do is log in. Like you have to after this, get inside the folder, get inside the folder, sorry, the folder, okay, the app folder, not folder, but app folder, and from there, run this. What is it? This is npm start, okay, to start the server. And after this, what you're going to do is, I'm just going to write it here, localhost, in case your page opens by default, it's good, it's going to open the page for you, no problem, it will open. But in case it doesn't, then you can go to localhost :3000 and it's going to show you the page. Okay, so that's how we create the application, the React application. Okay, so this is my page. Now let's understand this application a little bit. So this is what is getting displayed here, right? And here, if you see, there are CSS files. So if you see here, app.css. So app.css has some of the styling. Okay, so which they're using. So if you go to app.js, this app.css is imported. So the way I explained to you about that customer thing, so if I create a new folder here, which is customer, and inside that, I want to create my customer, as I said, okay? So customer.css, okay? And customer.html when you do, okay? Customer.js when you do that. So you are going to import this CSS inside JS. Exactly same way we are doing here. We are importing the CSS inside the JS, okay? And wherever, like, if you want to import some logo, like it is importing logo from logo.svg. This is like, this is stored somewhere here, logo.svg. You see this logo.svg. So it is importing that. So like that, you can understand how the structure is. So any questions in here? Any questions? Just the basic structure. We have not done anything here. Okay. Shall we move on? Okay. Okay. Now, pay attention here. Okay. Pay attention. This is a division. You see, this whole thing is a division. You see here. Okay. This is a division. And this is a function. You see, this is a function. And that function, this is a function body, right? This function body is starting from here, ending here. Function start and function end, right? And this function is basically, if you look at from here to here, this whole thing is return. So what actually it's doing, what you understand with this? This function is actually returning the whole of this is HTML. You see, there is nothing. This is HTML. This whole thing. This whole thing, if you look at it, this is division. It's just the HTML. I'm not getting into the nitty-gritties of HTML, what is there, what we're importing, what picture we are using, what paragraph, what anchor and all that. I'm not getting into that. But if you look at it, this whole thing is actually HTML. So this function app is returning an HTML, a complete HTML. We can have a very complex HTML here. Okay, we can have a very complex HTML. It's a small HTML. Okay, but we can have a very complex HTML. We can write the way we want. We can create a fancy page with the Bootstrap and all that. We can have the complete thing here. But essentially what it is doing, it is just returning HTML. Okay, and this function is being, like it says, this is the name of the function that we have here is app. Okay. Now, if you look at it here, this is my function close, and here at the bottom, you see it says export default app. Okay. So what it is doing, we have created this function, which is essentially returning this HTML page, and this function is available for others to use. Okay. So like that, if you create any of the JS file, okay, so any JS file that you create, you are going to create like this, and at the end, like you have written app here, you will have like customer here, okay, function customer, right? And then at the end, you're going to write export default customer. So that's the usual structure of the React page. Okay. Am I making sense, everyone? Everybody's understanding this part? All of you? Yeah. So correct. So actually, it says that if you look at my page here, the page, it had said that make changes in app.js. Okay, make changes in app.js. So I made changes in app.js, but app.js is actually not the one which is getting rendered. No, it is not getting rendered. The one which is getting rendered is this index.js. This is calling that app, which we are, calling from that, app.js page. You see, we exported here, right? App.js. Yeah. So this is, we have exported here. So this app we are calling by indexes. So we are going to write React strict mode. There are different modes available. We're going to talk about different modes. I don't want to complicate it right now. Okay, but this is going to be your in this React strict. So this is like default page. Okay, we are not doing anything. So we have app which is getting called here, and whatever app is rendering will be displayed. Okay, so app that one component, that app component is getting called here. That's all. Make sense? Anybody has any questions? So basically,
No.
we are rendering index.js. Index.js in turn is calling the app.js, and in app.js is the one which is containing my HTML, which is getting displayed in here on this page. Okay. So whatever code that we're going to write, we're going to write it in this, like, app.js, or we're going to create a different, like, I can create a different page, like, if I don't want app.js here to be here, what I can do is I can just create a customer.js, and I can call customer.js from here. No problem. We can do that. This is the default setting. Okay, this is default setting. Or what we can do is we can call all the other pages on the app.js and then render app.js, much like the way we do it in Angular. In Angular, what we do, we have the app, root, okay, the root component, and inside that we can call different components one under the other. Like, if you want to design a page, for example, if I want to design a page, so in the design page, what I'll do, I will have a header.js, I'll have a footer.js, I will have the main.js, right? And I want to call all of them one after the other inside my app.js. Are you understanding the structure? So that's how you're going to form the whole thing. Am I clear, people? Am I making sense here, everyone? Okay. Anyway, so that's how we create. So right now, as we don't have the tool, we can't do it. But I just wanted to, before we get into any kind of coding and all that, I wanted to tell you the structure of React. So that's what I wanted. Now, when you are like, this is like, say, for example, this is a complete application. Okay. We have like multiple components. We've created customer page. We've created login page. We've created the about us page. And we have done all those kind of things. Okay. All that is fine. But then what problem we have here is we want to export the application. So when we export the application, one more thing I forgot to mention. I'm just going to clear my drawings and clear this. Yeah. So one more thing is the package.json. Okay, so when you say package.json, it has all the information that we need in order to, like, when you want to, if somebody gives you the application and he asks, like, I want to see the specifications, what are different versions of different scripts and everything is used. So you can check package.json and you will get all the information here. Okay, everything is here. So mainly you would be interested in what version of React this application is made on. So it is made on the 17th version of React. Okay. So accordingly, you can, in order to execute this application, you have to have the Node 17 JS here, right? You saw that yesterday. I was using when we were downloading Node.js. I was showing you how to download Node.js. We saw that Node 17 was there, so you can download that one, and then you can start working on it, right? You can just open the application. It's going to execute. Now, another important thing is here we by default, this is like this kind of considered as let me see if it is mentioned here. Okay, name dependencies. Okay, so it's not right. So if you are going to push this to a GitHub repository, you can already see that we have the git ignore and readme file. So I'm sure you use GitHub repository, right? For your what kind of version control do you use in your projects? GitHub or you have something of your own? GitHub. Yeah, so either you use GitHub or maybe some of the people are using Bitbucket. Right. So Bitbucket or GitHub. So whichever version it is, it is actually Git, right? So you will have the git ignore and the readme file as well, which shows basically, a little git ignore. These are some of the files which are ignored, and readme, you can manipulate this file as the way you want. So it shows just the command. So that's your basic structure. Now, we want to, we also want to use this node module. So node module is something, it's a very heavy file. You can see that's a very heavy file with lots of things, right? So you don't want to push this, node module. So by default, I think it should show me node module here. Yeah, see, node module here. So when you are going to push this application to GitHub repository, this node module will be deleted. Like, it will not be bundled, it will not be pushed to your GitHub repository. So node module will not be pushed to GitHub repository. All the other things like public, src, and all these things will be pushed, but node module will not be pushed. But without node module, that the application will not run. So what you're going to do is, after you download the application from the GitHub, like you do git clone, right? Git clone, and you get the application, right? So after that, you need to get this node module. For that, what you're going to do is, you're going to simply run npm install. Okay, you just run npm install from after cloning it from the GitHub. So when you push it to the GitHub, what will happen? This node module will not get pushed. That means you will have only this much. Okay, public is src and other things, right? Node module will not be there. So if somebody else wants to use your application, so he's going to clone down your application by using git clone. So after using git clone, the application is downloaded on your local machine. So log on, get into the folder of that application, and then run inside the folder, run npm install. So it is going to get you node module back. Okay. And again, because node module is added into the git ignore, it will never be pushed. Whenever you're trying to push it to the git, like after making your changes, you're trying to push it back to the GitHub, then also node module that you have installed will not be pushed. So that will not be added. Okay. So that's your first part that we have created. Now, as we don't have React, so let's get back to our W3 school, and let's do some of the ES6 here. So the first part, okay. So how do we write? Like, you're going to create functions, you're going to create classes, you're going to create variables, arrays, and all that using the ECMAScript 6 in React. Okay. So let's try that in our case here. So the first thing is going to be the classes. All right. So how do I create the classes? Very much like the way we do it in case of Java, but little different. Okay. In this, we have created a class car. Okay. Simple thing I'm telling you, class car. And then inside that, the way we do it in case of constructor, we have in case of Java, sorry. So we have the constructor here, and this constructor is used for assigning the values for different properties. Okay, so if I want to have say for this particular car, I want to define some of the say attributes. Okay, so I can define it here. So I have the constructor name or age or whatever. So I can create like this, and this is going to be used inside our application. So very much like, if you click on try it yourself, so it's going to be like a simple HTML page, and inside that we have started the script here, and we are ending the script here, right? And inside that I've written a car, constructor name, right? Brand name is constructor name is one of the attribute that I'm passing here, which is going to be the value for the brand. Okay, so I'm using this here, brand, and then here I'm going to use this new. I'm going to create a new constant, like new basically object from the car, and I'm creating it as a const. You can create it as var also, right? As a variable, like you do in the JavaScript, right? You can do it like that. We are using here constant my car is equal to new car, and this is the constructor getting called. So constructor takes a name, takes one parameter. So I'm passing the parameter as Ford, right? And then we say document dot write my car dot brand. So it is going to print the brand for you. Okay. So if you run it, you see Ford. So if I say here, okay, so run, so it's going to give you mark, right? So the next thing that I want you to do is create. You can use the same thing, same editor. Okay, the best editor that you have under the sun is W3 School editor. Okay, best editor. Okay, you'll not find such editor anywhere. So let's use this editor. Can you create a student constructor, or say let's say create say bike constructor, or some bike class, or employee class, for example, and add some of the attributes and print the value. Can you do that? I'm going to give you 2 minutes. Just make changes here only. Okay, make changes here and you will see the results here. Are you done? Okay, very good. Okay, so now, so this is like the first part. Can you add like 2, 3? Have you added only one attribute or multiple attributes? Multiple attributes, right? So you could get multiple attributes here, right? So no, without any trouble. Okay, fine, good. Now, what we need to do is, the second thing that we have is the arrow function, which is very important. Sorry, people, we have a little issue with the power today. Now, yeah. So the next thing that we have here is the arrow function, okay? Now, arrow function is something which is used in most of the programming languages, right? So say if you're doing Scala or Ruby on Rails, and for that matter, Java as well, right? So in all of them, arrow function is used, which is like the lambda expression, right? So lambda expressions we're using. So we're going to talk about that. But before we get into that, what we have here is, how do we define the methods in the classes? Okay, so if I want to define a method in the class, we're going to write the same way as we do it in Java. So I have this present, and present method is, and it's returning me something. Okay, so the way we're not writing any return type here, I'm not writing any return type, so I'm not going to use like int or char or anything. I'm just saying this is my name of the method, and it is returning me something which is kind of a string type of value, and is printing me the brand. Okay, and again, I'm calling the method the way we do it in Java, right? So name of the object and then the name of the method. Okay, that's how we do. So can you add a method to your class? Just add a method, like maybe if you have created employee, then add display method or show method, something like that.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
And let me know once you're done. Here is I'm showing you here the screen in which we have created, there's a present method. Are you done? Let me know once you're done, okay? And the same editor you can use. You can make changes in the same editor. All right. Okay. So everybody's done with this one. So that's like creating a method inside the class, much like Java. Now we're going to go to the arrow function here. Okay. So arrow function, the way we wrote in JavaScript, that's why JavaScript was important here. So the way we wrote it like this. So here, tell me, what is the name of the function? If you look at it, what is the name of the function? Hello, right? Hello is the name of the function. So we are defining, like, it's hello is the keyword. Okay, so we create, like, hello. I can write to pass now here is equal to. Then we can write it's a function that we want to indicate here to the compiler that we are creating a function with the name hello and is returning me something. Okay, so we are doing like this, the usual way, the way we did it in Java. Also, if you remember in Java how we were writing in JavaScript, sorry, in JavaScript, the way we were writing was like, if it was a student class, and then inside that I want to create a show function, right? So show is equal to, and then we said function, and here, and we're going to write whatever whatever is the body of the function. Okay, this is like if you're creating a class function. If you're creating a normal function, then you could just write function x, and then we can write the body of the function, right? And the third way could be x is equal to, and then we have the function, and inside this we can write the body of the function. That's how we do it. Okay, these are like three different ways. Now here with the arrow function, with the lambda expression, we're going to, you don't have to really write the name of the number, the keyword function here. We don't have to write it. We simply can express it with a arrow function is called, but if you're coming from Java background, you can always say that it's a lambda expression which is getting used here. It is actually arrow function. Lambda expression is like, it's more Java specific, right? So here we have hello, and we are not writing any, function keyword, and rest everything remains the same. So I can write like this here, and it is returning me string, which is hello world, right? So I can use this hello world here, and in return, or if you don't want to do that, if that is the default value that is returning, so you don't even have to write a return keyword here. Yeah, here is hello world, and it is what is going to give you the hello. Whenever you call hello function, it's going to return hello world to you. So if you look at the code, the whole code, it will look like this. Okay, so we have h1 h2 p we are doing here, and this is the script in which we have hello world. So get element by id, and here it says demo. So what is demo here? The demo is the name of this paragraph, right? And in this paragraph, the inner HTML I'm setting to be hello function. So what hello returns me? Hello returns me hello world. So this arrow function is here. Okay, this is here. All right, and here we have the return keyword, right? So this whole thing, this whole first paragraph, and the second paragraph is this. All right, so second paragraph is this demo. So we are replacing this demo with this. So what I want you to do, so this is given to you already. Okay, so now what I want you to do is create a new function. Okay, new function here, which is going to do some calculation and return you something. Okay, so do some calculation, right? And then set that up to a paragraph. So maybe you can just multiply two numbers or something like that. Okay, and set that up to a paragraph. Can you do that? Make these changes in the same function. Make changes and return application of two. Yeah, so I have created, this is a function which is returning me hello world. I'm setting up whatever this function is returning to the ID, demo ID. Okay, this paragraph of that demo is a paragraph of ID. So I want to create a new function in which is just doing the calculation of like two numbers. Okay, multiply or plus or something, and that should be present. That should be sent to a different paragraph. Okay. Okay, so people, we are not doing this without this, Node.js installed on your machine. It's very uncomfortable and not the right way of teaching, right? Though we are learning here, but then, you're not doing a whole lot of code by yourself. Most of the things are ready-made, and you're not really understanding how React is actually working here, okay? So please make sure that you install the Node.js, okay? Will you please remind them today, all right? Everybody, please remind them that we want to this Node.js, otherwise there's no point learning this, okay? Will you? Yeah, please do that. Okay, right. So that was like a little arrow, right? So now, this is something where you can supply the value much like the lambda expression, right? So in the lambda expression, what you do, there could be like there are three ways to write lambda expression, right? First one is without parameter. Second one is first one is without parameter and without return type. Okay, and the second one is with parameter without return type, and third one is with parameter and with return type. Okay, so this one is like, with parameter and with the return type. Okay, so if I want you to pass on some value here, hello world, and then I say here I'm going to pass on upasna, right? Hello, I'm going to pass on upasna here, like hello, and then val, okay, hello, and then val upasna, right? And here, if I pass on that here, okay, so plus val, okay, so it will say hello world upasna. So this is lambda expression with parameter. The last one that we showed is lambda expression without parameter, like arrow function. It's called arrow function. Lambda expression is specific again to Java. Okay, this is called arrow function, or we say functional programming in Scala or in Ruby on Rails. Everywhere it's called arrow function. Okay, in Java it is a special name that is used, lambda expression. Okay, but it's the same thing. Okay, so that was like something that we wanted to do. Now something important that is here is this keyword. Okay, so how do we use this keyword? If you remember in the Java, why do we use this keyword? To present the current object, right? To present the current object, right? So that's how we use this keyword, right? So this keyword here also, we can use this keyword in order to present the current object that we are working on. Okay, so if I say we are using something like, like here they're giving you example here. We have created a new header. Header is the class here which has a color. Okay, so header is basically setting up the color to red. Okay, so here I'm saying window dot add event listener. Okay, so window object calls the event listener. So when the window is, what is the event? Event is load. Okay, event is load. When the window is loaded, so it is going to do the change color thing. So change color is a function which is going to set the color for the window. Okay, so at the end of it, so it's saying my header dot change color. So it's going to call the change color method, which is going to do what? Change the color of get element by ID demo. So demo is one of the paragraph that is defined there. Okay, and then it's going to change the color, which is going to set the color to whatever. So let's see the complete code here, in which we have the paragraph here. Okay, we have header, right? So I'm just talking about the script part of it. Okay, and we're changing the color of demo. So demo is this p1. All right, if I click on this, so it's going to, why it is saying button listener, this presents object. Okay, so it is not taking Windows object. Obviously here it is not taking the Windows object because it's a formatter. But what it's going to do is going to change the color of the window, and it's going to make it red or whatever color you have supplied here. Okay, so we can always call. It is just showing you what is the use of this keyword. Okay, so we can use it in a lot of different ways. Okay, so Windows the event listener will be on the, if you have some sort of pop-up window and all that. Okay, so you can set the colors, or some, when you click on the window, when you double click on the window is loading and window is losing focus, and all those kind of things you can define. Okay, so we have this. I'm not going to talk about this one now. Let's go to the variable part of it. Okay, so variable, you know very well. I'm not going to spend much of time on that. But then when you do the, this is more of a TypeScript kind of thing, in which is like, superset of JavaScript. The JavaScript, as I told you, is untyped language where the type doesn't matter, the data type doesn't matter. But in case of TypeScript, it is more of a typed language. Okay, so the type matters here. Okay, so we have like we have when you create a var, you're not defining any kind of data type. Var x is equal to 5.6, so we know that it's a number type of value. But there are a few things that you should understand about var. So if you use var outside the function, it belongs to the global scope, much like Java. If you use var inside the function, it belongs to that function, exactly like Java. If you use var inside a block, that is in a for loop or something, the variable is still available outside of that block. So this is something which is important. Isn't it a little different from Java? Yeah. Do you feel that this statement is different from Java? Yeah, it is different, right? So if you use var inside a block, that is like for loop, the variable is still available outside the block. So if you have something declared inside for loop, it will be available wherever you want. So var has a function scope and not a block scope. Var has a function scope, not a block scope. So it's going to be, if you have defined it within the function, it's going to be available only within the function, but not within that block. So now the let part is there. So let has a block scope. Okay, let has a block. So let x is equal to 5.6. Okay, so 5.6, if you have defined it, so this is going to have a block scope and it's going to be available, right? So it's going to be so the which is going to be limited. The one which is defined with var is going to be within the function, but this let is going to be your, like we do in case of for loop, in case of any of the simple like if you do threading and all that, and in that you define inside the synchronized block and all that, if you want to define it, so it's going to be valuable for that. Okay, now array methods, I have shown you a lot of it already. Okay, in which you can create array and you can use the methods. Okay, but one of the important method, have you done parallel streaming in Java? Parallel stream, yeah, streams you have done, right? So what it does, it's going to you're going to pass the whole array to a stream, and a stream is going to perform some functions. Like it is going to filter out, like if you have products, okay, if you have 10 products, okay, out of 10 products, I want to find out only the products with the price value more than 100, for example. Okay, I want to find out only those products. Fine. So it's going to perform that operation. So what map does for you? Do you remember? Yeah, you want to say filter. Like if I want to set up like the salary is more than $10,000, right? So that is a kind of filter that I want to have the list of employees, and from the list of employees, I want to pick up the employees who are getting more than 10,000 salary. Okay, exactly same way here we are doing here. So my array dot map, and we are saying this item. So what it is going to do? What this will result into? This will just filter out the items from the array, isn't it? All the items. So and then it is going to create what? A paragraph out of it, right? A paragraph out of it. So if I do see apple, first paragraph, banana, and then orange. Okay, so like that. So you can use map function that way. So we have some more examples here. Okay, so here my array, and then what should I write? Map here, and then map. Okay, and see what it does for you. Okay, creates a map for you, and is going to basically do the arrange it in the form of paragraph. Now you remember destructors. Anybody has done destructors in C++? We have constructors and destructors. Okay, so basically what constructor does, tell me. Okay, so basically what is the job of constructor? The job of constructor is to create the object is one thing which appears from the outer side. Okay, but the actual job of constructor is to allocate a memory location to that object. Okay, that's what. So if you say when do you get null point exception, tell me. When do you get null point exception? Null point exception is a very well-known exception, right? It is referring to null, right? It is referring, your object is referring to null. So आपने क्या किया है? आपने लिखा कि say employee class है and you want to create an object. So ये say employee X, that's all. Okay, and उसके बाद आपने new employee नहीं लिखा. Employee X is equal to new employee नहीं लिखा आपने. आपने लिखा employee X, that's it. And then you're saying X dot name is equal to Upasna. अभी उपासना को रखने के लिए कोई जगह ही नहीं है. There is no place to keep Upasna because that new employee was not instantiated. So employee X is equal to new employee. जब आप लिखोगे new employee, then it allocates the memory. It allocates the memory to the object X. So उस object का जो attributes will come, like the name or age or whatever, will be placed in that memory location. So when you say employee X and that's all, and then you say X dot name, so it doesn't know where to keep the value of name. That's why it says your object is pointing to null in the memory. That's why it says null point exception. Okay. So that's the job of constructor. So constructor is allocating the memory. Now what is destructor? Destructor is going to release the memory that is occupied by the object. That is the usual definition. Okay, that's the usual definition of constructor and destructor. Okay, but here the destructor is explained in a little different way. So what you are what they're saying that you take everything out of your refrigerator and make a sandwich. No, you only take out of the items that you want and you make use of that sandwich. So it is saying destructing is like you have an array. Okay, out of that I want to pick up only few things and use it for my purpose. Okay, so if I have like this, understand this way, we have the vehicle, and in the vehicle I have three vehicles, right? And for the first one is going Mustang is a car, okay, F-150 is a truck, and SUV is Expedition is XUV. With destructor, what you can do is just look at this here. I can say const car, truck, and SUV is equal to vehicle. So what I can do, this can be a long list that we have. Okay, out of that I can choose some of them and make my own thing. Okay, so I have these are the values. Okay, and the way I'm going to define each one of them, like this is a car, this is a vehicle, and this is the truck, and this is SUV. Instead of doing this, I'm just going to say car, vehicle, and SUV is equal to whatever you get from the vehicle. Whatever you get from the vehicle. Okay, so that is destructor, how it is using. So it's like a new way of assigning the array item. So, basically each one of them, like if we have three of this here, so three of this here, okay, and I'm using whatever I get from vehicle, I'm going to, each one of them will be corresponding to this. What if I have more values here? If I have more values, it is going to pick up only the first three. Like, if I have 4 here, 3 here, and 4 here, it is going to take 3 of them from the list and allocate them to car, truck, and SUV. Am I making sense? Like in this case, you see, it's going to be like, here I'm leaving the second part. I'm leaving the second part. I'm taking the third one. Okay, so it is going to forget about truck. But this one is going to be like, car. The first one is going to be car. The second one is going to be SUV. Right? It is going to forget about the second because I've left a blank. But if I leave SUV, it is going to forget about the last one. It is just going to pick this one. Okay? Right? So just try this out here. So we have a function. We have add, subtract, multiply, and divide. Return this. And when you do this, calculate 4 by 7. So what will be the result here? What will be the result? Very interesting example, this one. What will be the result? Tell me in the chat window. Don't look at the result from the, try it out yourself. Okay. All right. So adding 4 and 7. Okay. Adding 4 and 7. Difference for 3 and difference 4 and 7. And the product, right? So you see minus 3 is coming here, 4 and 7. So 4 minus 7 is going to be minus 3. Okay, 4 minus 11 is going to be minus 3. So this is what is going to 4, 7. So here, if I change it to say 20, for example, all right, so it's going to show you like this. Okay, interesting example. So can we create something like this? There's a calculator, and shall I give you a little test here? Shall I give you a little work here? Okay, so we have a function calculate. Okay, so here, so we will do like this. Let's do this as calculate area. Okay, calculate area, and in this calculate area, you will have a square, okay, and a rectangle, okay, and a triangle. Okay, square, rectangle, and triangle. Okay, and you may or may not use all of the, like, everything needs sides, yes or no, to calculate the area. My mathematics is not that good, but you
Yes,
tell me,
ma'am.
everything needs side to calculate the area? No? Amai says no. No circle, not circle. I'm saying square, rectangle, and triangle. These three,
Uh,
all of them we need side, right? Circle is radius, right? So radius, we're not talking about radius. So take so calculate shape, okay? Calculate area of shape, right? And you can say have the constant triangle, rectangle, and this triangle, and then try to do that and get the area of 3 different shapes. Is it done, people? Okay. All right. So one more thing. Okay. So there's this structure. There's another example that we have here, in which we have the constant vehicle one, and we have got all these brand, and my vehicle is vehicle one. All right. So basically, this will be created, with all this brand name and all that, and then we want to run this function, my vehicle function, right? My vehicle, which is getting the vehicle, right? So constant my vehicle type is a vehicle color, okay, and the brand and the model. So it's going to basically pick up each one of them and it's going to print. So my for vehicle type is car. Okay, my car is a red Ford model number 2021, like model, what is it, Ford Mustang. Okay, so if you want to do like that, we can, but we used to do it this way, but now we have we can do it very easily the way we have like this. So my type, we don't have to really go by using vehicle keyword here, right? I can simply write my type, color, brand, and model, and it is going to substitute that value. So that's going to be your the use of destructor. Another example that we have here, look at this. Here is we have this kind of, you must have heard about JSON, people. JSON, yeah. So JSON, it can get nested multiple level, right? So if you see some of the sample JSON, right? So let's pick up some of them. JSON's example, right? So let's pick up some of them. Say we pick up this one, say for example, okay, widget. We have actually 4 attributes: debug, windows, image, and text. But image has got a lot of other attributes, text has got a lot of other attributes, and the window has a lot of other attributes, right? So if you have nested structure, like, which is not possible with a normal array, okay? So if you have nested structure like this, then in that case also destructor is very handy. So we have the brand, all this, and we have the registration. In the registration, we have got number of things. We have city, state, and country, and how easy it is that we can simply say model registration, and we are interested in only the state. Okay, it's a very interesting example in which we have the model registration number is state, and I want to print this. So can you, let's see this one here, this example. And can you use the example here on this? Copy, I'm going to copy this one. Use this example. Pick up this widget one. Okay, pick up the widget one. And from this, you can just get maybe widget one, or do we have something interesting here? No, I think that's the best one. So here you can pick up, pick up the image with the. I want to find out the windows with the center alignment. That's what I want to do. Okay, so I want to use this in your code here, in here, okay, and then print something meaningful here using one of the nested attribute here. Can you do that? Can you try? Only you have to change this part and this part. We can change, you can keep the name pretty much the way it is. Okay, just change this part and this part. Are we game? Can we? Are you done, people? Can we proceed, people? Can we proceed? Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So that was destructing. Okay. And the next one that we have here is the spread operator. Okay. Again, this is used a lot in case of methods that we want to create. Okay. So if you remember where arg, do you remember where arg? Okay, but with a twist, a little bit of twist. So we have we have one array, second array, and they're combined together in third array. Okay, so that's how it is. The spread of, so how we are going to do here is we have we're going to just see this one here. Okay, and here when we say number combined, so it's basically going to be adding everything. So we're going to say dot 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 number one, dot 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 number two, like that, and it's going to combine everything together and print it here. Okay, so it's not like a really where are kind of thing, but this is free to combine as many number of arrays that we want, or as a single number as well if you want to add. So that gives you a lot of flexibility. Okay, so that's your spread operator. Okay, now here it has a little bit of different flavors, in which we have we have the numbers here, and we write here 1 is 1, 2 is 2, and the rest the way it goes, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So whatever you get from the numbers, so numbers is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it is going to equate 1 to 1, 2 to 2, and the rest. So if you look at it here, so it's going to show you 1, 2, and the rest. So 1, 2, and all of them, its rest is here. So it is taking 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the rest. So we're just using paragraph here to print the numbers. So 1, 2, and rest. So let's try to do this. Let's change it a little bit. I'll give you a minute. You have this page. Change it a little bit and just try to do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then rest. Change a little bit, just a little twist, and print the numbers. 1 minute for this.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
Okay, and also try this one also. Try this one also. Okay, both of them you can try. Okay, done. Shall we move on to the next one? Yes. Okay. Now we have modules. Okay, so modules are you can do a little bit more experimentation with the spread operator. That's fine. And now we have the module, right? So the module is here we have we can have the way we try to work with different JS files, right? So we have different attributes or variables or constants, right? And we can export the constant. Export is basically that it is available for the public use. Like if somebody imports it, like somebody, they will be like, I'll explain you what is the export. Export is going to be like, import is only possible if you export it. Otherwise, it is not possible. Okay. So if you write a function, you have to export it. If you write a constant, you have to export it. If you write a class, you have to basically export it to get it imported somewhere in some other file. Okay. So if you want to do that, then you can write it in we can do individually. You can declare a lot of variables like this, a lot of constant like this, and you can export them individually. Or what you can do is all at once you can say export and name it. So it's kind of some of the constant that we're using in order to maybe do some calculation or show the attributes value and all that. Now we have this a good example is message, right? And this message is basically has three parts. We have the name, age, and this saying name is this many years old. Okay, name is age year old. So it's going to return that. So I'm going to say I'm going to export this message. Now this export we can import. So I will how I'm going to import. I can say import message. Okay, from message.js or import name age from person.js. Like if you have defined person. So import name age from person.js, and I'm printing this like just for the inner HTML, right? So we are printing this. So you will get the effect of this when you create the React application and you define person.js, and in that you have defined name and age constants, and you have exported them, and you want to import them in some other file. If you want to do that, then you can always write import statements and whatever you want to import from that file. The way I showed you in the customer file, you can declare something and import. So if you want to do that. We have ternary operator. So ternary operator, if else that we do in Java, a simple if else in Java, right? The same way we can write here also if else, but a short form will be a question mark and then this. So tell me, on the basis of Java, if it is true, which one will be displayed? Which one will be called? Sorry. If it is true, authenticated is true, then which one will be called? Render app or render login?
Then
Render app. Yeah? And if it is false, then it's going to come back to the login page.
else statement.
Yeah. So here we have the render app. So basically render app is a function. There is another function which is render login. Okay. So authentication is true. So set it to true or false, and it's going to call based on whatever is available. So authenticated is true. If it is false, then it's going to call render login. Okay, so what you do is create two functions. Okay, so if and set this true and false. So create two functions which has two values, maybe 10 and 20. Okay, so if it is true, 10 and 20 will be multiplied, and if it is false, 10 and 20 will be added, something like that. Can you change that quickly on the same program? And of course, don't forget to set the value of demo. So if it is true, multiply. If it is false, add. Once you're done. Done? Okay. All right. Okay. So fine. So that was like the basics of everybody's done, right? All good? Can we proceed? Okay. Thank you. Now, so this was like basics of like how you write the code inside React. Okay. So inside the React page, how you're going to define a class, how you're going to define a function, how you're going to declare the variable, the methods, how you're going to use the destructor and the module and all that. Okay. Now, one important thing which is used a lot is the render HTML. Okay, so there is something called as React DOM. If you remember, when you created this this application, at the time of creating the application, it tells you what all things it has installed. Okay, so you see React DOM and React Data Object Model, right? React Script is installed and all this, right? So this React DOM is a very powerful tool in order to create your a complete page. Okay, so kind of a, I would not say complete page, but I can say that it's a pagelet, okay, or portion of the page it can create, okay, and can create a lot of elements in it. So React DOM is used for that. So React DOM render, and you can render anything on that. Okay, so it basically takes two arguments. So it's going to be taking the HTML code and HTML element. Okay, so that's what it takes. There's a little example that's shown here. So I have the render React DOM render, okay, render, and then it takes whatever is here, like there's a paragraph, and where I'm printing it, it is get element by ID root. So if you remember, you have not done the code yet, but if you go to your app.js and index.js, here you see get element by ID root, it says. Okay, so that's the one that's going to upload the things for you, right? And you see here we are importing the React and React DOM. You see, these are, you have to get this functionality in order to React DOM render. What I want to render this whole thing as a root. Well, like a root is going to be like, the root element of the application. Okay, so that's what we have. So we are creating single page. This is single page application. Okay, we're not creating multiple pages. Single page application is there. So that's why we are using this. So the same way here. So what is going to do it is that this is my hello. This is the HTML. So it takes two, as it said, it takes two argument HTML code and HTML element. Okay, so this is my HTML code, which can be a huge code. Trust me on this. When you're creating the application, a huge application, it can be a huge HTML. Okay, we have written a very simple hello here, a very simple thing, and then we are using the get element by ID root. So is root element, we're saying we can create some other, some other elements as well if you want to create, but then here, the root element is going to be the root page. Okay, and this is going to print what? It is going to just print hello for that element of that value that we have for the paragraph. So let's run this here. Okay, so this is going to be your page, when you write into the React, it's going to be here hello import React and React DOM from React and React DOM, and then we have render hello, and we're printing this. Okay, so can you print something else on the root element? Hello, maybe how are you, or something like that. Maybe try to print multiple line. Try to print multiple line and see what happens. Can you do that? Try to print multiple lines and see what it does for you. And you can see it's a very plain React page. There's no HTML at all. No HTML, as in it's not an HTML page in which React is inserted. It's a React page in which HTML is inserted. Okay, are we done? All right, chalo, theek hai. We'll do a little bit of theory here. Okay. And I think this one is not working. This is like try it yourself nahi hai. Dekho, isme kya bola? Try it yourself nahi hai. Wo bola run the example. So it is going to show you the result directly. It's not letting you try and do this. Let's see if we have tried yourself. Run the example is there. Okay, anyway, no problem. So let's do this here and let's try to analyze the result. So we have this run example. So we have done a little example in which it is printing hello. What about this one? This is a complete HTML. Yes or no? So what is going to give you? It will give you a table with the heading, name, and inside that we will have two data, John and Elsa. Okay? So if you run the example, you will see that this is how it's going to look like. Okay? So render HTML is showing you how, and this is very important. You will be using most of the time. I will show you one of my I don't know whether I have it in my computer or not, but then yeah, I'll try to show you the one which I have, which is a complete React application in which the render part is so huge. so huge. Okay, so anyway, I'll show you. So we have this section, right? And I want to, okay, what will be the result of this one? Yeah, so it will put the hello in the head of here. So with the header ID is actually sending. Okay, so see, we are here, we were using root, right? Everywhere we're using root. Here we have defined a particular element in which we have given the ID as Sandy, and that header will be set to hello. Okay, hello, right? So that's render HTML. I wish we could do something here. We could type something here. Okay, now the next element that we have, God, I wish we had this tool. But yeah, so this one is JSX. So you can write React without the JSX, which is JavaScript XML, right? Or we can do it with the JSX. Okay, so far the coding that we have done is without the JSX. Okay, so which is JavaScript XML. Now we're going to use JSX, which is going to make the code little shorter, and it gives you a little more functionality. But it's not mandatory that you're going to use JSX all the time. Okay, but this is one of the options. Now look at this example. Okay, we have declared one element, one constant, and their name is my element, and we have I love JSX, right? And we are printing it on this. So if you run this example, and it will print what? You know that, right? I love JSX, right? That's what it's going to do, right? Now here, without JSX, how we're going to do? There's like little difference. Can you notice the difference here? Very little difference. Can you do this? Can you understand this? What it's doing? See, this was the normal JSX that we were running, like the way we did it in the last example. But previously, without JSX, we had to write the whole thing like this. Like you have to create element. What element you have to React dot create element. So create element will be like I want to create what element? H1 element. Okay, H1 element I want to create. And in the body of H1, what I want to put this. Okay, I want to put this. Now the life is much easier. I can write create element, write the element directly. But you can create declare the constant, and you can import that constant directly in the render. So earlier, without JSX, we used to write like this. So we used to use this create element. So that's when we used to import React and React DOM. Okay, so React is used for creating the element, whatever element, H1 element, H2 element, okay, table element, TD element, TH element. For each one of them, we had to write it like this. Okay. Yeah. So what you will have to do is you have to create element 1, element 2, element 3, element 4 like that, and then import them here. Okay. Render them and import them like that. So that's why it was very difficult to do. Like not difficult to do, but it used to be very lengthy. It was a lengthy thing to do. Now this render, this element, this part can contain a huge HTML, okay, a huge HTML which can be enclosed. Like you can write a little division here, and division can then H1 body, whatever container and everything we can do, and then we are going to import that simply here, and it will render on whatever the element that you have selected, whatever element you have selected by ID. So it is that easy. So we had to create each element like this earlier. But with JSX, it's easy. Make sense? So if you want to create multiple elements, so have my element, your element, his element, her element, you have to create multiple elements and keep on adding to the root. That's how you had to do. Is it good? Does that answer your question? Okay, so how do I write the expressions? Expressions, if you want to write expressions with JSX, that is also better. There's no problem there. It's much better. You don't have to worry about, over the value that you want to do, want to calculate, and then you have to create an element. So I have React is, and I can write the expression directly. Okay, so React is 5 plus 5 times better with JSX. So JSX is the new thing. So if you remember, earlier we had ReactJS. ReactJS. It was like the name was ReactJS. Okay, like in case of Angular also, it was AngularJS, right? It was AngularJS. Later on, they started naming it as Angular 2. Like AngularJS was Angular 1 practically, okay? Which was like completely on the JavaScript. And then we started coming up with Angular 2, 3, and then 8, 9. Now I think Angular is, I think, 9, right? Or 10, version 10, 9, version 9 till 9 I've worked. So version 9, okay, till version 9 we have. So that is not completely like plain vanilla JavaScript. We have added TypeScript there, okay. So similarly here also, we used to have ReactJS. Now we just say React. Okay, so we have ReactJS X now, JavaScript XML. Okay, so now so it is like much easier, so we can write the expressions like this, right? Very simple. We can write it within the. So let me just see if I have that code. Old comp. Okay. I want to show you one example, which is like where the render can get so big. Sample React.js project on GitHub. Okay, so let's take some of them. Okay, so src and let's say customer detail JS. See, this is my render section, and the render is it's a small one, not big one. Okay, but this is like it is checking the condition as well. Okay, it is checking the condition as well. It is returning something. Okay, and it returns here if this is the condition, return this. Okay, else it is going to return this part here, and it is creating a whole of HTML. A small panel it is creating. In the panel we have the panel title, panel heading, and the panel body, in which we are taking the customer data as name, email address, and all that. And this is coming from some JSON. Okay, this is coming from some JSON where I'm getting the information of name, email address, and all the customer information. It's going to show you a little panel with the customer information. So this can get really big. Okay, this can get really big, and the whole page is rendered. So let me see if I have something else here in src customer detail. Let me see customer page, customer JS page. Okay, yeah, I mean pretty much what we have here. So this is the render part. Okay, so it can get really big if you have done Java. You must have realized with time, you must have realized that, I don't know, since when you are studying Java, since what version you started studying Java. Tell me this. Which version you started studying Java? 7, 8? Java 8, right? So I started learning Java when Java was Java version 1. Okay, since that time I'm learning Java. Okay, so you must have realized, like I'm coming from the time where we used to type the code in the notepad. Okay, so I'm talking about back in 2000. Okay, when it was Java version 1. Okay, I started studying in 1998. Okay, 1998, 99. So that was, I was a kid. I was very curious to learn programming languages. And that time it used to be just C, not even C++. It used to be just C, right? That C++ was coming up, and I was curious to know. Then Java was, because of the World Wide Web, it was getting very popular. So I started learning Java since that time and now. So you must have realized, I mean, the people who are coming from that time, or like, even who are coming from the 5th and 6th version of Java, right? So they will realize that there are like two ways to code the application. Either you code the application all the class-based application, or you would go for the interface-based application. Have you realized that? Either you class-based application you create, or interface-based application you create. With the Lambda expression, with a functional interface, okay, it is so much easier to code everything as a function. Have you realized that? Have you like done enough coding to realize that either you do all function based coding, or the class based coding. Like function based, when you say function based, basically we're talking about the interface based coding is one way of doing it. Second is the class based coding. Okay, so everything is class, and you have a few interfaces which is going to be for defining some functionality and all that. But what if your application has just most of the time you're using interfaces and you're using just anonymous classes. You're not using interface classes at all. Only the class that you will have is you can create the entire application using just the interface. The only class that you will have is the main class, the main execution point, like when you write public static void main and you're going to execute the application. Okay. So can you imagine that application where I don't have any class except for that main execution point and everything is interface and anonymous classes? Have you done that? That is also a kind of design pattern. Have you done that? No classes at all. Just the interfaces. All the interfaces are implemented using the anonymous classes. So anonymous classes में कोई class तो define करते हैं नहीं हम. We don't write the name of the class, isn't it? We just directly, we equate it directly to the interface. And then we write a lambda expression. So पहले तो आपने interface को you are implementing that using the anonymous class. And then after that, what you did? Even the anonymous class is not needed. Now you have changed it to the lambda expression. So you can, the code that you were writing for about like maybe 100 lines, that is squeezed to like 20 lines. Have you realized that? Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, if you have done enough Java coding, I'm sure you must have realized that we can create a complete application without creating a single class. We can make use of anonymous class. We will use some nested classes, local classes, those kind of things we can do, okay? But not really explicit full-fledged class, right? We will have anonymous classes and we will have one execution point of your application, which is going to be your the one which contains the main method. Also, with the Spring Boot, if you see, the Spring Boot also, there is only one class. Have you realized there is only one class? If you want the complete structure, there is only one class which contains the front controller. Yes or no? The first class, which is like dispatcher servlet, the one which contains the dispatcher servlet, which is going to basically the front controller, which is going to route your request to different controllers that are available in the application. So you can do that. So similarly, in React also, you can do the coding either class based or you can do the coding function based. So everything will be defined in the form of function. You're not going to write the class at all. Okay, you're not going to write the class at all. If you saw some of the examples, if you see here, this kind of thing. So everything, all the functionality that you want in your application will be in the form of function and you're calling the function. That's all. There's no class. Okay. Same is the case with the Ruby on Rail and Scala and everything is more function oriented programming. So you're not going to create explicit class as such. You're going to make use of anonymous classes and you're going to use functional interfaces or functional, basically will not say functional interface. That is more Java oriented, terminology. We are going to use functional programming. That's the keyword. Functional programming is something that we use. There's a keyword like, my application is created using functional programming is what you can say. Okay. So everything will be, so in React also, you can either create a class or you can create a function which is returning something. Okay, so when you create a class, you know the concept of class. I can create a class X, and then you write the body of the class and all that. But how is function? What is difference between class and function? A function will be returning something because that function will be called somewhere. So function is equal to, either you can write the lambda expression or the arrow function expression, and then it is returning something, and it can return a complete HTML to you. Okay, a complete HTML, a complete CSS page, and things like that. It can return. So either you do the coding on the basis of function, or you do the coding on the basis of class. The treatment will be a little different. How you handle a class, like the way we have the difference in case of Java. How you handle a class, you're going to instantiate the class and use the object, right? But you call the function directly. The same, you call the function of the interface directly. The same way here also, you're going to export the functions, very much the way we did app. You're exporting the app. you're going to import that function and use the functionality. Very, very simple. Okay. So we're going to talk about both of this, how a class is created and how a function is created, and how we're going to create like different components in the React. That's something that I want to cover. Okay, with the with the proper React application available, right? So for now, we're just doing some of the exercises of JSX, like how we can write the code in JSX. So a simple code will be written like this. We have two things. We have the HTML element, and we have the root element, the HTML code and root element. So we have the HTML code coming from here, and the root element is here. We can write some expressions. So we have some expressions here. We are writing. We can write a large code like this. I told you that we can write a complete HTML within that element, and we can call it to the root. So this is going to create a list of apple, banana, and cherries for you. And then we have the top level element. So it's going to be, HTML code must be wrapped in one, or you can have nested elements. Okay, so elements within elements within elements. So this element can call another one. So how do I call it? We can have, in the div, we have this p section, or if you have written another, I have my element here. So say, for example, I'm just going to copy this one, and I'm going to write a little code here. Okay. So say we have like this, right? We have like this. So we can also, this is like one my element, right? This is part of my element. So let me just, not this. Okay. So I'm going to pick this one. Sorry. Close this. Pick this whole thing. Okay. And, yeah. Okay. Here. Okay, so ये आपका हुआ my element. So what you can do is we can have another, like maybe you have defined it somewhere. Okay, we don't know. So the somewhere is your element. I'm just making this up. Okay. So my element is what? Division with P1 and P2 and all that. And your element will be something, where you have declared a complete division. Like the way I told you, like my element, or maybe you can say final element is going to be something like this. So we have the division. Okay. And in here, in the division, I have the header element. Okay. So header, you will have the proper logo and, the date, and on the right side, it shows who's signed up and all that. And then here we can have the main element, where maybe you're rendering the products or something. And then we can have another element, which is going to be your, say, footer element. And everything is finally added into a division. Okay. So this is going to, and this whole thing will be added where?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
To the root element. So you can imagine it will create the whole page. Am I making sense to you? Am I making sense? Yeah. So this is how you're going to create all this, and you can declare all these different elements and use, and this gives you, we believe in modularity, right? We believe in modular application. We don't want to create a monolithic application. I'm sure you have worked in microservices. Have you worked in microservices or SOA? Yeah. So how do we do that? For example, we have microservices. So in that we have like different sections of the page. Like if you say Amazon.com can be visualized with a microservice architecture, in which we can have different functionality and different pages. So similarly, we can have one portion of the page, this header element is getting the data from somewhere, because this header element could be like a simple header element, like a picture and logo and all that. But it's quite possible that this one is getting its data from somewhere, from some API endpoints. Okay, it is fetching the data from there. Okay, so that API endpoint is exposed by one of the microservice. The similar way, the main page is going to be maybe if it is something of a promotional offer or something like that is going on, which you want to show in the header, that promotional offer keeps on changing every time, and that is rendered by your microservice. So we're getting the data for this header from that microservice, whatever it is rendering. So it will keep on changing. Similarly, the footer section may not change because it generally contains the contact us information, about us information, those kind of things it contains. So it may not have those kind of changes. But then the main element, which is the product element, the products are added, deleted, or the prices are changing, or so many things are changing. It's a very dynamic section that is also rendered by different microservices, and these microservices can also have multiple layers. Like, maybe we have a microservice which is just displaying the information about phones. There's another microservice which is displaying information about all the dress material or something. There's another one which is showing all the home appliances, right? And in the home appliances also, or in the phones also, like, one microservice, there's another layer of microservices. It is in turn taking data from multiple microservices, which is going to be like, maybe it is taking data from Apple microservice or Samsung microservice or LG microservice. So we can have a very complicated architecture, but everything is very easy to manage. They are like, simple modules, and those modules can be like, can be handled in, though they are connected with each other, they are supplying information and data to the other services, but they're very independent for their change. Okay, so that is what we are looking at. We are looking at more modular form of the application, in which we are breaking them a big, huge, humongous application into smaller pieces, and each piece is very independent, connected to each other, but then very independent for its existence. Very independent. If you want to change it, you want to delete it completely, you want to make a major changes, minor changes, and if you are going to make changes in that particular portion of the application, it is not going to affect other places. It is not going to halt the application. It's not going to basically, break your application from functioning. Okay, so that's what we are looking for. We are, more keen on these days, right? So for that, we can create the final element, and then, we have different sections. And I'm talking about just a very simple page in which we have a header, footer, and a main section, but we may have lot of the side panel, the left side panel, the right side panel, something like that. So you have to, like, again, you have the division, then you can create a division, subdivisions, like, division within the divisions, and division sitting parallel to each other. So you may have to write another, or maybe you will have to write a complete this thing, what to say, a complete table. Okay, inside the division we want to create a table, and inside the table we want to create like kind of 9 cells, 3 by 3 ka table, and we want to keep different elements on each section of the table, so that we want to create the entire page. Okay, it's all about a good alignment and good look and feel. When you're talking about React, you're talking about Angular, you're talking about maybe front end Django, or you're talking about any front end tool. Okay, so it is all about good look and feel, because जो दिखता है वो बिकता है, right? Very simple. You have to have a very beautiful, attractive page in order to, and at the same time, seamless functionality. It's not only that it should look good, but the functionality should be seamless. Like, there should be, like, if you're clicking on a button, it must do the function what it is supposed to. It is going to go to the next page, or open a box, or like, open to drop down or something, whatever. So that seamless function. So you have the React, you have the CSS to make it feel good, like good looking pages, right? So you can, you can create those pages, but at the same time, after completion of this course, I think you should take Bootstrap as well. Okay, because Bootstrap, वो कहते हैं ना, front end tool is incomplete if you don't use Bootstrap, because Bootstrap gives you that power of making it attractive and faster. Because, writing CSS code can be maddening, can be crazy. Have you experienced that? Have you experienced CSS? Writing a CSS page can get really crazy sometimes. It's कभी आपने अलाइनमेंट में राइट लिखा, दो लिखा, थोड़ा सा पिक्सल्स इधर डाला, उधर डाला, तो थोड़ा सा टेक्स्ट ऊपर उछल के बैठ जाएगा, ये करेगा. Oh God, it's crazy, isn't it? Have you experienced that? Yeah, it's maddening. It's absolutely maddening if you write the CSS manually each point. Of course, there could be like little adjustment that you can do, like, little padding, little margin and this, and then changing the color, background color, alignment and all that. But if you want that look, feel like, जैसे एक छोटा सा बटन बनाया, बटन का थोड़ा शेड आना चाहिए, शेड के आगे थोड़ा सा रेड लाइन दिखना चाहिए, और उसकी शेडिंग ऐसी होनी चाहिए कि वो लिटरली ऐसा लगे वो 3D बटन है, राइट? वो 3D बटन बनाने के लिए देखा आप, मतलब जान निकल जाएगी आपकी. Have you noticed? Like, 3D button in the CSS, to make a 3D button, there'll be like, though there are a lot of ready-made functionality, so Bootstrap is something which you can always use to make beautiful elements, beautiful, kind of, the buttons, the text boxes, the drop down and everything. You can use that to create beautiful pages, and within seconds. There are a lot of templates that are available. You can use those templates and modify it as per your needs. So you can do that. Okay. So this is the purpose here, people, where, we are going to create the final page, and with all these different elements coming from different sections of the function. So we'll have the header function, we'll have the footer function with the main element, and we're going to put it together. So you can have the nested, elements as well, element within the element, and the final element is rendered to the root. That way you can do. So let me clear my drawing. Yeah. Okay. And then here it shows, the empty element. There is nothing. Okay. So empty HTML tag also you can write. It is just to give you, like, see, if you are trying to write an element and it doesn't doesn't qualify for HTML tag, okay, then in that case it may give you error. Like, it says that you are using my element, but it is not really something which can be rendered. Okay, so you will use fragment for this. This is how it is. The fragment will be. So it's kind of empty. We're not writing division and all that. A fragment, that is a kind of a pagelet, or kind of, it's just a kind of a wrapper which is going to bundle up all your HTML code within a container kind of thing. So the fragment you can use. So fragment will look like this. Start the fragment and end the fragment. Okay. Okay. And it says that, element must be closed, so that already. Okay. That should not be any problem. You know that already. Okay. And if you are using class, so attribute class is equal to class name. So class attribute is like, if you're using class name as the attribute, so it is like, you can see here, I have use class name attribute instead of class in JX. So here you can say class name is my class, which is like, if you want to call some of the class. So class name is used in case of, in case of a CSS file, like, if you want to import the CSS file, and you say class is equal to, right? In HTML file, you say h1 class is equal to, you know that, right? You know how to use it, right? Or you want me to show you? You know how to use it, right? People? Yes or no? Like, h1 class, let me just, you know it, right, already? I think so, you know it, but then, this for batch, yeah, CSS, okay, so... Okay, so this is my CSS. So I've defined a class red, I've defined a class thick, I've defined class green, and I've defined class opacity. And here we have, like, red make color will be red, background will be blue, and text line will be this. And the thick is going to be font size is going to be so much. These are the name of the classes. If I want to use them in my code, then I'm going to write like this. Okay, class is equal to red. So red class will be applied. What is red class? The red class is going to make the text color as red, background will be blue, and the text alignment will be right. So that's my red style. Okay. So the style will be applied in the form of class. So instead of writing class, we're going to write class name. Am I making sense now? Like, how do we write it in React? We are not going to write class directly. We're going to write class name and then whatever is the name of the class. So that's what it's trying to tell you here. We write class name, and exactly the same way class name with N capital. Please remember that React is also case sensitive, as it is JavaScript based, and JavaScript is case sensitive. Okay. We're going to not write class, but we're going to write class name, because class has a special meaning ना. क्लास का मीनिंग है ना रिएक्ट में, जावास्क्रिप्ट में क्लास नहीं है, ठीक है, तो वहां चल जाएगा, ठीक है. यहाँ पर क्लास का मीनिंग है, बिकॉज वी कैन क्रिएट क्लास, ठीक है. HTML में कोई क्लास नहीं है तो वहां पर क्लास चल जाएगा, बट यहाँ पर क्लास मतलब क्लास क्रिएट कर सकते हैं, जैसे कीवर्ड. So we don't use class, we use class name instead of class. Okay. Condition, I know you know it already. Like, we have if let text bill is equal to goodbye, x is less than 10, text is hello. So if x is less than 10, the text becomes hello. Okay. So initially this text was set up to be goodbye, right? But now if x is less than 10, which it is, so the text becomes hello. So the result of this will be hello. Okay. And you can see everything is enclosed in that, curly braces. So this can be again another HTML, as I said. This text can be another HTML, okay, which I want to display here. So here, so this is using the ternary operator, in which if x is less than 10, then print hello, otherwise print goodbye. Okay, so we can write like this. And here, tell me, what will be the answer? React element, and then here, okay, just P, show answer, it's P. Okay, just P. You don't need to write it in double quote and all that. Just P is enough. Okay, so you can write H1 like, H1, H2, something like that. Okay, so that's how we can do. So this is like without JSX, so we don't really use this, but just for your information if you want. Okay. Okay, so first of all, what you do is you just check what version of Node you have. So just write Node and version, and let's see what version you have. I have 14. What version do you have? Out of the lot, 14 is the best one. So that's what I have here. Okay, so एक काम कीजिए यहाँ पर, just write npx, okay, npx create react app, and my first app, whatever you want to write, my first react or something like that, my first react, something like that. Okay, and see if that is working for you or not. Is it working? It should show the similar output that okay, if you are if say for example, okay, you open the CMD, okay, I'm showing you from start, okay, and in here just write D colon or whichever drive you want to go to, enter. Okay, so it will come to D drive. And then here I would recommend just make a directory. Okay, so mkdir, okay, mkdir, make a directory. Like I have created all React as my directory. I'm going to keep all the React application here. Okay, so do that, mkdir, say X, right? So create that and enter. So it will create, and after that you do cd all React. So that's the name of the directory that I've created. So it's going to create the directory for me. So I'm inside the React application. I'm sorry, React folder, not inside the application. We have not created the application. It will come to Pasna, but I don't want to be in Pasna. So cd dot dot, so it will come out of Pasna. Now you have to create the application. So npx, okay, create react app, that's the keyword, and the name of the application. So write everything in lowercase, my first, and then react. You see if it is working for you or not. Okay, and it shows you all the commands, right? Now after doing this, what you have to do is here, what you have to do is you have to just run it by using, so it is still doing it for me. Hold on. Okay, happy hacking. And then you have to go inside the folder. So cd, what was it? My first React, right? My first app, something like that. What was it? What is the name that I used? My React app. My React app is something that I have used. So I'm going to say my React app, my React app. So here cd my React app, enter. And then here you do npm install. Just do that. Sorry. Sorry about that. I'm running it. You don't run it. Okay. I'm sorry. You had to do npm start, not install. Okay. So npm start is what you have to do. Enter. Okay. So it's going to start the server for you. Okay. And you should see this page. It is loading up for me. So you don't have to do npm install, you just have to do npm start, and you should be getting this page. So you just let me know once you're done with this page, okay? Everybody, so I think for some of you it is still creating it, so no problem, we can wait, that's fine. Okay, okay, everybody done? Okay, all right. Okay, अब आपको क्या करना है? You want to open this app in the Visual Studio Code. So open Visual Studio Code first of all. Okay, open Visual Studio Code. Okay, and then click on File and click on. I'm sure there is nothing for you, right? Do you have anything there, or how it is? So no problem. So you can click on New Window here. Okay, click on New Window, and in that one you will see that all it shows open folder and all that. So open folder. Okay, and go to whichever folder. So just select all React here. All React you select. So it is going to select, like, whatever application that you create, it is going to show you everything here in the Visual Studio Code. Okay, so that's how it is going to be. So it will show you something like this, the way it is showing me here. So I've created my React app with you, and yesterday I was showing you my first app. Remember? Until here, right? Okay,
Yeah.
everyone. So you got it here, right? Now
Yes.
let's try to change something. Like, this is the output that we're getting right now. Okay, so now you can see that we have got all this right now. This is the default structure that we get here. Okay, so we have got src, we've got node module, we have public and all that. So in the sr, your playground is this src folder. Okay, this src folder is your playground, and the one that you have to work on is app.js. Okay, and in app.js we're printing something. We are printing something here, like we have the logo and all that kind of thing. So what I want you to do is, I want you, because you know HTML already, this is just pure HTML, there's nothing else. So within the written, I want you to create a little page for me, like, maybe because you know HTML already. So I will take help of that, and I want you to create something of this sort. I'll tell you something of this sort. Okay, so say just create a kind of little panel kind of thing on the top. All right, put a picture here, like, pick here. Okay, and create some menu here, like, file, or maybe, product menu, about us, contact us, and help, something like that, a menu kind of thing. Can you do that? And here just show a panel which is basically showing some picture or something. Can you do that? Let's create our first React page. Sounds good?
Yes,
Can
we
you?
can try.
Yeah, just right. Here it is, like a picture. Okay, and here, like, just a little menu where this will be link. This is link. This is everything will be linked. So let me clear my drawing. So a page will look like this. This is my page. This pink one is my page. Okay, and inside this page, I have a little bar on the top, and here we have a little picture, and here is the menu, file, or like, product, or about us, contact us, and all that. And here is a little write-up, or if you want a picture, you can do that. That's your first page. So I want to change this page that you see right now to this that I'm showing you. Okay, try it. That will be your first React page. I'm right here if you need any help. Okay, so basically what we're doing, we are working on which one? As I told you yesterday, like, here we have app.js, and this is the place where we are doing everything, right? This is the place. So you can, class app is coming from app.css. Text align center is what it is doing. It's just that's all it is doing. It's doing nothing, right? So we can simply go to app.js. Okay, and in app.js, I can simply delete this, right? Just try to create a table. I'm just doing it, you can, there could be many ways of doing it. Okay, so just create a table and then we say th here. Okay, so th, table heading, right? Th, and in this one you can first create tr, maybe tr. Okay, tr. Okay, and inside that we have th. Okay, th, table heading, right? And here you can say image src, for example, is equal to something. Okay, so I want to use, maybe I want to use this logo because this logo is here. So image src is equal to logo. Okay, logo image. See, you just keep I'm just going to, okay, so just keep everything like, which was given earlier. You see how images are, how logo is taken. Logo is taken like this, within the bracket. Just wanted to show you within the bracket. It shows you here, right? So you have to take it the same way. So let's, if you want to comment this out, select everything and just say question mark, control question mark. So it's going to comment out everything here. Okay, it is going to comment out everything here. Okay, so we don't want to use that. And then here I'm going to write some division, div, or like, I don't want to comment out this section. So control Z, control Z, control Z. Okay, and control Z. So I just want to comment out this section. Division, let that division be there. Okay, so I've commented this out, you can see, and then I can write my thing here. So I've created a table, and here I want to use logo. So how do I use logo? Logo is going to be this, and then we have that logo thing, logo, right? Logo, right? And I don't want the class and everything. I just don't want to do that, right? So that's fine. So we have created the table here, th, and in this one I have to close this. Okay, image is closed, and I need to basically do a slash. Okay, so this logo, and that will be heading, and then I want to do some more th. Okay, so some more th in here. When I do, maybe I want to use some sort of some sort of the product and things like that, right? So what I'm going to do here, a href. Okay, it is not going to anything, so right now I'm going to just write pound symbol. It's not going anywhere. Okay, so href, pound symbol, and here it's going to be the name, for example, product, for example, product. Okay, so here it's not going anywhere. I'm just not writing anything here, so I'm just going to say nothing here. So let's keep it this way, right? So there is nothing right now in href, nothing. Similarly, I'm going to say this and this, right? Product, and then it's going to be about us, about us, about us, contact us, contact us. Okay, like that. Okay, so this is going to be my one page, like the first one here. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and let's see what changes it made. You see, it made like this, and why did not take the inspect console, not reach the child table, T, okay, T footer, okay, all right. So you see here, we have the header, table is closed, right? TR is closed. Yes, so okay, T body, we have to do table body. It's looking, it is expecting T body, T body. Okay, save it. And so here is my link. It is not taking the HTML table or what? The comment is written like this. Comment is written like this. So when you try to comment like this, it will be okay. So let me just just try to do. Maybe we need to use the React table here. Okay, so I'm just trying to. If I don't do this, what if I don't want to write the table and all that? Okay, because it will take React table. Okay, so there are some restrictions in the newer version of this. So I have image, and It should work. That's what I'm thinking. It should work. But let's see. I'm just trying to do this. Okay. So TH is not needed here. It should be working. It should be giving a little logo, right? Yeah. So I'm just trying to, change it a little bit here. And let's see what it shows. Okay. You see? I've changed it. And each one of them have some link. So right now it is not going anywhere because, I've not added any link here. So are you understanding, people, what we're doing here? That, change page can be anything, but it's like, are you understanding which is your work area here, where you want to do things? Like, your actions should be within this. Is that fine? Are you getting this? Everyone is getting this? I mean, in the form of table or directly also. That's fine. Is it working for you? So here we can, also take ampersand NBSP, right? Colon. So here we can just write few NBSPs, right? Okay. So that will give a little gap here. Save it. And you will see that we have a little gap now. You see? Are you done? We'll wait for a little more time. And then, so I have created like this. You can create it in the form of table. So what did you say? Table is working for you, right? Who said table is working for you? Somebody said table is working for them, right? So table should be working. I've used it like it is easy, right now because it is kept here. And it is actually, if you look at it here, this is SVG. This is not a normal, PNG and that kind of folder. This is SVG that we are importing. Okay. All right. So SVG, you must have done SVG in HTML, isn't it? SVG, people? See, instead of like, loading the whole picture, what you do is you load the picture with a frame. Like, for example, if you are, say, वो होता है ना आपका जो payment gateway, ठीक है? How do we do in payment gateway? Payment gateway में ऐसा एक छोटा सा block बना होता है. And inside that, we have little logo of Visa, card, Mastercard, UPI, ऐसा होता है ना? ठीक है? So अब क्या है कि you have to show a payment gateway here. So like Visa का छोटा सा picture will be here, Mastercard picture will be here, or UPI का एक छोटा picture will be here. So what is this? This is a little SVG. This is a little section on the entire page which is displaying me UPI, and then there's another section SVG which is again displaying another picture. You see? So that's where we use this SVGs. Okay, so I'm sure you must have done it in HTML. You may not remember on top of your head right now, but this is how we work. Okay, so SVG is used for this, like, if you want to, and they have like, see, these companies, all the this Visa, like all the company, they're very particular about their brand, and the brand name is also has a particular size. Like if you use a miniature version of the brand, it will be a very mini size, and that it's a fixed size, like for 1 inch ka hoga, 2 inch, 3 inch, whatever, right? So they're very particular about, so they about that, so they use SVG for that purpose, and it gets you exact size of, because you can adjust the canvas accordingly. Okay, so that's why. So React has a logo, right? So that logo has a particular size. Okay. So that is what we are using here. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So tell me if it is working. The first page is ready, everyone. Give me yes or done. Then we can move on to the next one. Okay. Done. Everybody got some page here, right? Okay. All right, people. Okay, so very simple, right? We have not done anything here. Just a plain page of your HTML, and then we have changed it here in our application. Okay, so the next thing that we want to do here is when we want to, like, when we are writing something on the page, like here. So we have I can delete this part. I just want to show you this. This is a comment part. So if it is entirely HTML page, it is going to write the comment like, if this is HTML page, right? So if I say control question mark, it is just going to do double slashes. Okay, it is going to do double slashes. But in case it has a React also, okay, in between you want to put a React, again you can put control question mark and it's going to remove the comment tag. So in case you want to do like, if there is a React portion as well, not only HTML, so it is going to do the comment like this. Okay, so it's starting number of line here, so it is starting here, sorry, okay, starting here, and it has a lot of comment line here. Okay, so that's what we can have, like, for the comment line we can write like this. So usually what you will do is, I'm just going to delete this out, the whole thing I'm going to delete out. Okay, and I want you to observe the structure. Okay, I want you to observe the structure. So here, this is control X, this is my structure. Okay, very simple. So what we're doing is we are creating a function app. The function app is already created for us. Okay, the function app is already created for us, but what we are doing is we are using, like, this section to return. So this function is returning something, and you see the structure here, it says export default app. Okay, it is showing you export default app. But then if you want to, like, if you want to change it to something else, like, maybe because I told you yesterday that React is all about components. So it is like default structure, but what you can do is you can create it as a component as well. Okay, so when you create it as a component, then what you will have to do is you'll have to create a class and then extend it from the React component. Okay, so that's how you have to do. So I can write here, instead of, like, this whole function that I have, I can simply write, okay, I can write class, okay, class app, okay, extends, okay, and then you will have to write React component. Okay, so React dot component, so it will be React component, React dot component. Okay, React dot oh god, React dot component. Okay, but it doesn't, like, it doesn't take it, it doesn't take the name on its own. So you have not actually imported anything here. Okay, so class app extends React component, and I have not imported anything, so I'll have to do the import as well. Okay, so how do I write the, okay, so we're going to write like this, and let the export thing be here, and we're going to create this as a class. So this is a complete program. Now this, if I have done nothing right now here, okay, I've just created a class app which is extending from React component. So what we do is, what I'm, before we get into the, like, creation of component and all that, okay, we are, like, focusing on, okay, is that I have a page. Okay, it can be a little page here, and we want to give modularity to the page. Okay, modularity to the page, like I want to have a kind of pink box here, all right, a kind of yellow box here, right, and I want to have a maroon box here, okay, or I want to have a green box here, okay, something like that. Okay, so all these little components, yesterday I also had told you, but yesterday, as we were not dealing with the component directly, right, so I have this full page, and we have all these red, blue, green components that we see here. Okay, so we want to create a modular application, and this component we should be able to export them. Okay, so app is one component that I've created. I can create multiple components on the same page, or I can create them in the different pages and call it from there. Okay, I can create it on different pages and call it from there. So for that, what I'll have to do is I'll have to import a special special import here, special component, like, special utility package which we want. So we are going to use import. Oh, sorry, why it is not clearing my drawing. Okay, So I'll have to use here on the top, okay, we have import, okay, we're going to say react, comma, okay, component, okay, react component from react. This is what you have to write in order to get the functionality of component. All right, so we'll have react, it should be in the single quote and like this, single quote and react. Okay, so this is what you should do in order to get the component. So component is what? Those little pieces which can be created, managed, debugged independently. So if you want to write components here on the same page, it's good. If you want to write on a separate page and call them, you're going to do that. So as the application becomes very complex, we're going to use the user separate pages for the component, and you call them in here by using imports, the way you're calling logo here, same way. Now components can be either class based or function based. Okay, so components can be either class based or function based. So I am creating a class here, but the in any case it is like it's going to be inside the class, but when you write the component based the function based class, we don't function based component, sorry, we don't write the constructor. It doesn't hold the, see why we use constructor. You coming from Java background, it is used for initializing the attributes of the class, correct? So when you're using function based, so there are like two types, again I'm going to write here. There are two types of component, either the class based or the components. Okay, they're component types. Okay, you can say types. So one is going to be class based. Okay, the second is going to be function based. If you remember, when you created the application for the first time, it was like just a function was there and the function was rendering everything. But like when we say class based and function based component, we mean little different. You can write directly function, but you can write the function within the class as well. So this class based component will have a constructor for maintaining the states, right? So states will be like you want to have some values of attributes and all that, and function based will be more of a action thing. Okay, more of the action that you want to perform, that is going to be function based. So we're going to see both of it. So when you say function, what do you do? Like you must have noticed in our first react example that I created, okay, which I was showing you yesterday, or which was actually there when you started the application. It had a function, and then inside that there was a return thing. Okay, so if I'm just going to clear this, so if you look at my application here, here Upasana was also one of the application. So Upasana was not, there was nothing over it. Okay. Okay, so let me just go to, so you see function app, and then there was a return, right? Function app, and there was a return. So you can write this complete thing inside a class. So if I don't write function app here, instead of that, I write the class and everything. Okay, so class component, the way I have written here, class app extends react component, I write like this. So I still need to do this part, right? And it is a function. The function is actually which is performing the action for you, right? So in this one, there are two ways to do it. The first one, don't get confused. Okay, it becomes very, very confusing here. So just pay attention and go slow. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to, this was a function, right? This was a function here, right? Which function? This function is doing what? This simple HTML. It is nothing else. This is simple HTML. So I can just copy this whole return thing and write it within a function, right? So how I'm going to do is I'm going to say render, okay, render, and in here we have return, and whatever you want to return, you will return like this. Okay, so this is going to see, this is exactly what it is, return, and it's closing it here. So in this return, what I can write simply a division. Okay, so division, right? So division, all right, my first component. Very, very simple. Okay, my first component. It's very simple. I've just changed the structure that you got here like this to a component based. See, this is like, you can definitely write like this. There's nothing wrong in it. Okay, there's nothing wrong in it. You can create a function just returns it, and whatever this app gives me, I can simply, I can import that function, no problem. But I want to create my application component based, because that's the beauty of React. Okay, you want to create everything as a component, because the functions are not export, you cannot export and all that. But when you create the component, you create React component, this can be exported, this can be used, assembled with other components and all that. So that gives you a lot of flexibility. So I want to write like this. Okay, and I'm not changing anything in the index.js. It is just because we have export default app, that's there. So it's going to export it, no problem. Okay, so very simple it is, right? So we have done extends this React, all right? And then I'm going to save it, and let's see. Okay, so let's see, where is it? My first component. You see, this is my first component. I've not done anything, on the server side. Okay, I just changed the code. Okay, so I'm just going to close this. My first component. Got it? Very simple. Okay, now the idea, like, what is, like, what we're going to do, how it is good, over. Do you see the result? Like, do you see my Internet Explorer or not? That's what it was troubling me. That's what I thought. Hold on. Now I'm going to show my this. Do you see Chrome? Taken up? Okay. So now what we do, so I have created my first React component in which so let me just comment this out. Let me comment this out and save it. And let's see. See, it gives me error. Okay, compile with problem. It says that React is not defined, number one. Okay, it stopped there only. If I say, because I'm importing two things from there. If you look at my code, I'm importing React, I'm importing component, right? So it says React is not defined, and it doesn't take it. So I'm going to say save it, and then it will be fine. Okay, so you have to import that line, React component, and then we've got this. Now, what is it? I told you the beauty. I was talking big things, right? I can create multiple components. I can put it here, there, and all that. So let's do this. I'm going to copy this one. Okay, I'm going to copy this one. And in here, I'm going to say this is my first element. Okay, so I can say this is main area. Okay, this is my main area. This is going to be header. Okay, and sorry, this is going to be header. So I'm going to say header here, header. Okay, header component, header. Okay, and let me write a footer here. Okay, so here it is going to be footer. Okay, so here is the footer. So here let's say footer. ठीक, अब हमको इसको यहाँ पर लाना है. ठीक, so header, ठीक है, right? And here we're going, oh, sorry about that. It should be, everything should be in the division, okay? Otherwise it doesn't see the container. Okay, so that's why. Okay, header, and here is the footer. Sorry, I have to write footer, F capitals there, right? Okay, header and footer, and this is the main area that we have. Okay, so save it, and let's see how does it give me. Okay, this is like entire component. Okay, whole component, and this is footer, and this is the main area that I've written here. So I've created like three components here. Component number one, component number two, and component number three. But which one I'm exporting? I'm exporting app, the top component, which is getting used in index. Okay, so that's how you can create, right? So everyone, are we clear? Are we understanding, everyone? Can you design a good page for me? So I'm like, you have created already the menu bar, right? So put the menu bar into the header section, then get a picture in the app section, and in the footer section, some contact us kind of information. Okay, try to do that. Yeah, sure, Harish, no problem. So I've changed it a bit, okay? I've changed your app only. Okay. What happened? Why it is taking so long? If you're stuck somewhere, let me know. So now, so you know how to create a simple component, right? Now I want you to do this little change, okay? Little change. Whatever component you have created, this one, the footer header component and the footer component, all right, that you have created, I want you to do what? The next work that I'm giving you is you create them as a separate class here, separate files here, like we have app.js. So create footer.js and create header.js. Do this, okay, and then call them here. Can you do that? Can you do that? Will you do? How
Yes, sir.
will you call? You will call like this. Okay. So say for example, if I say header, okay, copy this. You just put it in everything in the same, or you can just put it like in a different folder. So let's say header folder, header. Okay. And in the header section, I'm just creating one of it for you. New file. It is going to be header.js. Okay, header.js. Tick. In the header.js, where is my app.js? App.js here. Yeah. This is the section. Okay. So I'm going to copy actually this whole thing here and till header. And I'm going to cut that later. Okay. So I'm going to paste this here. Okay. Okay. And I don't want this one here. I don't want this one here. Okay. And then what I have to write? Like we have export default app. We're going to write export default header. Okay, whatever you have given here, header. Okay, ठीक है? And then app.js में जाके, ठीक है? Here, okay. App.js में जाके, you can just say import. Okay, import. And what do you want to import? You want to import header. Header, all right, from, okay, import header from you'll see, you just try to search how you get it. So here, header, the folder / header. Okay, all right, and just delete this header here. Just like comment this out. Okay, and see if it is working or not. Okay, try to do that. Check that and see if it is working or not. Okay, so we have this. There's no change. Okay, it's just that we have not put everything in one place, but we have created separate component. Then that's when it becomes a component, right? That's when it becomes a component, because they're like separate units. We don't want to keep it in one file. We want to keep it in separate files. Okay, so do that, please. So that's a bundle. But here it is. You create a JS. It's done. It's component. So that's why it's kind of a little more easier and less boilerplate code here in React as compared to Angular. Okay, people, are you done? Okay, shall we go next, people? Yeah, are we good? Are we done? Okay, all right, people. So that was like the first part that we had, in which we are, you are using a function component in which we have created, a class which is extending from React component, and then we are using the different components and merging them at one place. So this was still a function based component. Okay, function based component. The class based component has constructor. Okay, we have not created yet a class based component. So what we are going to do is we are going to create the same thing with the class. Okay, so when you say class based component, that means we are obviously talking about some of the data. Maybe you want to maintain the state or something like that. Okay, so you want to basically work on that. So okay, so let me just I'm just like I'm just too lazy to do things, so I'm just doing the same page here. Okay, and here is my thing. Okay, I've just commented out all that section, right? I'm just going to write here. So what is the first thing that you do? First thing is that you have to write the constructor. So everything will be inside the constructor. You have to write everything in the constructor itself, right? So that's very important, right? So we will have this constructor, okay, and like this, okay. So constructor, so we are like, this was more of a what we call the render method, and in that we are using this. Now constructor, when it comes to constructor, obviously you're going to talk about like something which it is, which it is using. So this render and this thing will be there, okay. The render and this thing will be there. So render, okay. And inside the render we have that return, right? Return, correct. So render and return is there, okay. This is return. I'm not going to disturb that, okay. So the render and return is there, and inside the return I've not written anything. So let me just make div, okay, and that's it. So this is my structure when you're using it as a class component. The last one that I showed you like this was like just a method which is doing the things for me. But when you say class component, it's going to be in the form of like, like the way we have the constructor and all that. So when we have constructor, so if you remember, though it is not important to write, but if you write, it is going to be like this constructor of the super component, which is going to be the React component, okay. So we write it like this, and then we can define some of the states, like, maybe you want to define the data or something like that, okay. So we can always say the current, the way we do it in Java. So this dot state, okay, is equal to, and then you can write the whole lot of data that you want to have, okay. So I can have data like, like this, okay. And inside this we can define the name value pair kind of thing, okay. So in data state here, we can say, we can just name it like what we want to define. So we can say maybe data, right? And in the data here we are going to have like, this is my data, and in here I want to write name, for example, okay. Name, you can you can have the same thing, that JSON format, okay. So name, you can just select this and control and double colon, sorry, shift and double colon, no, control and double colon, I'm forgetting that shortcut in which you can select this and shift and double colon, yeah, shift and double colon you can do. So name, and then we say, though I can start like this, but in case you have forgotten, then you can like this, you can write like this, okay. So we have name as upasna, okay. So name as something else and name as something else, okay. So it's going to be this upasna, and then I'm going to write Rahul here, Rahul, and here I'm going to say Sanjay, okay. So we have three names. So what we have done here is everything remains the same. We have the render thing, we have the return thing, everything remains the same. But then we have, I'm just going to, put it down here. Okay. Yeah. So we have everything here. It's just that, I have added a little constructor section. Okay. We have added a little constructor section, which is going to hold the value, like, maybe some state you want to show, okay. So that ways you can do. So we have we had the usual, the header section and everything, header, footer and all that, but I'm maintaining a little state of data, right? So that's what we are going to do. So how do I write this? So I'm going to use, this is the division, okay. In the division we had the usual header, right? So I'm going to say header, okay. Header was there, so that's fine, header. And then we had the footer, okay. So we have the footer, no problem. Footer, I'm importing footer, okay. So that's fine. And here I want to write maybe these names, okay. So how do I write it? Like, I want to basically make use of what, like, kind of a list or something. So unordered list I want to write, or ordered list I want to write. So I'm going to write a simple HTML in which, so UL, and then I want to write what, list, right? So I want to define it as how do I take it? I'm going to say this dot state. Okay, dot, what is the name that I've given? I've given data. Dot, I'm going to use push and map, so map. Okay, and inside this I'm going to use, yesterday I had shown you, if you remember, I had shown you it was the item. Okay, so I'm going to say item. Okay, so I'm going to use item, but item cannot be used like directly here. So what I'm going to do is item, and then I'm going to show it as a list data. Okay, so it will be more of a map, and then I'm going to write it as like an arrow function. Okay, here item arrow function, and then it should be there is a list that we can do. It should be, I think it should be fine here. Let's see, item, and this should come as, what is it, li, right? Li. Okay, so should be good now. Save all, and let's see, what is it? Header not found, module not found. Okay, yeah, so in this case now, okay, header I have imported, isn't it? Header, I've imported header. Okay, so yeah, so in this case you will not you will have to why it is not importing header? Cannot resolve app css. Okay, app css should not be a problem. Let's go item mein problem aa raha hai. Header is fine. No, but then even if it is importing, it's fine, doesn't matter. Even if it is importing, it's fine.
I think
Save all. Wait,
the path was not correct. Maybe.
item is not defined. Compile with problem. Item is not defined. Saying, let me see. If I put it this way, my item it is not taking. If I put it in the form of list, let me see. This dot state dot data item and arrow function, then list data item. Let me see. Just let's see, because you have to use this data here. So let's see. List is not found. No, it should be data. It should work with this item. Data and item. So should be good. Should be good. Should be good. Where is the problem? Item is coming here. We have to find this. It should ideally work with this much. Or let me just say dot name. Let me just do that. Is it fine? UL. This is missing. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. And UL is also missing. UL is also missing. So yeah, let's do this. Nailiana.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
I didn't put it again. List agya, but it's not iterating through the list. So I'll have to run some sort of for loop here. So for that only I was trying to use list. And this should be good. That's how we can fix it. Okay, so let me do this. Okay, let's do it like real simple now. Okay, so I'm gonna say here, let's keep it a little simple. Okay, and here we'll say name is equal to Asna. Okay, let's keep it simple. Name1 is equal to Asna, for example. Name is a keyword, so state dot name. Let's keep it simple. And should show Upasana now. Oh, name1. Sorry. Oh, here. Oh, what's the matter? Name1. Yeah, it's name1. Okay, so let me just. My list it is not taking a list. It should be taking this. Should be simple. It should be as simple as that. Okay, so let me put a division here because it's header division is closing there. So I'm going to put a division here. I think that could be one of the issues. now we're exporting app. ठीक है, चलो. We still have a show. Module will fail. Why is it this dot division state name one? Why it is showing me error like this? Parsing a return outside of function. Oh, I did not see that. Return outside of the function. So no, return is here, and here return. Where is this function? Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So this should be like here. अब ये यहाँ पर आएगा ना. ठीक है. One more. ठीक. Name one is not defined. I have defined. Okay, sorry about that. This dot name one. Okay. Let me see. What is the error it is showing me? There are so many of them. I'm just going to open it here. And let's see what it shows. Console. क्या कर रहा है ये? क्या बोल रहा है? Start object cannot read property. Why not? This dot name one. Name one. This dot state dot name one. Okay, this dot state dot name one. Be good. I don't know why it is doing this. Promise, it is catching a promise here. What's the error here? Name of this, it cannot set the value of name one. Constructor, this dot name is enough. We don't have to write the state. This dot name one is equal to pass now. And okay. This is now this is open. नहीं है ये तो close तो कर दिया मैंने. This close. This is constructor. This is render. This dot name one. But it's not accepting. This is defining. This one is defining, and this is calling. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh God. Okay, this dot. Okay, so we are doing it directly. Sorry about that. Okay, so we need, we're using state here. But this dot state dot name should also work. You should accept this. The state is like all the properties that we define, and we can use always this dot state. But anyway, chalo. So this is how we create one. Okay, now if we do it like this dot, I'm just going to okay, and name to ye kar diya, and let me just do this now. Okay, this dot name one name. This dot data dot name, right? Name data dot name. So let's do this. Okay, and this should take ideally, like if we are not running through the loop, it should take just one of them. So let's see. It did not change anything and got error. Name and data dot name. It should actually state should be that. Let's see. I'm sorry. We'll look into it. Okay, so I'll check what is going wrong here, because we have to read. We will not be reading such simple data. We'll have to read data like this. So what you do is just create one item here, maybe age and address and something, and try to display it here. People, just do that much work first. Okay, and I'll fix this one. I don't know what's going wrong here. I'll fix this part. Okay, and here this dot data should be there. No? This dot data is equal to 8 minute. This dot say x is equal to, and then data. It should be there. I'll check it. I'll just check it. Like how do we do this? And you can try this one with the name, age, and address. 2-3 attributes, and try to print it here. And let me know once you're done. Hopefully you can see, people. See the code, right? Item. This item should be used with the arrow function. And in here we have list, which one you want to give item. It's not taking the data item. Are you done, people? Tried calling data 0 name. It's working. Data at 0th position. It is not again. Name is there. A name. Yeah, data name. So we have used name only. So I was doing a list only. It was saying with list it was creating problem. So list is not defined, you see.
Okay.
This is not defined, so we got stuck here. And if we do this one, what does this give us? Only one, no? So it is not reading the name actually. Should be the data dot item dot, because item is used for this. If I say item 0 dot name, that will be 0 1 aa gaya na? But only one item. We need to run it within the loop. We'll have to do it in the loop. No, instead of this dot state is equal to. So where is it? It's not taking list. जबकि list इसका inbuilt वो है, still it is not taking list. Okay, that's why I was trying to do li and with li, li, and here I was doing li. Chalo, we'll check. The list is not getting, but you know how to import the the state, right? You get what is the use of class basically. You're not able to do the traversing through the list, but how to import the state. Okay, so we have defined one state here. Okay, and that state is getting called here. So this is a class way of writing the component, okay, where you're going to define the constructor and you define the attributes and use them in the render section. So if you don't write the functional component, okay, and you write class component, then you will have a constructor, okay, and the render and return remains the same, okay, and then the other one will be like, if you don't write the constructor, you'll be writing directly the render statement the way we did before. Okay, I'll check on this list thing why it is not doing it. I'll check on this one, but like this, that the basic idea is to define some attribute in the constructor and use them in your HTML page. Okay, I think that much is working for everyone. I've just created this and doing it like here. So if we do like here, this is what you want to do. This is what you're saying, right? This, correct? And this has to be closed here. Control X, closed here. Okay. And this was named as data. Sorry, data. Okay. And here the thing that I am missing here is data dot and item dot name. Correct? Name. Delete. Okay. Yeah. Save it. Okay. Yeah. It shows here. That list was creating problem. So, but I think we did this earlier also. We did this. We're trying to pick this up.
That one was missing. This not a state equal to was missing previously.
Sorry.
In constructor, not line way down. This not a state was missing.
Okay, so people, this is like we have created a constructor and we got this here, right? So this is like just a bit of code that we have done in which we are declaring a function-based component, or we are declaring a class-based component in which we're creating the constructor and we are like doing the initialization of some of the attributes that you want to use. Okay. And the next thing will be like you may not have done it before, but like if you want to do some sort of styling, okay, some sort of styling into your application, like you want to use some styling in your application in which you want to define some of the say the color, background, and things like that. Okay, so if you want to do that, we can always create the application and create the style, and we can write our own style. So either you do it as a as a JS file, as you see here. Everything this is like we have header.js and we have the app.js. Similarly, we will have the CSS file. So the usual structure, as I told you before also, like each component will have its own JS, right? And will have its own CSS, because that makes it complete. That makes it like kind of independent of others. Okay. So we don't want to really depend on the global JS. Okay. We just want to create, each component will have its own JS, and that JS will will use sorry, CSS, and that CSS will define the styling of that page. Okay, so that's what we want to do. So if you want to define the style in here, in this in this page itself, then in that case what you can do is you can write the style in the in your page, and you can define it as a kind of variable, and you can define the style. So here, if you look at it, okay, so let's do this. So here we have defined this constructor and all that. So we can also see this is a complete page, the class page. So let me close this one. Yeah. And let me delete this part also, so that I have little space here. All right. So what we want to do is we want to define some. So this is constructor. So fold the constructor so that, we have no confusion. And here we can define variable style1, say, for example, the style1 is equal to, okay. And then we can define the style, which is going to be your, the font size or anything that you want to do. So we can define it as a variable, and then inside this, we can say font or something, or say size or color. Okay, so let me do color. Color, and this is going to be red. Okay, so or whatever color that you like. Okay, so we can say color, and that should be in single quote. Okay, red color, right? And background color if you want to do. So I'm just defining some little style here. Okay, and in this, if you want to apply this style, okay, you want to apply this style, which is style1. Okay, if you want to apply this style, so what you will have to do is you will have to just write it. Okay, sorry about this. It should not be in here. Control X, not here. It should be defined just before this, in the render section, it should be there. And in this division, I want to define the style, the color as red, for example. Okay, and I'm just try to write hello, how are you? Okay, and this is say P. Okay, paragraph. In this paragraph we have, okay, and here we want to have the style. So style is equal to, okay, style is equal to, and we can define the style as a style1. Okay, hello, how are you? Is that okay? Sorry. Division, why division is here? Close the division. Okay, so let's see if it applies the style or not. Okay, so we have applied a little style here. So this is inline styling, which is within the code we are doing this styling, but this is not something which is advisable. You're not going to use this kind of style, which is like inline. I've done inline. I've defined what my style. I can say color is this, and I think background color, Wendy ground color, okay, is equal to, say, blue, for example. Okay, and here we're going to write a comma. Okay, background color should be good. If that is the name that is used for styling, background color blue is equal, oh, sorry. Background color blue, is it not the style or what? Okay, let me see if it is giving me error. So this is not the keyword, I think. Okay, let me just do size. Okay, we just do easier one. So that may not be the keyword. Okay, size is going to be 100 pixels or something. Background, GROUND, background color together with C capital. Okay, let's see. Blue, and here we have to do comma. Yeah, okay, thanks for that. Okay, and then let's see if it works for us. Okay, So this is the styling that we have here. Let me close this. Okay, so this is how you can define apply the design. But this is not like, if you have to define the style for each one of them, you'll have to write a lot of style 1, style 2, style 3, like that you have to do. So the better way is the way we have done it here. Okay, like we have defined CSS and app is in style. Okay, app is in style. So if you see the style that we apply in case of what is that in app.js, right? So we have defined this style and we have applied it like directly here, right? And we use the keyword style. We use the keyword style and then we apply the style one. What is it? Whatever is the name of the style. So instead of doing that, what you will do is, in case of like in where we have app and I want to have this style, so this style has to be done somewhere else. So I'm going to cut this section, cut, and close this. I'm going to go to app.css, sorry, app.css, and I'm just going to write here, this is my style, and I'm going to put a dot here, dot style, and the style is, I don't have to put a double quotation mark here. So style CSS, where is the problem? Okay, yeah, here we have to use semicolon, okay, semicolon and semicolon. All right, and this is not background color. Actually, background color doesn't take like this, so it will show you back. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, background color there also. Okay, so it will show you up because it is a CSS file, so it understands all the keywords that we have. So we're going to write style 1 like this. Okay, we are going to write style 1 like this, and then when we want to apply this style, we want to apply, like, it was there in JS. I was just writing it here and applying it. But if you want to apply the style, how are you going to do it? You're going to have the class name. Okay, so app.js is there. So here, like this, class name. Okay, and then whatever is the style that we want to apply. So here I have applied this, right? So I want to say class name. I want to change it. So class name. And that's the style that we have, the style 1. So we can directly take it. So class name and whatever is the style. So style is going to be style 1. Double quotation mark here. That's going to be the style for this one. So I have removed that section from here, from my, the usual style, which is defined inline. Not inline, this is inline. It is called inline only because, you are applying it on each item. But then it is like, the style is defined externally. So let's say save here, and why not? I did not save all of it. Okay, save all, because I have created a new file. Why not? Okay, so I have imported, right? Have I imported? No, I have not imported it. So I'm going to import it. Okay, so because I had deleted it, if you remember. So import, okay, import, what was that? Style 1. Import, we had this import directly the CSS, right? So app.css. Okay, import app.css is what I'm importing here. Okay, I had deleted that line earlier, so it was not taking it. Why not? Why not line number 4? Yeah, okay, that's fine. No, style 1. I have app.css in this only, right? Let's see. Dot. No, it is not taking it. It is in the same folder, right? So app.css is should be good. App.css directly. No, the same. See, this is logo. This is how we have imported this one, right? So this is going to be current folder and this folder. No, it's not taking it. Compile with problem. Did you mean this? You see, it says, no? Did you mean this? But it takes that way only. So let me see the style. Let me see the style. App.css. Okay, so let's see the style. Am I making any mistake here? Style 1. Dot style 1. Okay. Let's see if it gives us. Can't resolve. Why not? There is a little. Why it is creating so much of trouble today? My React app CSS. Okay, and app.js. Okay. So I'm importing it. There's no problem with the import. Can't find app CSS. Okay. Ideally should not have any issue, but then that's what I'm doing. But then still, app test is coming. App.js is not coming. See, app.css is not showing up. So let's do this. App.css. Let's do that. So does it take? But let's see what is the error that it's showing. No, but it's not related to. It is not applying the. Okay, let's see the style. There could be some issues with the style. It is importing it all right. We have app logo. We have the style. Okay, all right. If you're doing it directly, you don't need the codes, because if you're doing it directly, right? There's a CSS file, so it understands. Double quotes are needed when you're writing it inline. So that's why the problem is with that. So now let's do this here. App.js, and let's do this directly. If it doesn't do it, then I'll have to put it directly. So import. There's a mistake in that. Let me refresh this. Okay, check. Okay, so this is a little styling that you want to do. Okay, all right. So just add a little style to your application, just a bit, chota sa style, and then I'm going to show you something else which will help you a lot in the styling part of it. Okay, so just add a little style. I'll give you 5 minutes to do this. So the key, you can do it the inline thing also within the internal styling, or we can have the external file as well. So both the way you can try. So in case of the style that we wanted to write, it was something like this. Okay, I'm going to write it inside the render. We have to do var and say style1. Okay, and is equal to, we had that thing. Okay, which was my style like this. Okay, and the things are a little different here when you're working with the style, and here is equal to. Okay, and here was background color is equal to blue. I was doing it blue. So, and here we have comma, and here we have comma, right? And this was done in the single quotes. Okay, the styling is a little different. And here I'm going to close this one. So this is a style 2, maybe. Let's call it style 2. Okay, and let's have another one here, which is going to have a style 2. Okay, and this is going to be green, maybe written in green, and background is yellow. So both the ways, either you write it. I'm going to do this. This is my CSS that I've used, and this is the direct styling that I've used. Okay, direct styling, and this is in the CSS file. And we have the import, which works just fine with app.css directly. Class, it will not be class name, it will be style. Okay, let me know once you're done. Okay, all right. Now you see, doing styling is a kind of lot of pain, isn't it? Like, you have to write all these so many things, right? And then it's going to of course, if you're writing a big application, you will have to create styling for each element, right? So a better way to use something called as Bootstrap. Okay, so save it. I'm just going to close everything to just clear the clutter here. Okay, so we want to do Bootstrap. So for now, for a minute, what you can do is you can just close this application here. Okay, everyone, just close this application, and in all React directly, create a file. I'm just showing you how to do the application. Sorry, you should not create it inside this. Okay, in all React, just close it. Yeah, in all React, I should. Okay, so just create HTML file. So my style, for example. Okay, my style. I have my style dot html. It's a very simple file, my style.html. There is nothing in it. Okay, right now there is absolutely nothing. Okay, so what we want to do here is I want to use Bootstrap styling. Anybody has done Bootstrap before? People? Anybody has done Bootstrap? Okay, sometimes you have done. Okay, so anybody else? No? Okay, so we'll do a little bit of bootstrapping, and then we're going to add it to the React. So I'm just doing HTML file. I'm doing nothing in the React application. So please make sure that you create HTML file. So we're creating Bootstrap file just to give you a little idea. Okay, so HTML file, and we're going to add Bootstrap there, and then we're going to add it to the React. So for that, what you do is you're just going to open a page. Okay, so say for example, this is my page. So get Bootstrap, right? Getbootstrap.com. Okay, getbootstrap.com. So everybody can go to this page, getbootstrap.com, and click on get started. So click on get started. Okay, click on get started, and in this one you will see get started is this link. Okay, here. Okay, this is get started. So you got this link, and now what we want to do is we want to go scroll down here. Okay, and there's a starter template that you see, starter template. Okay, so copy this whole thing here. Okay, copy this whole thing here. Okay, this whole thing here. Okay, or better way is just to click on this copy button. Click on copy button and put everything in here, like everything, whatever you copied from there, just paste it here. Okay, that's all. And save it and execute this page, right? So it shows you hello world. It has some styling already done. Like the way we did in case of React, we had imported some CDNs. So here also it is importing a CDN, which is basically getting the functionality of Bootstrap. And you can see where you can write your things. You can write your things inside the body. So I'm going to just take a little space here. I have hello world. I'm going to say another hello world like that. So this is the page. So don't disturb anything else that you see here. Okay, not on the top, not at the bottom. Just write your work here in the body. Okay, and inside the body also we have a lot of other things also imported. So you're not going to touch that. Okay, and just run this here. If you run this application, you see hello world is come. So you'll see what is styling. There's no styling in it, but there is styling. I'm just going to comment this line here, this line. Okay, I'm just going to comment out this line. So I'm commenting out this line. I'm like, kind of disabling it from execution, save it, and you see hello world. How does it look? It looks like this. There is no style. This is the default H1 that we get. There's no styling. Okay, so if I change it.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
If I uncomment it, and if I refresh it, you will see there is sorry, I did not save it. So save this one, save all. Okay. So if you refresh this one, you will see that there is some styling applied. That is like the font and everything is applied here. So it is applying some style to your application by using those CDNs that I have imported here in my application. Okay. Now with this we can do many things. Okay, it's just that I've written hello world. Forget about this hello world. Okay, I don't want to do this. I want to write something else. So Bootstrap gives you everything. So first you create hello world. Everybody create hello world on Bootstrap HTML file. Don't do it inside the React application. Just do it on a plain HTML file. Get the starter template from here. Where do I get it? Go get Bootstrap. Okay, get Bootstrap, and in here we have get started. Click on that. Okay, and go scroll down. You will see the starter template. Copy this template. Just do the dump the code inside the Bootstrap. Okay, inside the HTML page that you've created. just dump it and run it. Okay, so please do that. And yeah, okay, so once you're done, let me know. Done. Okay, you got it, right? Now what you can do is you can create some nice pictures, nice buttons, nice everything. Okay, so let's try to do, you get the one that you would like, you would really want to work is component. There are like lots of them. I'll leave it up to you to create the thing for you. So we have the component here, and in here, let's say nav bar component. Okay, so navigation bar, go to navigation bar, nav bar component. Okay, and you see this is a nice little nav bar that it shows with the search button and everything. Okay, so what is the code that is needed for this? This is the code that is needed. Okay, this is the code that is needed. So copy this code. Okay, and go and dump it in the body. Okay, save this and run the application. Okay, run the application. Where is it? Where it is going? Which one is the one that I was using? Chalo, I'll open it again. Okay, so see, this is the nice the panel is there and things like that. We have the search, and this is a down drop menu is there, and there's a little button, the little picture and all that. So you will have to explore Bootstrap a little bit to get things here, right? But it's a very neat work. And what I did, I just copied everything from here. Okay, and I have just pasted it in my HTML file. Okay, so can you do that, please? That much finish, and then let me know. Where do you get the code? Is that what you're asking? Okay, so you have to go to component section, and in that we have the nav bar section. This is nav bar, you see. Okay, and there are like number of designs. I have chosen the first one. You can choose other ones also. Like, we have this kind of navigation bar. We have other time. We have this kind of navigation bar. So there are like number of them. The style is given and the code is given. So you want to get this kind of navigation bar. I've taken the first one. Okay. All right. Now, where is it? Yeah. So what if we want to get this in our application? What if we want to get this in our application? Okay, so what we have to do is we have to basically install the Bootstrap on your React application. Okay, install Bootstrap in your application, and then we can install all the items that we want from Bootstrap. Okay, so for this, you have to go back to your page. Okay, so just Control C. There was some error, I think, in my application. There was some error. So let's see. This was my first React, right? Which one I was working on? Working on my first React. SRC में कुछ error था क्या? App.js, and we were trying to do this. So we saved it. Let me just execute it once. I want to make sure that I'm getting the है ना कुछ error. अच्छा. Okay. Got it. ये style जो लिखा था ना उसमें था error. Just want to make sure that we start good. What exactly? You're saying exactly to, okay. What is error? Yeah. Oh God. Why this error is coming now suddenly? I did not save something or what? Paragraph occurred in, so kya isme error hai? So I just want to make sure that everything is good. Yeah. Okay. ठीक है? तो अब इस पे हमको bootstrap लगाना है. तो give me some idea. How should we do that? First of all, we have to install Bootstrap. It is not available by default. By default, React does not offer Bootstrap. Okay. So for this, Control C. Yes, I'm going to terminate it. And after this, you have to do npm install. Okay, npm install. Okay, so React, right? React Bootstrap. React Bootstrap. And this is coming from what version of Bootstrap is going on right now? Bootstrap, I think Bootstrap 4 is going on over 5. Let's do 4. Okay, Bootstrap 4. So React install React Bootstrap, and then Bootstrap @4. So it's version number 4. So let's do this. Okay, let's see. So it will install. So you also do it in your computer. I'm using 4. I think the Bootstrap 5 is going on right now. But let's see. I've done 4. Bootstrap 4 or Bootstrap 4. Yeah, Bootstrap 4 has come, so you can use that. npm install. Yeah, here. npm. Can you see React Bootstrap and then Bootstrap 4 version? Yeah, I've
Okay.
taken 4 right now. 5 is going on, but I've taken 4. Okay. Okay, people, everyone, got it? 5, you got 5 ना? हाँ, so you at the rate 5 करोगे तो 5 आ जाएगा, version 5. ठीक है? So let me just post this. Okay. Now what you can do is you can have, when you install this Bootstrap, okay, so everybody just pay attention here. So you go to node module here, and in the node module, if you look at it here, Bevel, देखो ये Bootstrap आ गया ना, Bootstrap आया, Bootstrap. If Bootstrap is installed, then you should get it here. Do you see in node module? If it has installed it, you will get it here. ठीक है? देखो check करो. It is near the bool base, just under the bool base. Got it? मिल गया? ठीक है? Okay. Now देखो इसमें if you look at your old file, you see the HTML file that I had created before, you see that there is a dist css bootstrap min.css file was actually the one which got imported from Bootstrap 5, of course. Okay, we have done Bootstrap 4, that doesn't matter. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Bootstrap thing here. STB tha na, B. So what we were doing is, okay, yeah, so I was in Bootstrap, and in this we have dist, you see, dist, and then we have CSS. I'm just trying to equate with this dist CSS, you see, dist CSS, correct? Okay, so अब आपको क्या करना है, ठीक है? You can write this one. So we want to use this basically. Okay, so we have this Bootstrap min. If you see Bootstrap min.css is there. Bootstrap min.css is not there. What? Grid min. Yeah, Bootstrap min CSS. This is the one that you want. Everybody has this. Sometimes it doesn't get all the files. So bootstrap.min.css should be there. Do you have that? You have that, people? Bootstrap.min.css. You got it? Now what you can do is, wherever you are doing the styling part, see, there are 2 ways to do the styling. Number one is going to be like, you want to do the styling. Now you can close it. Oh, sorry. Let me just Bootstrap styling. Na, ye hai iska. Okay, we'll do it directly. So you saw the location of the file, right? So just close this node module because it's a huge file, huge folder. Now where we are using this Bootstrap, like the styling? The styling we are using at 2 places, on like not 2 places. Basically, all the pages that we want to render, we are using it there. Okay, and the second thing is that you are using it like this, all the pages, that app and everything is getting called at index, right? So आप क्या कर सकते हो, wherever you have this CSS file, app.css file, in this file on the top, okay, in this file on the top, you can write import, and here we can simply write Bootstrap. Okay, Bootstrap, right? Bootstrap, and then slash dist slash CSS slash it is Bootstrap, okay, dot min dot CSS. Okay, Bootstrap. Okay, so you can import it like this, okay, and with the semicolon at the end. So you can import it like this, but this will be specific to the, is it not taking the whole thing or what? Should take Bootstrap, this, okay, no problem. So here either you can do it like this, but you will have to do it for all CSS files. So instead what we do is instead of writing it here, okay, what we do is we are going to import the Bootstrap globally. Okay, so global import is here, which is index, right? So I'm going to say in the index, I'm going to put import Bootstrap and is going to get everything. So, I'm calling app here and app is calling other elements. So globally, Bootstrap will be applied. Okay, so put it here in your index.js. So this is going to be Bootstrap. Inside that we have dist. Inside that we have CSS. Inside that we have bootstrap.min.css. Okay. Now your application is capable of running any kind of Bootstrap, functionality that you get. Okay. You can get that in your application. So we can try a little thing like a kind of a button or something like that. Okay. So let's create a button, for example. Okay. So first you do this. Everybody is good with this. This one, if you have imported everything all right, then you just add this in the index.js, okay, on the top, okay, and save it all. Save all, and you're done. Okay, save all, and you're done. Okay, this one you can do in your app.js also. You can do in the header.js also. Everywhere you can put. But if you want to do it globally, then you're going to do it in index.js. So it is applied to everything which is coming in app. Now, what we need to do, let's go to app.js, okay? And let's try to use some style, okay? So let's open up some of the buttons in the Bootstrap. Maybe this is the button, okay? So I want to create some beautiful buttons. Like we want to create blue button and gray button, all that. I'm going to copy all this, okay? I'm just copying this buttons, right? Copy this here and put that here, okay? Put that here. And you want to format it, so you can just format the document with this, okay? So these are normal button aisa nahi hota, colorful, okay? So we have put some button here. So let's see. Does it show the buttons? So did it save it? Save. And is it not applying the buttons? Oh, I think the application is not running. Yeah, application is not running. Okay, I have to run the application. So npm start. Let's run the application. First time it is going to take time, and then import. Okay, why it is not taking? Where is my CSS? Yeah, so I should be like, this is not a proper way of defining comment line, basically. Okay, so that was not comment. So let me just ye dekho, itne sare buttons. Okay, this is coming from Bootstrap, so it makes your job so much easier. Okay, so say for example that navigation bar that I had defined earlier. Okay, ये है ना navigation bar, ये वाला पूरा navigation bar था, ये वाला पूरा. Okay, so let me just copy this whole thing. Okay, and app.js में मैंने header लिया था ना, header लिया था, so header लिया था, ये header है, header.js में जाओ और यहाँ पर return section में वो पूरा navigation वाला section डाल दो. ठीक है, save हो गया. No, control Z, sorry. It should be like, this should be inside the division. Please make sure that it should be in the division. Okay, so save it. Okay, and now let's see, do we get that? Compilation problem. Why? Some of the things it is not taking. ahref tha actually shayad ye. है ना? A should be A. And okay, chalo A ki wala. I just want to show this. We'll see, like, I just want to show that it's importing it. That's it. Why not? Okay, hold on. Here, this whole thing was here, right? ठीक है. अब render में I want to copy this and want to put it in inside the div. That's what I was doing. Let's see. So you'll have to do a little bit of Why it is not taking it to drop down? Okay, let's try to do something. Yeah, see, it's, you are copying a lot of code from here, so it could be something. We'll take another nav bar, which is going to be more of a nav bar, right? We need one nav bar, and let's take a simple one, which is going to be this one. Okay, I'll take this one, and let's say return, and let's do this. Oh yeah, is it the same thing? नहीं, header नहीं डाला है क्या मैंने? Header is not there. What? मैंने header remove कर दिया है शायद. हाँ, there is no header here. Okay, so division, we can do it like this, or I'm just going to keep it single. Okay, let's do this now. आ गया, देखो, so ये header आ गया, ठीक है, and ऐसे आप footer बना लो. So just trying to show you that Bootstrap can be so useful. Okay, once you install Bootstrap, just import it in your index.js, okay, and then do this. So it should take that one also, but I don't know why it is. Okay, so for this one, a little work for you. This nav bar is actually a picture. Okay, this nav bar is picture. It's not picture as like, it's a text. So what I want you to do is just add a little picture here. Okay, add a little picture. So कैसे करोगे? See, you can always copy the code from your Bootstrap, okay, but you'll have to do a lot of adjustment. Like, I want you to make the changes here in the home and the feature and the pricing. I want you to make change the names here, maybe, for example. Okay, change the names. So you go back to your Bootstrap and you make the changes here. Okay, so here we have home. So I'm going to make it product. Okay, and then we have the link. So maybe contact us. Okay, then we have some other things like action, other actions, something like that. Okay, so we have all this drop down. So, oh, sorry, I have to do it here in the header section, right? So in the header section, I have home, so I'll do product. Yeah, and here we have features and all that. So contact us, right? Okay, contact us. Take. So if you look at it, you will see those changes, product and contact us. Now I need to change this nav bar. Okay, nav bar को change करना है तो ये है हमारा nav bar brand. Okay, look for nav bar, and in place of this one, okay, header, right? So where is my, this is logo. Okay, so I'm going to take logo from here, and I'm going to take logo here. Okay, and then I think it will come after 2, or it's okay. Let's see. So here, in place of this, I'm going to say image src is equal to logo. Okay, and yeah. So let's see if it picks up the image or not. इसमें logo नहीं मिल रहा है ना, इसे logo नहीं मिल रहा है इसे. So I think this is the path issue that we have here. So let's see. So let's see. Double dot. फिर भी नहीं आ रहा है इसमें. ठीक है. Let's see. Because double dot will नहीं लिया इसने. Let's see if it is still looking for logo. अच्छा तुम ये छोड़ो. Okay. छोड़. Copy. इसके एक आध कुछ pictures copy कर लेंगे. Okay. We have of like maybe just food. ठीक है. कोई भी food picture copy कर लो. Save image as D drive or React. And my first React, right? Or my React app and src and header के अंदर ही I'm going to say food. That's it. That's all. Save. Okay. Oh, why is this image as food all files? So food dot jpg. Okay. Save it. Food dot jpg. So let's say here dot j. Why we're doing so much of tamasha here? So we're going to do just src. Okay. Dot jpg. Yeah, na? Acha, this is like, Bootstrap is also, I've not told you about it, but this is like, mobile first. So if you squeeze the page, okay, if you squeeze the page, so it becomes like a mobile screen. Okay. So you see, ये जो buttons हैं, ये buttons हैं ना, जो आप इसको squeeze करो, oh god. If you make it big, it's like a desktop, but when you squeeze it, it becomes like this. You see, which is like mobile screen, like a mobile screen. There's some problem here with the picture, that's why it's not showing you. So why it is not taking the, let's see. So anyway, people, you know that ready, right? Did you mean class name? Where? Line number 68. Okay, so no. Header. Images RC, return, images RC. So food.jpg है ना यहाँ पर. Food.jpg is there. So it's not taking the size. We can say size. So images are so width maybe
we have to
50.
import the image.
Import the image is also there. Yeah, we have not imported here, right? Okay, sorry. So head import. Okay, so dot food dot jpg. Okay, and that's all. But but in that case, we'll have to. It uses directly. Okay, so let me do this as pick. Okay, as pick from like this, and I'm gonna say pick here. Okay, you see, but the picture is big, so we have to make it small, so we can use that width thing in here. Okay, so width is equal to maybe 50 pixel, 50, and height is equal to again 50. Let's see. छोटा आ गया. ठीक है, ऐसे बहुत सारे आपको चेंजेस करने पड़ेंगे. दिन भर आप इसी में बैठे रहोगे. Styling is not easy. But yes, Bootstrap gives you a lot of ready-made functionality, a lot of alignment and everything done. You can just manipulate things according to your needs. Okay, are you getting the idea, people, how to add
Yes.
Bootstrap into your, and are you
Yes,
happy about it? When you do Bootstrap, so when you do when you have practice, आपको फटाफट आपको पता चल जाएगा. अच्छा, मुझे यहाँ से जाना है, यहाँ से जाना है, यहाँ से जाने से आपको कलर्स चाहिए, आपको बटन चाहिए, लेआउट चाहिए. अभी आप बहुत अच्छी साइट बना सकते हो, बहुत अच्छी. Like really, I'm telling you. I'll give you one example which I have created using Bootstrap. There's nothing in it. Okay, so I'm just going to show you which I have created, which is completely done by Bootstrap. I have done nothing in it, like, nothing outside work. Just the styling is completely by Bootstrap. Training and Java full stack and Java full stack. This what training, HTML, Bootstrap, this full site, full student site, huh? Just open it. Okay. ये देखो, ये पूरा मैंने बूटस्ट्रैप से बनाया, सब कुछ, ये सब कुछ बूटस्ट्रैप से बनाया. This whole thing is done by Bootstrap only, and this is Corso, और ये पूरी तरह से मोबाइल साइट है. if you squeeze it, so देखो mobile side अगर if it is stretched, so it will show everything. Okay, ये सारे छोटे छोटे लोगो और ये इतना मुश्किल होता है सब कुछ. So like there are like a lot of different CDNs we can import, and there is a little fun thing here. Click here, so you see there's a panel which comes out and shows little fun thing, and we have these buttons and everything. See, hovering the mouse. ये hover भी है ना, वो style है. Like on hover of this, we're creating some style. I'm loading it on the same page. So ये image है, इस पे link है, तो it is loading actually the same page. तो मैंने ऐसा कुछ किया नहीं यहाँ पर. But you can create on the picture. You see little picture. So you have cursor. We can move left right जैसे Amazon में है. फिर यहाँ पर छोटा button है. फिर ये देखो cards हैं. ये 3 different cards हैं. ठीक है. और बहुत सारा कुछ कर सकते हो. मेरा सबसे favorite part ये है. ओपन करके ठीक है. ये कंप्लीटली बूटस्ट्रैप से बना है. तो सोचो आपको फ्रंट एंड डिजाइनिंग आपकी इसकी हो जाए और आपको रिएक्ट में कंपोनेंट बनाने आ गए, तो हो गया ना, हो गया काम आपका. आप समझ रहे हो? दिस इज व्हाट यू नीड एज अ टू स्टार्ट एज अ प्रोग्रामर, इजंट इट? एम आई करेक्ट? You know how to create component, you know how to create a function using like how to create a component using function, how to create a component using class, you know how to create the one that we have to work on a little bit more is the attribute that we define. They're defining the attribute now there, like the list attribute we had defined, or we had the single attribute, and those attribute we want to use it in your application, in your HTML page. I'm just talking about the basic page, the designing page, the interactivity of the page. See, this is a static design in which we are just showing some, different graphical user interface. वो सिर्फ styling part है. अभी React का functionalities is still remaining. We have to get the properties and props and states and when you click on these buttons, some action should be performed, right? Otherwise, what is the use of these buttons, right? So we have to do all
Yeah.
that. Yeah, we're going to
Okay.
do that. This is just the designing part of it. A little bit fun today. It's Friday. Come on. Yeah. So a little fun on Friday. So people, are you understanding how to use Bootstrap, how to merge Bootstrap, how to create a component, how to create a component with function or a class? Screen, and let me open my Visual Studio. First of all, let me show you what is Cursor. Okay. So this is my page, right, which I'm sharing right now. So if you remember that day, I was new window. I was doing this. I told you there was a kind of a site that I had created, and there was this my website. And even people, one more thing that I would do, I would say that I had told Ganeshan about it, that you should do the form validation. Form validation is something you should be doing in every application that you learn. Okay, so it's very important to learn the form validation also. So if you want, I will give it to Ganeshan also for form validation. He's going to teach you the form validation, so that just like do that as well. Okay, because that is important. Yeah, so Cursor is this one. I'll show you.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Hopefully it opens the, yeah. So this is Cursor, the one that I was showing you, here. This is Cursor. So this is Cursor. Okay, here, right? So either you can have this kind of moving like you can have an arrow button, and you have the indicators, and you can move it left and right and all that. So this is Cursor. So how do I add it? So if you open your page, any page that you have created, okay, so in that page, I'm just going to show you in my HTML page that I have here. Okay, so let's go to here. Okay, get Bootstrap. Okay, so getbootstrap.com, and here in the component section itself, okay, we have this Cursor, this one. Okay, So whichever page that you have created, right? So just try to pick this up there. Okay, these are the different types. Okay, so this like kind of slide only will be like, it will just keep on sliding one after the other. The second one is with the arrow button, so you can use this arrow button to go move left and right. And then we have this one with the indicator. Okay, so this is the one that I have created, which is with the indicator at the bottom. Like in this one we don't have the indicator. Here we have just the left and right arrow, and this one is with the indicator. So I had copied this one. So whichever page you have, a page, right? You have a page with you while you're doing work, isn't it? We created a page, that remember? Yeah, so in that you can put it somewhere on the top, just under the, you had I'm sure that that day you had created navigation bar, a little navigation bar which was showing this kind of thing, right? And under that you can put this carousel code, which is in here. So I'm just going to give you, you don't have to search, I'm just going to give you the carousel page directly. I have heard different pronunciation, carousel and carousel, so whichever is convenient for you. So this is the page where you get that code. Try to add that code into your page and see what it gives you. So if I look at my page here, after the navigation bar, this was my navigation bar. I have added that carousel. This is the little thing that I have added. And in here, what I've done is I have added the pictures, right? So I have the picture as one. You'll have to pick basically 3 pictures. So if I if I create a new file here, which is going to be like sample HTML, okay, sample HTML.html. You can do it in React page, the React, the component page, right? So where you have the render section, in that section you can have carousel. So let me see if I can put it here in my React page. I had a React page here. Yeah, so this was navigation bar. If you remember, we have created a navigation bar. So after navigation bar, let me just format this a little bit, yeah, so that we have, yeah, okay. Now after this navigation bar, I'm just going to put that carousel code that I got there. Okay, so I'm going to take this one here. Okay, copy this one, and I'm gonna run this here. Is it something missing? Okay, sorry, control Z. So after navigation bar, I'm gonna put this. Okay, all right, and I don't have the pictures here, so we'll have to get the pictures. We don't have the pictures here, right? So as we don't have lots of pictures, if you remember that I had added one picture here directly, which was that added some picture or no? Food.jpg, but I don't see that here. Did I put it here? So in here we had food.j, right? So let's see. I'm gonna get this, or could we do it food.jpg directly? I don't think it will take it. So how I'm taking in the first one? I'm taking in the first one, hide image. We have taken pick, right? So what was pick running? Okay. So pick, and here. So we're going to use the same thing here where I have the pick, but I think this pick is kind of very small. So we may not have that kind of big picture, but let's see. Okay, all right, save it. And this was my application, so reveal in the Explorer. So here npm start. Let's see if we get that. What is it? Could not find header. Could not find header. Error in header division. Where this is image. Okay, save it. So let's see if it loads up. Yeah, so you see this is cursor, and you've got this thing here. Yeah, okay, so we actually, it's the same picture, so we are not really understanding the difference here because it's the same picture, so we are not getting different pictures here. Let me just add a little bit different picture here so that you see the effect actually. So here downloads header. So here capture food2 dot jpg, and here. All right, so let's fix this here. Here, pick one is what I have imported from here. So pick two, which is food2 dot jpg, and here I'm going to say pick two, yeah, pick two, and pick one. Okay, save it, and let's see. All right, so you should be seeing some. Did I save it or not? Save all. Okay. Why does pick two? Have I taken pick two? Pick two from food2 dot jpg. Yeah, so that's fine. Why it is not taking pick two? jpg. Yeah, okay. So I think this is not. Is it not sliding or something? Okay. So here is the width. Let me just change the width here. Okay. So say for example, here I'm going to say 50. All right, and here I'm going to say another 50. Oh, sorry. Save, and let's see. It is not moving. So the carousel part is not working. Okay. Sometime it is like, you have to just going to kill, and then I'm going to start again. Is there anything that we are missing here? Copy the same thing. Class name. Okay. So here, okay. Class, but class we have imported. Hold on, index.js. We have Bootstrap, right? So all text is okay, and anchor is valid. That's fine. Now there's no error here. See, the error is here. It says that it is wherever you're using class. Did you mean class name? Is what it's saying.
It,
So 65. No. Okay. Hold on. Not this one here, right? Which one I'm trying to run here? Here I'm not working on the food one and food2. My style.js is okay. Hold on. Okay, so I wanted to do it here, and we did it in the header section, right? In the header.js. So header.js, we have added this. This should be this header.js. Okay. And where is my JS here? And this was header, starting from here, ending here, header. And this is that button wala section, right? That button. And then because how we're getting this. This is the button wala section, and this is here. And we're trying to add something here on the header. So what I'm going to do is just above the button, I'm going to add this button wala division. After header, I'm just going to add this one. Let's see, and save this, and this should be good. But then it will not take pick like this. Are we importing here? No, we're not importing here. So let's see, imported. Yeah, so see, it took it directly, right? So let's see, save all. Module not found. Food2 cannot be resolved. Okay, food2 cannot be resolved. It should be header, right? Food2, and then header slash food2 dot jpg, and in here it should be the same thing, dot header food1 dot jpg. We take care. And let's refresh this one. Okay, so this is cursor. Now this thing is not moving. This one is not moving. The cursor part is not moving. So let's see here what it says. This is all warning, so that's fine. The warnings are okay. There's no problem. But cursor itself. So let's do this. Okay. So if not this cursor, let's take the simple one. I'm going to take this one. Okay. And let's try to run that one here. So this was the cursor part here. this much. Let's do this, and image should be closed. And here is our pick and pick 2, and here's pick 1 again. Unexpected token. Okay. Let me try to open it in a different browser. Okay. So I'm trying to open an Edge, and let's see, because these thing can be something related to. It's not working on. No, I don't want this. What it's trying to do? Cancel. I don't want this. Hold on. Okay. I'm going to open it in Mozilla Firefox. Yeah, you try it on your system. Is it working for you? Why there's no slide here? Of course, a slide here. So that's the class. Okay, we're using here. Okay, I'll do one more thing here just to enforce it. Okay, I'm just going to import this explicitly there into here. Let's save it and let's try to do it. Those are just warnings. Did you try doing that? Try it in your browser. Just try it. This code. Okay, any one of it you can take. And hold on, I have my where's full site here. And this is a very simple course I've taken. Some of the classes are not working. They were not working. So I had taken a simple, like a lot of different styles I had removed. So let me just try that one. Okay, give me a minute here. Yeah. So this was the whole section. All right. So here, just give me 1 minute here. This should work. I have there are a lot of different styles that they have added, right? So I have removed that part and I'm taking this. So no sizing and all that. We're not doing that. Okay, picture 2 and this is picture 3. And let's check this. So the pictures are small, but do we have the indicator? No. We have the indicator, right? Pick 1, pick 2, and this thing. So let me try this here. But even the indicators are not coming, huh? The indicators are not there. So I think there's something wrong with the. I have taken the same thing with the slide and 1, 2, 3 inner. I've taken exactly the same thing here. There's header. This is the section. Map document. Why it doesn't take? Okay. Should ideally work. Should not be any problem. Is it working for you? Want to see if it is taking the changes or not. It has made it further small. So it's we'll have to take like maybe 300 or something, 400 something. Even the indicators are not visible, right? So I still don't see those indicators. I don't know why. Something is not working. Horizontal slide, and there is another one which is see it is the indicator and everything is working. The class name, that is warning, that is not error, that's a warning. So we can't change that. Well, I mean, it would not affect it, right? So okay, let's try this. Let's use a different not slide, but let's use this one. There's another one, flash one, fade, carousel fade. Okay, so carousel slide and fade both. So here we're going to add this. Fade will it will just it fades. It waits for some time and then fades. So hold on, this one. You see, it fades, right? So the same way it should do here. If the slide is not working, at least this it's not working. I don't know why it is not working, but it gives the same error to you, right? Exactly same thing as I'm getting it here. Okay, let's try to add maybe a card. Let's try to do a card here. Okay, so this is a little card that we have. I'm going to add this card here. Okay, so card should be somewhere here. So let's parcel indicator, where it is starting from here and it is ending here. And this should be, I'm just trying to see if Bootstrap is it is capturing Bootstrap or not. I think it is capturing because we are getting the header and all. So and God has a unique peak. Okay. So here is the code. And this is all big image is good. No problem. So it's not taking the card. It's not showing up. And what if I remove the card? Save it. And let's see. It works fine. So it's not taking hold of this. Maybe I need to put it in another division or something. One more try I'll do. Because the containers are very important here. If you fail to load the source, could not load the content. Facing is EM. Okay, so some of the things are not matching here. There is some, this one is not width, this REM is not supporting, it says. Was there a semicolon?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. And pixels maybe, because we've written in the form of style. So it should be like style is width colon 18. So let me just do this. Width, we will not write style, we'll just write width is equal to maybe 18. Okay, I'm not writing style there. So yeah, there's a little card. So style, because when you use style, then you have to use that CSS file there. So style we're not using. So there's a little card. So if you want to create like multiple cards like this, so what you can do is here we can create, okay, not this one. Yeah, here we can create. All right. So we have starting from here. So this one is one division. So we can have 3 such divisions. All right. And this one we can have a class is equal to row class, maybe class is equal to row. So it will be like it shows on so how it is showing one the way you see this one is like it is trying to take it in the row, but it is not fitting in those 12 columns. So I'm going to make it a little smaller. Make it smaller. So what is it? 18, right? So let's make it like maybe 5. Okay, 5, and then try to do this. Okay, okay. So this one, you see, it is arranged in a row. So if you don't write row there, if you don't write class row there, it will be one under the other if you look at it. So I have to remove this. X, save it, and you will see there's one under the other. You see, one under the other, right? So if you want to make them in a row, then you will see here, make it in a row, and then they look like they're like I'm going to take 3 here, very small. So I'll take it like a row, as you can see here. And then you can have like a little gap in between and all this. So you can use you must have done flex in your CSS, right? Display flex and all that. So you can use that as well, right? So that this is card. So card is like a little page where generally you will see in Amazon.com. If you go to Amazon.com, these are the cards. These are the cards. This one is card, this one is card, this one is card, right? So these are the cards that you can use for kind of displaying some products. Yeah, sorry about that. So did you see the card here? Everybody could see the card. Okay.
So what will happen using React application whenever you do any change in the web page application? So whenever you do update or you are going to change some details, the changes first will go to update in the virtual DOM only. Okay. So you can see that this is a virtual DOM. Now there is you have I'll tell you you have the top one, you can see header. This is a footer. You have header menu and this one menu bar, this one right side menu bar something, this one content page, and this one some content. So you have left side content, right side content, something you can assume. And this one footer component. In the footer you have menu items, everything you have. So now there is a change in the left side content component. Let's say for example there is a product. In the product you are going to change some description, or you are going to change the product title, something you are going to change that. Okay, so what will happen? Now this red color box is update. There is a change. Okay. Now what will happen? It will compare this visual DOM with your real DOM. So now this component only changes part. Okay. Now you can see in the real DOM, the green color you can see, right? So instead of update entire web form, entire DOM, only this component only rendered replaced. That's all. If you compare these two virtual DOM and real DOM, what is the difference between these two files, and which is the difference mainly? So that changes part only it will reflect in the virtual DOM here, in the real DOM. I can say. Okay. So this part very important in React application. So in React application, uh, now in this React we have to follow some React lifecycle and React lifecycle. When you create application, okay, how it will update your components maybe into the virtual DOM and real DOM here. Okay. So we'll discuss how we can start and how to actually we cannot see the virtual DOM in the running time, but actually React application it will update, it will go to virtual DOM. From that virtual DOM only it will reflect in the real DOM. So the closer real DOM only finally it will change it. We can see the output finally. Okay. So it all happening by React lifecycle, React functionalities now. Okay. Now in React application we all discuss about only components concept only. Okay, everything is a component. Okay, you have a different web page. In every web page you have a component. You have header component, footer component, menu component, okay, login component, register component, and product component. Whatever you are going to create, it's all about completely product component based. That component we are going to render in the application. So any questions from this virtual DOM and real DOM? Anyone? So when I come to any, not only React, you can consider React Angular or Vue.js or any JavaScript application. You have noticed like the package.json. Okay. So I hope any idea about package.json, what we can get it from this package.json file actually, and description about your project. And this is the like entry file, which is your entry file. Okay. So I'm saying here index.json, we just given the index.json. It's not mandatory. Always should be index.js main file. You can change the name also. Instead of index, you can have a app.js or main.js. Any name you can keep it in this. This is like the only reference. We are not going to call this name anywhere in the application. But this package.json is very, very important. Last three sections: the script and dependencies, and then web dependencies. Maybe I can say. Okay. And when you come to your license part, whether your application going to support with international standard or MIT license, okay, or Apache license, okay. So as of now, we don't want to focus on license part. We'll see the end. Mainly when you come to dependencies and dev dependencies, like the difference between dependencies and dev dependencies. Any idea about dependencies and dev dependencies? Oh, okay, thank you. So here mainly this dependencies, dev depends nothing but you are going to work with you are going to create an application development. Let's say you are going to create a project from the beginning, the scratch. Okay, from the scratch you are going to develop a project. And in your project, For every requirement, there is a different say for example, you are going to create application for one dashboard. Dashboard, nothing but we have a different data report, like you want to export Excel in JSON format, in XML format, in HTML format, or document format, or PDF format. There is one report category. Or you have one more report kind of dash, like chart, like a column chart, by chart in report. Something you can give a different chart dashboard. So for that, we don't have any functionality directly in the React application. So we have to go and install third-party library called JavaScript library, where it will support in the chart, Google Chart. You can say Google Chart API. And we have to install Google Chart JavaScript and Google Chart API. We have to install to create a dashboard. So something like it. So every project there is a different package or library we have to install to create a application development. So when you come to dependencies and dev dependencies, first we'll go for dev dependencies. Dev dependencies mainly focus on your development purpose. So there are different mode, environment mode. You can say development mode and production mode and testing mode, okay, or UAT mode. But usually in real-time application development, we will keep only two mode. One is development mode and second one is production mode. Okay. So development mode will be something different configuration. If you go to production mode, the configuration will be different. Okay. So I'll tell you that difference between what is production development mode and production mode. Okay. So production mode, we are the developers, we are the programmers. We will go and develop our application. Once you complete your development task, it will go to testing team. Testing team will test your application, whether it's working or not as per project requirement. It is matching or not. If it is everything is working fine, then it will go to UAT, user acceptance testing, right? Finally, customers, they will come and test your application. If they are giving approve, then finally it will go to production version. Production version means actually your application is going to publish into one of the web server. From that, customers, they can use that application. So when you go to production time, actually there will be a different configuration. You have to make it. Okay. So that we'll see when you go to change the configuration while working development mode, and when you go to production mode, what things you have to change. But here the development mode. So while developing my application, I'm going to use these packages. Okay. You see that this is my package, Babel Core and 7.4.3. Any idea about Babel Core? I mean, whether you discuss or not, I won't ask about Babel. Any idea? Okay. So as I told you already, our React application, we will use a different kind of language. Like, we have TypeScript, we have a there is a SAS, advanced style sheet of CSS, SAS, and the different image format than that. We know JPG and PNG. Okay, and the browser will understand only JPG image and PNG image, right? If you go for different image format, your browser will not understand. Something like whatever things will not understand by browsers. Okay, those things we have to make understand by browsers. How we can do it? Using Babel. There is a Babel you can say it's a transpiler. The Babel is a transpiler. Okay, it's a compiler again, JavaScript compiler. We can say transpiler. Okay. So transpiler nothing but if you use TypeScript or a different language than JavaScript, your browser will not understand, right? So transpiler, Babel is a transpiler. It means it will compile into JavaScript format. Means it will convert from TypeScript into JavaScript. It will compile. After compilation, what will happen? Your TypeScript code will be converted into JavaScript. Why I should convert? Because my browser will understand only JavaScript language only.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
I want to convert. And why we are going for TypeScript? Because in TypeScript is a complete object-oriented programming language. Means we can go and create a different advanced functionalities. We can work with the OOPS concept. We can work with the design pattern. The testing, we can make easily testing, and the code reviews, we can easily do that. And the coding styling also very easy, and you can use less number of code to create your functionality. If you go for JavaScript, we have to write so many lines to achieve the functionality. But in TypeScript, everything's very short. We can create applications so fast here in the TypeScript. But TypeScript definitely not understand by browsers. what we have to do, we have to convert the TypeScript to JavaScript. Okay, that is called Babel. It will come and convert your TypeScript into JavaScript. So it means that is nothing but transpilarizing. Okay. There are different, different language here that Babel will take care of that. Okay. And when you come to Webpack, any idea about Webpack? Finally, anything you know? Any idea about Webpack here? When you are working with the React or Angular application, that how to execute your React application. Okay. For every web-based application, we need local web server. So for example, if you go for Java, okay, for Java we will use Apache web server, right? If you remember, I some people from Java background. I hope you can help me. So Java application can, if you want to run JSPF, nothing but Java application, we need Apache. In Apache web server only we can able to run. When you come to .NET application, we have a IIS web server. Using IIS web server, we can execute our .NET web application. So what I'm trying to say, for every web application, we need web server, local web server to execute, to run your web application. When you come to React, what is a web server? When you go to Angular, what is a web server? Okay. So for that, we are using one Webpack. Using this Webpack library, we can create a development web server. Again, I will repeat. Using Webpack, we can create a development web server. Okay. So we can create a one local web server using Webpack library. In that local development web server only, we can able to run our React application. That is what we are keeping this. Webpack is a library to create a local development web server. It's only for development purpose. We are working development mode, like you are going to develop your project from the scratch. So that time we cannot go and install any other server like IIS or Apache and all. Using library, this Webpack library, we can create a one local web server. In that local web server, we can test our application. I mean, you can develop your application, you can test your component, everything we can do it. So this Webpack will help you to create a local web server. In that only we are going to execute our React application. Same thing for Angular also. Okay. And not only that purpose, second, another very important thing is bundling minification concept. Bundling and minification. Any idea about bundling minification concept? Any idea? Anyone? Anything? I'll go and create one file. Simply I'll create it. The concept is what is bundling and minification. I wanted to share something here. Actually, if you are very new to React application or content application development, okay, whatever from myself, from trainer side, whatever I'm discussing, whatever I'm going to share, after session, maybe if you spend some time, maybe half an hour, maybe I can say, just go and explore something about, for example, I'm going to discuss about bundling minification. Okay, you may get some idea after discussing bundling minification, but still, if you search something, if you explore something about bundling minification yourself, so that time you can feel that it will be very, you will get clear idea about bundling minification, I can say. So not only this concept, but whatever concept we are discussing, you yourself go and explore something about the same topic, you will get some different explanation, different approach. Okay, from that you can learn somewhat, you get so strong, I can say. Okay, that's my suggestions for learning from. Okay, so this bundling minification, let me explain you. For example, you have a style1 dot css, because there is a file called style1 dot css file, style3, style2, and style3 css. And similarly, when I come to script1.js file, I have script1.js file. Okay, so there are three CSS file. I actually about what is CSS and JavaScript already. Okay, now there are three CSS file I have: style1, style2, and style3. This one for there are three JavaScript file I have. So what I will do, I will implement this one inside my HTML page. Definitely I will use image. This will go inside the header section. Right. Okay. Now, when you execute your application, what will happen? These three files will be loaded in the browser. Okay. And keep in mind, the browser will execution starting from top to bottom only. Always starting from top to bottom only. Okay. So now when you come to style 1, it will take 5 seconds. Okay. With that, I will go to next. It will take 5 seconds again. So just keep in mind there is a 5 seconds. And similarly, when you come to JavaScript, it will take 5 seconds. And this one. So when actually after that only you have your body. When you come to body, your page design. You have your page design here. Okay, so after loading this CSS JavaScript finally you can see your page design. Okay, and before that your page will not be displayed because the file should be loaded. After that only you can able to see your page design. But keep in mind there are 6 files you are referring files in the header section, the action body. Fine. Now it is taking totally how many? 15 30 seconds. Okay, total time taken 30 seconds to load all this JavaScript and CSS file in the HTML. After loading these 6 files, then only I can see my page design. But I have to wait 30 seconds. Okay. But users cannot wait till 30 seconds, right? So when you enter your URL address, at the same time your page should be displayed very fast. So that is very important, right? We should be, any customer they will expect like that. How you can make your web page web performance increase your web performance. It's all about loading performance. Now the concept is coming to bundling concept. So what is happening here? You have 3 different files. Okay. So instead of loading 3 different files, what I will do, I will create one file called bundle.css file. So what is bundle.css file here? So bundle.css file means I will merge these 3 files into one single file. Okay, but bundle.css file. So now what I will do, instead of loading this file, which file? These 3 files. Okay, I will highlight here. Let me. So I will load this file only. I won't refer these 3 files in the HTML page. What I will do, I will merge these 3 files into one single file called bundle.css file. Similarly, when you come to JavaScript, so this could be same bundle.javascript. So instead of loading these 3 files, I will merge into a single file called bundle.javascript. Now this file only in the HTML page we can see only 2 files. One is bundle.css file and bundle.javascript. These 2 files only I will refer. So now it will take 5 seconds, and this it will take 5 seconds. Right. So now how much we have saved? 20 seconds. Right. So within 10 seconds, these 2 files will be loaded in the web page, and we can see the design very fast. Earlier it was 30 seconds. Now it only 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, I can see my web page design. So this is called bundling. We have to bundle your files. What you are going to bundle, either CSS file or the JavaScript file, how you are going to bundle here. Okay. So it's all about Webpack. It will take care of that. There is a pack. That is called Webpack. It will package your bundle. It will package your complete CSS and JavaScript file only. And next one, I will talk about minification concept. Okay. So what is minification? Let's say you have a style1.css. Okay. Style1.css. Okay. In this file, we have a dot style. This is my style. Here I'll say color equal to red. Okay. So assume that in your style1.css file, I have some CSS concept. Now, how many lines in my file? How many lines which are highlighted? How many lines? 4 lines. 3 lines. Okay. Fine. Now, what will happen when you load this style1.css file in the browser? There are 3 lines, and your browser will read line by line only. It will not read entire file at the same time. It will read line by line only. Now there are 3 seconds. Okay. So after loading this file, it will take time taken 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Okay. Now what I will do, the same thing, I will convert like this: style1.min.css. This thing, smile style, color, red. See, now you can see that in this style1.min.css file, how many lines? I have only 1 line. So now you are supposed to read only 1 time. Nothing but it will take 1 second. Which is fast, I can say this only fast. So this is this we can say minified version we can say, nothing but minification. So assume that normally in every CSS file it will take more than 3000 line or 5000 line will be there. So if you load that file, it will take so much time, definitely. So what I will do, I will convert it to minified version, nothing but a one line statement. The one line is same code only. So whatever code you have style on dot, the same code will be there in this minified version only, but it will come as a single line. So now browser will read line by line only. Now there is only one line in my file. So it will read only in a 1 second, the line will be read. Line will be read, right? When you come to style one.js, there are 3 lines. So it will take 3 seconds. Because there are 3 lines, so it will read line by line. Every line it will take 1 second, assume that, then 3 seconds will take. So finally this file will be loaded so fast. So I can approach this version only. Any questions till now? I mean, I wanted to share one more thing top of it, but till then about bundling unification. Anything? That's what I wanted. So there are, I already mentioned there are 2 modes. One is development mode, another one is production mode. Okay. When you are working with the development mode, means you are the developer, you are going to develop your application. That time we should work with this kind of approach. Which one? This one. Without very paid version, we should work this one. Why I'm telling you, again, this mini pair is not only for CS file, again for style sheet or JavaScript also same thing only. We have style in the JavaScript also we have mini pair version also there. The code, all the functions code will be coming to single line only. But now the question is, when you go for mini pair version, when you go for normal versions. So if you are working development mode, when you are working developing your application, that time you should go for normal mode. Okay. When development is completed, then it will go to production. So in production time only you should use minified version. And now the question is how it is bundling. So that we are using Webpack. In this Webpack, we have to highlight all the files which will be bundled into one single file. That I will show you where it is happening. There is a file we have webpack.config file. So here only we have to configure all the steps. It will take care of that bundling unification. This file will take care of that. But there is a configuration we have to set up initially so that the bundling unification will happen. You are getting a point? Okay, so fine. Now when you come to package.js file again. So here, I was telling about when you say depth differences, what will happen when you are working development version? This package mainly will use. When you go for production version, this file mainly we will support. This package mainly we will use for production time only. Okay. Now, if you see that there are how we can identify what is the package you have installed, what is the version you have installed. So through this package.js file, we will get to know React is a library and what is the version you are using, 16 point something. When you say Webpack CLI commands, you will have 3.31. So it's all about like your production package information, and very important, it's a script. You can see this script section in every application, React or Angular, it will be there. Okay. Initially, there are, so for example, you are going to download one project from the website, and you don't know how to build that application. How to check? First, directly you go to this package.json file, open the script section. In the script, there is a command, start command. There is a command, build command. Then what you have to do, you have to directly come, say npm start. That's it. This is a normal step. This is common step for every React or Angular application. How to check, how to run your application, React or Angular application. Open package.json file. In the script section, there is a command will be there. This is a command, and this command will be executed here. This is a build command. Just compile your application here. Now, if you see here, when I say start command, npm start, what will happen? Your Webpack dev server will be start. Very important. Your Webpack dev server will be created. In that Webpack server only, actually your React application will be running. Okay? That is important here. And here you can see that mode is here. I'm saying that mode, development mode. And this is a HMR. There is another concept, HMR concept. You can see. I will talk about later what is HMR, hot module replacement. Okay. If you are working with normally this React or Angular application, it depends on the project requirement. There is a concept called HMR, hot module replacement. Okay. So it's a live update. What is live update? I will tell you. If you change the code, if you change the data in the source code, and whenever you save the application, automatically the changes part it will reflect in the running application without rerun or without refresh your application. Just if you save the changes in the local system, or if you save the files automatically the changes part it will reflect in the direct running application. The browser it will run directly, it will reflect without refresh or without rerun, I can say. That is called HMR, or module replacement. Nothing but live update. Whatever you are going to edit and save the file, after save the changes automatically it will reflect in the running page. Okay. That is a HMR. That means hyphen R. It means HMR, hot module replacement. Fine. Now, whenever say npm start, your dev server will be start. In that dev server only, actually our React application is going to run. Okay. That is called start command. And build command just your production type. It will compile your application to production version. Okay. It will not run, but it will just build the solution. It will build the application itself. But when you say start command, it will run your application here. Okay. Maybe I will show you later. But now I'm just giving you idea how to run application. Open package.json file. In the script section, we will get to know what is the command we have mentioned here. Start command and then build command here. So based on the thing, we will start. Okay. Now, if we go to webpack.config.js file, here only we can see. So, you know what is record? What is record? Any idea about what is record? Anything idea? No. Record. Okay. The concept is why we are importing package. Okay. Every package it will do some functionalities. For example, if you want to work with the file handling, I want to create a file, I want to read file, I want to read file, I want to write file, something. So if you want to use file handling concept in Java, we have to declare java.io package. Okay. For every package, it will do some functionality. Like we go for ODBC, java.odbc or JDBC, something. Database connectivity, we have to import the package. For every functionality if we want to implement, there is a separate package to work. We have to implement, we have to import the package, and then only we can have a functionalities. Without a package, we cannot start anything. Right? When you come to C, if you go to C, again header file in C++ header file. Like if you go to C, we can say stdio.h. If we go to C++ iostream.h, something we can declare that. And when you come to JavaScript application, there are two things. One is import and second one is require. Okay. So require nothing but you are going to import the package or import the file. What you are not file, library we can say. There is a library I'm going to use, there is a path. Path is one of the library. What is the use of this path? Using this library, I can access my local file structure. I can access my local file. Not local file, I can say local file system or local drive. In drive, you have a C drive or a D drive, whatever. I can access my local drive. Why? I want to create a file or I want to create a folder through React application or through Angular application. So for that, there is a package we are using path. So now here require nothing but you are going to import the file, import the library or import the package. You can name it anything, either library or package. So now there are two libraries. One is path, second one is HTML webpack plugin. Okay. So once you import this library, and I'm creating one object name. Whatever importing this library, for this library I'm creating one object. Using this object, I'm going to access this path library. Nothing but in this path library, whatever functionality is inbuilt, those functions I can access using this path. Similarly, when you come to require this library, it means whatever functionalities inside this library, HTML webpack library. See here, if you see that tooltip, there is a path it is showing. In this path only this library get installed. So it means in this library, whatever functionalities we have, if I want to call the functionality, if I want to access this functionality, I'm creating one object name. Through this object name, I'm going to access this file functionalities. I mean, from the file I can access here. Here we go to module.export. Okay. Inside module.export, I wanted to up something. Here. You see here module.export. Export is a very important keyword, I can say. One of the module.export nothing but okay, fine. See module.export. It means I'm going to export this entire. I'll tell you. I'm going to export entire this file functionalities. Okay. Whatever functionality you are going to create yourself, this functionalities if you want to access outside of the file. Suppose for example, in this webpack config file I have some functionality. Okay. This functionality, if I want to access in another file, then you have to export so that I can access these functionalities in another file. Okay, without export, we cannot we cannot access in another file. Very important. So whenever you see dot export, it means you can access this inside functionalities outside of the file. Means in another file you can access. That is important. Fine. Now here it is a module dot export. So module is inbuilt keyword from React, and export is a function where what are the things you are going to export to access outside of this. Fine. So now if you see there in the pack config file, always this first line it will be the entry file. Okay. The entry file nothing but when you run the application very first time, there is entry file. There is some entry should be there. From that entry file only actually your application should run. Right. So now there is an entry. What is entry file? Dot main.js. Now go to main.js, you have main.js file. You see, there is a main.js file. So when you run the application, first the entry point, it will go to main.js. So I will go to main.js file. Okay. In this main.js file, what you are doing here. Okay. So I will explain about main.js later. Before I will go to webpack. Another one is output and dev server and then module and then plugins. So there are 4 things I have. What is output and what is dev server? So output nothing but I told you already. Actually, your files will be bundled. Okay, whatever JavaScript you are using, those JavaScript file will be bundled. All the files will be merged into one single file, nothing but bundle file. That bundle file will be creating in runtime whenever run the application. Okay, so that is called here output. Where it is going to store, there is a path. Okay, this path nothing but in the local path, in the project folder path only. In this project folder path only, their file will be creating it. That is my local directory. The current folder path is a directory name, and inside that there is a one folder will be created. Folder name will be bundle. Okay. Inside bundle folder, the file will be creating. It will be created. Index bundle.java will be creating. Okay. So what is happening here? Whenever run the application, there is the folder will be created on the fly. Bundle folder. Inside bundle folder, the file will be created. Index.bundle. Inside this file, what it will have? Whatever files you are importing for application development, those files will be bundled into single file. That file name is I'm giving index.bundle.javascript. You can give any name. It's just for identification. We are giving index bundle. You can keep your name or my name. Anything you can put it here. And folder name also you can have anything. It's not mandatory to use bundle, but it's a coding standard. As per coding standard, they are giving bundle is a folder name. But you can keep any name here. Inside this bundle folder, this file will be created automatically. But inside this file, what it will be there? Whatever JavaScript file you are importing, that means you are referring, those files will be converting into one single file, nothing but bundle file called index_bundle. So I was explaining about this bundle file, how it will generate. While running, it automatically will create a bundle file. Next, when you come to dev server, so this is the dev server portion. Okay. So how it is happening? We are already we have installed the package. Which package? Webpack. So we have installed the Webpack dev server, and then Webpack also we have installed. Okay. So in this package, it will take care of that to create a dev server. So that's what we are configuring here, dev server. Whenever you configure this dev server, it will create a dev server in local system. The port number will be 8080. Okay, in the local system mainly. That is a dev server concept. When you come to module, here module. So these are the rules. I have only one rule, but you can create a number of rules. There is only one rule I'm using. What is rule? What is module and what is rule? Okay. You go inside module. I told you right already. If you use a different kind of files, those files will not understand by browsers. Nothing but TypeScript and JSX. TypeScript, our React application, the file extension will be .jsx only. The React JSX only. Okay. Whatever code we are going to develop in React application, it will be JSX format only. So the JSX will not understand by browser. So for that, what we are going to do? We are going to use Babel loader. This Babel loader, it will convert your JSX file into JavaScript file. That is what we are giving rule. So this rule, nothing but how to compile your different format file. So .jsx is a different file. That file will not understand the browser. So for that, we are going to use one loader, nothing but compiler. This is the Babel loader. It will compile your JSX code into JavaScript code. That's what you are giving rule. So this rule can be a number of rules you can have. Right now I'm using JSX only. If you have different files, then for that we have to write different rule, and we have to use loader. For everything we have to use loader. Which loader we have to use for that particular file format. So now for JSX, for TypeScript, we can use Babel loader. It will compile your JavaScript code into actual JavaScript, TypeScript code into JavaScript code. That is what there is in compiler here. Okay, coming to whatever the open and close curly braces, it means inbuilt object name. You can say inbuilt object name, whatever you said, it's correct. And from the React package, there are different kind of package, inbuilt package. Here, there is a class component. See? So this class component available in the React library. So we are going to reuse that class name here. So whatever you are giving here, it's a class name. Could be class name. Okay. So this combination of the class name, which is coming from React package. I'm giving it. Yeah. So that you can see in the between the open and close curly braces. Very important. Okay. And this is a object for the entire package. So using React package, we can create a component. Also separately, you can take a direct class component. Using this name, we can go and create your component. So directly you can say extends React component, or else we can write like this also, React dot component. This is also possible. If you are not going this approach, directly you can use this object. This is a root. You can say root object. Using root object, I'm going to call the my sub element, nothing but class component dot component. React dot component I can use directly, but I'm not going to use the React component directly. I'm using the component which I created. Only I'm taking the individual object name, nothing but individual class name component. So directly I can use for class component here. Fine. Now I hope now you got idea about these things. Very important. And is there any restriction how to create a React library? Is there any restriction? You know the rules about React component. So you can see here I have a class component. Okay, class component is header component, and inside here division, let it be. Okay. So in this class method render function, you can see the render function here. Okay. Now in this header component, inside header component, what I'm going to use, there is a div tag. Okay. Inside div, I have a can I have one more div like will work out?
No, it will give error.
Okay, so we can have always only one root element. Okay, in the component. Okay, thanks. And if you see here, there is a product menu. I'm creating one product menu function. You can see that function and function name. Inside function name, I'm going to return something. What you are going to return? You are going to return HTML elements. It's a HTML elements only. I think. See here, this is your HTML elements. You have a L. You have a. Okay. Here you can see that the functional component. This is a functional component. Okay. You have function and function name. The function name I'm giving product menu. Okay. So this going to return something about menu items for the product. Okay. So once you create a product menu, product menu component, nothing but functional component in my application, throughout the application, wherever it is required product menu items, I can call the function menu. This menu, this function I will call. How I can call using tag, this tag. You can see here in my header component, there is a place called in the header, the top header. I want to use product menu list. Just I want to display product menu list. So in this case, you can go for functional component. Just we can reuse the template. We are not going to render directly. We are going to reuse the menu items wherever it is required. So in this my class component, header component, inside header component, there is a product menu I want to display. Okay. So now there is another component you have. In that component, you don't want display product menu. So simply you don't want call that. Or wherever it is required, this product menu items only, you can directly refer this functional component and easily you can.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Use this concept only for reuse concept, and whenever if you want to use multiple times throughout the application, where in every page I want to use some part of a design, nothing but menu items I want to display. So that time you can go for functional component. So that time it's not good go for class component. Class component finally for rendering purpose you can keep it. Every web page there is a class component will be there definitely. But in the web page, the functionality point I will suggest you can go for functional component wherever it is. If you want to reuse a number of times, those components you should go for functional component. If you want to display purpose, okay, direct display, then you can go for class component only. If you see that in this class component, I have a header sequence of header. The menu, see, I have menu component. Where it is a menu component, I'm referring menu component here. You can see here. And then I have a product menu component here. See, so in this main component, this may assume that this is my main component, header component. In this, there are two components I'm rendering it here inside my class component. So if your class component contains multiple components, so that is best I can say. Instead of creating different class component, you can create a different functional component. Finally, you can render those components into class component. Finally, so that time it will be so fast. Okay, and not only that purpose, you can go for reuse concept. It's all about completely reuse concept. I can say this single piece code I want to use my application through the application, and very important. Class component only it will follow the React lifecycle and very important state management. The reason why we are preferring class component, we can maintain state of the component, but in the functional component we cannot maintain the state. That is one of the disadvantage in the functional component. So that is the reason I was telling for reuse concept only you can go for functional component. But in the class component, mainly it will support state management concept. State management means what is state of my component, whether it's rendered or not. What is the return result from the component? So I want to maintain some state of the component. Then class component always preference. Usually we will prefer class component only. Functional component only for reuse concept. I think that's we cannot maintain the state here. So getting your point, what I'm trying to say. It's all about state of the component. Like, for example, you want to declare variable, you want to transfer the data between the two component. How to transfer the data of component one to another component? Okay, so it's all about state. That's the concept called state and props. Okay. So state and props. You can say state and props. These two concepts very important in React. Okay, because state mainly talk about your state of the component, and props nothing but how to transfer the data between the component one to another component. Okay. So props nothing but attribute. We don't confuse attribute. Okay. So using HTML attribute, we can pass the data from component one to another component. Mainly we can say. Okay. So this is the props we can say, and state nothing but how it will maintain the state of the component. State of the component means you can say state variable, state data. You can declare variable inside the variable. Say if I go here. Usually here we can get a constructor here, and we can make a super function here. You can see. Okay, so using constructor only we can create a super function, and you can go and create a this dot state, and you can create a variables. Okay, for example, first name. I'll create a first name here. I will share you. I will start. No, I'm giving example now only, but properly I will share some presentation PPT. From that I will explain clearly. Here I want to display something. For example, I will type my name here. So if name given, right? Here inside here, you can say here my application. Right? You know that what is curly braces? Or two open and two close. What do you call? Okay, we can say expression. It's not a string interpolation. One of the concepts also close to that only partially, but we should say expression. Okay. Whenever you say double open close brace, double open brace and double close brace, we can say it's expressions. Okay. So I'll say here this dot state dot so we can I will share the presentation. From that presentation I will explain you, but I'm telling you how to declare the variables inside the class component here. So we through constructor only we can declare the variable. This dot state is one of the inbuilt keyword. It is coming from super function. Once you have a super function, then we can use this state function. Okay, and using state concept, we can declare the variable. In number of variables we can declare. Let's see this one. Directly we can say. Cool. So here we can declare one more variable, last name. So we can create a number of variable, or you can create a courses. You can declare array also. So you can create array. Anything you can create inside state variable or array or JSON array You can create anything here. You can keep it inside state. This variable we can access inside the class component. Okay? But these things we cannot possible. These things we cannot declare inside the functional component. Only class component only it will we can use it this concept only. That's what we are preferring, mainly class component. But functional component only for reuse purpose. I was telling about this concept. Simply I want to return return the menu items wherever it is. But still functional component we can go for it. There is another concept called React hooks. There is one concept we have React hooks. Using React hooks, we can implement state management inside the functional component. Okay. There are two lifecycle. One is React lifecycle and one is React hooks. React hooks is a lifecycle only. But this React lifecycle mainly for class component, because in class component we can reuse state concept. I mean, we can use the state concept mainly, maintain the state of the component, but we cannot use state concept in the functional component. To achieve that only, we are going for React hooks. In React hooks, there is a use state function. Using use state function, we can maintain the state of the functional component. So that we will see end of the class. We have a separate session for that. We will see that. But I will take it this state and props about functional, I mean, class component, and props also we can use it in the functional component also. That is possible. Okay. Only thing, props can use it in the class component and then functional component. But state we can use it only for class component, not for functional component. Okay. But these two concepts mainly how to transfer the data, how to maintain this data. It's all about data management, I can say. Just data management, how to create a variable, how to store the variable, how to transfer the variable between the two components. So for that purpose only we are using state and props. In this state and props we can use it in the functional component mainly. Just passing the value from component to another component. That is purpose only we are going for state and props. Okay, state and props. What is state and props? So from that I will talk about first is props. So what is props and what is the purpose of props? So props, nothing but it's all about short properties. I'll tell you what is. Here you can see what is props. It's a props, nothing but short for properties. It's a properties like we have these properties, we have HTML properties, similar like that only. Okay. So it's mainly we can pass data between the React components. We have a React component to pass data between the components. Using props, we have component 1 and component 2. There are different components, but between component, how to transfer the data, how to pass the data using props. And props mainly we can say read only. Okay. And React is a unidirectional flow. I hope you know that. You know what is unidirectional? Any idea? Yeah, right. So it's not a bidirectional. Okay, if you go to Angular, is a like a two-way binding. So, but here is unidirectional, like one source to destination only. You cannot compare. So it's unidirectional flow only. Always in React components, the data flow I can see. Now I'll show you how to create a props and what is the purpose. We are going for mainly for passing the data between the components. That is the only way we are going for props. Okay. So now I'll tell you what. For example, let me go to my component where I have a go to header component. Okay. The header component. Let's say I'll keep this product component. We'll create one more component, say functional component. Application. Then say return. Say h2. Okay, now what I'm going to do here, there is a function component, function name is application title. Okay. So in this thing I have a prop. Let it be whatever name you can keep it. But now inside here, okay, I will put it here. Props dot title. Okay. Now the question is what is title, what is props and what is title here, or where it is coming maybe. Okay. So here I have not declared this title anywhere. Okay. Directly I'm just whatever you are passing argument value to this function. From this argument value, I'm accessing the title. But where the question is where I have declared title here. Okay. Now, if I go to my class component, okay, inside class component, I have a title. Okay. Inside header component, I will put my application title component. See here, inside header tag, I'm calling my functional component application title. Okay, this application title, I'm going to create a prop. Here title, nothing but props. Here title is a prop, I can say. Okay, title is a prop. In this prop, I'm going to say my e-commerce application. I'm just giving it like this. Here now there is a this, you can say it's a tag, but here it's a functional component. Okay, in the functional component, what I'm doing, I'm creating a prop nothing but attribute. You can say title is attribute, you can say, or but here we should say prop. My prop name is title, and prop value, this is a prop value. So prop name, title, and prop value, my e-commerce application. So what we are doing it, we are calling this functional component and we are passing prop and prop value. This prop name only we are accessing in this component. When you come to this one, in Angular only we can use double close braces. I mean double and close, double open braces and close braces in AngularJS. And React we can use single braces. Good. So very important, we can see this prop name and prop value. Okay, so this prop name I'm accessing via the argument value. It will come to argument. From argument I'm receiving it and then I find the title. So title is a prop where you have calling your functional component. See, this is our functional component. While calling my functional component, I'm creating prop and then passing value, prop value. This prop value will be rendered here inside. Here you can see. So now I'm able to pass from class component to functional component using props concept. Okay. So this is important how we can use props. So you can create a number of props, not only single prop. I have only one prop. You can create one more prop. Title, subtitle, you can create. Title and subtitle you can create here. Okay. It's all about the current specification. Like what things you want to pass it from the functional component one to another component name. Okay. That is important. Let me see and then we'll discuss on that. See here, it is coming my e-commerce application. How it is coming? Because in this my e-commerce application displaying in the functional component. If you go to your functional component, let's go to header. In the header component, what we are doing is a product component. This is a functional component. Okay. The functional component you are passing prop, and using props I'm going to access it title. This title somewhere declared as a prop. You go to your component header, inside header tag I'm using my functional component. This functional component is calling. While calling I'm creating prop, nothing but title property, and I prop value my e-commerce application. Okay. So now the question is whenever you access the application title, this we can change. We can have different. For example, when I come to footer or somewhere, maybe after after product menu, I will keep backend. Here I will change different one. Instead of that, my e-commerce application, my customer application. Just I'm giving it. Okay. Now 2 times will be displayed. Here title will be different. Here title will be different. But I have only one functional component. So that functional component, whatever props you are passing, it will be rendered and it will be bind in the functional component. That reflection we can see in the web page. Here you can see that the title here will be different title I'm using it here. So this how the props will help you. Just you can create a prop name and value. And what is this? Either class component, functional component, wherever you are using it, this we can refer this mail. Okay. So that is important. I wanted to share here. Okay. Any questions about functional props? How I'm passing the value from class component to functional component using props? Okay. So state this one. Again, we have a class component, right? We have a class component and then functional component. This class component is a stateful. We can say stateful component. This one stateless. This one functional component. Okay. In class component, we can have a state management concept, like how to maintain data management, mainly data management or state management. When you come to functional component, it's a stateless. Okay, we cannot maintain a state. Only we can have a props concept. We can pass the data. You can bind the bind the data in the inside functional component, or you can have simple design inside the template. You can return concept. We cannot maintain any state inside the functional component. mainly we can return the template, but inside class component, we can have a stateful. It's completely stateful component, like what is the state of the component, whether it's rendered or not. If it is not rendered, should I render again, re-render again? So something we can get the state of the component. So all things it is possible in the class component. There is a class React lifecycle. Maybe tomorrow we can discuss about that completely. What is React lifecycle and what are the functions we have. There are re-render and component should update. There are so many functions we have inbuilt inside our React lifecycle that mainly for only class component. We don't have any lifecycle for functional component, but we have a React hooks we have separately for functional component that we will see end of the class. But before that, tomorrow we'll discuss about class component with lifecycle. Okay. So we'll get to know what is completely about stateful. So now the concept is class component about stateful and functional component about stateless. Okay. And we discussed like how to pass the data between the two components using props and prop value. Next, we will come to state. So this state we will declare only inside the class component. Okay. And it is a inbuilt feature inside for the class component. And it's all about completely how to manage your data. Okay, so it how to create, how to manage your data here. Okay, I'll just type here components to create and manage their own data. So every component we can have a state. State nothing but don't confuse the state data management. You can declare variable, you can set the value, you can change the value inside the class component. Whenever you change the value, how to update in the component. Okay, for let's say I have first name and I have last name. So in default, my name is displaying properly, but last name there is some wrong. So when you go and change your last name in the text box, automatically it should update the component. At the same time, it should be updated. It will be updated in database also. How you can work with different kind of scenarios, these kind of scenarios, like how to update immediately in the component itself whenever you change the value. So whenever you change the value, automatically it should update in the component here. Okay, that is an important state component here. And when you come to how to update your component, how to update your component? That's the next question. How to create this one? How to create state using this dot state? We can go for it. Okay. And how to update? Okay. How to update here? Next, to update state. In this case, we can update the state using set state. There is a function, inbuilt function. We have inbuilt function set state. Using set state, we can change the state value. What is the default value? What is the initial value? And later in running time, I want to change the value of the state. So you can using this function, set state function, we can change the value. Whenever you change the value of the state, automatically your component will be re-rendered automatically. You don't want call the function again. It will render automatically if you change the state value. That is one of the very, very important feature in React application. Usually, what we have to do whenever we change the value, we have to refresh the web page to get the latest data. Okay, that is very important. Normally, every application, if you go to Java, .NET, what we will do whenever you change the value or update the value, we have to refresh the web page so that you will get the latest data from the database, or the changes you can get it after refresh page or after reload page. But in React application, what will happen whenever you change the value? There is, for example, I have a first name. So you have a first name here, first name, f name here. So before that, I have a this dot state. Okay, and you have a first name, f name colon default. Some default I will say I have. Now later I want to change my first name, something I want to change, what I want to change first. Okay, so in the component you have a component. Okay, let's say I'm just giving idea component. Here I'm using f name. Okay, and you have a component. So when you run the application, very first time it will be Ganesh here. Okay. Later in on-click function or no on-click function, you are going to change the value. What you are going to change? You are going to change the value using set state function. Whenever you change the value, automatically this component will be rendered. It will render automatically. You don't want to call manually, or you don't want to trigger anything. This render function, it will trigger automatically internally whenever state changed. If any state change, Automatically render function will be fired automatically by React lifecycle concept. As per React lifecycle, whenever state modified or updated or changed, automatically render function. Nothing but we have render function, right? Every component we have render functions here. This function will render again automatically. That is a special of this state concept. That is what we are saying. Stateful. It's a stateful component. Last one is stateful, completely stateful. We don't want call manually to re-render the component to get the latest data whenever you modify the state value. Okay. So that's what I was telling. Initially, the if name will be Ganesh, and I'm going to change the text box value, or using non-click function, I'm going to change the if name here. After on click, automatically this render function will be fired. Why? Because you are going to change the value using state function. Using state function, you are going to change the value. Whenever this state variable modified or changed, automatically the render function will fire automatically internally by React lifecycle, by React lifecycle concept. That is one of the special feature in the React lifecycle, nothing but stateful components. You are getting the flow of the state concept. This any thoughts? But no, we should try to practice mainly the React state concept, because most of the time we'll be working React state concept only. So if you work with React state management, then it is easy for you handling it. Okay. So I'll go to component. Okay. Now what I will do, inside class component, I'll create a constructor. Okay. In this constructor, I'm going to use super function. So using super function, I'm going to create a state variable here. This state. Okay. So this by this dot state. So inside state, we are going to create our menu item. Say for example, I'm going to create a menu colon. This one for first I'll go to simplify. Later we'll go to array concept. So for example, this in here, I'll create something basic thing. Menu. This one menu for menu items. Okay. Like total. Okay. So inside here, I have this dot state. Okay. So now what I'm going to do next part. Okay. Using super function, we are going to create a state concept. Okay. Using super function, we are going to create a state functions here. So next, what we are going to first, we will display the state, and then we'll move to how to change the value next. Okay. So for that, I will go and create a display the value here. Inside the team, I'll go and say h2. Okay. Under h2, and create a h5, and okay. So inside h2, I'm going to print my value here. How we can print the value here. So it's all about completely this dot. Sorry, before that, okay. This dot. So I'm just creating title first. Let's see what is happening. What I'm doing it first, we should create a constructor. So this concept completely talk about how to create a state. In the state management, always we should create a constructor. This using this constructor, we can create a state management, and also you can receive prop value also. Keep in mind, using constructor, we can create a state. We can declare a state, and apart from that, we can receive props from another component. That is also possible. If I say props here, so whenever you call the class component in another file, okay, from another file you have to pass prop value from where you are calling menu component. While calling the type only, we have to pass prop and prop value. That prop value is coming from you can receive in this props, and after that we can access the props inside the class component. This is one of the way. And means using constructor, we can receive the props from another component where you are calling class component. And next one, using constructor and super function, we can get a state of a class component. So after declaring state, and I'm going to say this start state. Inside this start state, we can have any number of. It's coming from super function. From that only we are accessing the state, this start state. Okay. This is a property. Okay, this is one of the property. Inside property we have a property variable. Right, this is one of the property. Now what I'm going to do here, just whatever you're creating variable, I'm using that. This dot state dot variable name. That's all. So whatever initial value it is this variable. That's what you're able to see here. It's saving account. After menu component, after menu title, I'm displaying saving account here. Okay, these things we are what we are doing it. First, we should do hands-on in the same class component how to create a state, how to create a state variable, and how to display. And third one, how to change the state value in the same class component. After changing the value in the same class component, whether your class component reflecting or not automatically. That is the first task. Next task, what we do, if you want to access the state management, we can go for between these statements, how we can access state value, how we can access that. Using props, we can access. I'll tell you how to do that next time. But first, we should work with internal class component. How to create, we have done. How to display, we have done. Exactly. See, for example, we have a Airtel app. Something I'll give you example. Okay, suppose today's last day to recharge. Okay. So now it will show you 0 days. It will show number of days, 0 validity icons, 0 days validity icons. After recharge, immediately it will update 84 days or 25 days, you have validity time. So it is changing automatically after you recharge your data. The web page, you can see that. That is one of the example I can see. And when you go to Facebook, and Facebook, you are going to change your profile image. Automatically, it will update everywhere. Okay, like that. Now, I'm just creating the title and displaying it. Next, I will show you how we can go and modify it. So this start, okay, I will use how to create a local event. Okay, I will tell you how to create a local event. This start, show title equal. Okay, so now I'm creating one function, simple function. This start, show title. So now what I'm going to do, this concept, I want to create one function, simple function, nothing much. So I will say show title. But I want to create a event listener concept. That's what I was thinking. Fine. First, I'll go this approach. Later, I will tell you how to add event listener in the runtime. So there is a callback function. So there we will try to create an event in the runtime. So that's what I was thinking. Okay, let me tell you. So I'll just comment out this line. Okay. So what I'm doing is, the constructor when it will initialize, how constructor will invoke, the concept, right? This is a function. I'm going to, like, for example, I'm going to type some, I'm going to type some statements, okay, and we can execute this function later. That is my function, right? That's my requirement. But this is a React file. This is a ReactJS file. Nothing but JSX code. In JSX code, your compiler, React compiler, not understand what is this. So I should tell to my compiler this is my function. How you can say, while initializing constructor time, okay, I'm saying that I have a function, please accept. I have a function is show title, and please accept. Bind nothing but you are going to create a function using, when you say bind function, this function will be created. You are getting a point or not? Okay, you can get a number of functions. Like for example, I have a show title here. Let me create one more function, and this one change title. That's a giving idea. So now I have two functions. These two functions will be creating while construct initialization time. So I have to create one more function, change title here. It's not a state concept. I am just telling to my React JSX file. I have a function. Please create. Please create in the sense I am saying that bind function. While using bind function only, actually the function will take care of that. It will create. Before that, it will not be created anything. You have a code, that's all. But the file, this function you cannot access. You cannot access this function until next we call. Okay. So I'm just using bind function only. I'm creating my function. That's it. Okay, I'm just creating a function. But in ReactJS, this is a format. Okay, this is a way how to create a function. How to it's all about you have a function, you want to add the function into React application. This concept maybe you can say, I have two functions. That two function I'm going to add into the React application. So there are function 1 and function 2. You're getting a point, or you are confused? So the reason is what I'm doing is I'm going to create a.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Create a function. The function is change statement. Okay. I'm just creating, but how it is creating by using bind function we can able to create. Without this line we cannot create a function in react.js application. Mainly in React application, if you want to create a one function, that function if you want to access inside the React component, the question is if you want to access the function inside the React component, then you should say bind. When you say bind, that means that function can be created, and then only you can access inside the class component by using this dot change statement. Okay. Now what will happen whenever you click this, whenever on click function, on click on the button, when you click this button, this function will fire. Okay, manually you are clicking the function. So now inside whatever you are going to return, it will execute out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set state. Okay, there is a function just set state. Okay. This using this set state function, we are going to change the state variable. We are going to change the state value or anything. Okay. How you have to change? You have to say open and close brace first, very important. So that you can access the state variable, you can access inside the open and close braces. Okay. Instead that I'm going to say title. How you are giving the same thing, colon. You should give colon here also. Now I'm going to change, instead of same thing, I will say current account. Okay. So now what we are doing is we are creating a function, and this is my function definition. You can assume that is a function declaration and this is a function definition. Normally, we have a Java, right? We will declare a function first. We have abstract method, that's a function declaration. In the subclass, we'll give an implementation, right? The same thing only. This is a function declaration. Using bind function, I'm going to declare my function. Okay. When you declare that, you should give definition. Okay. That's my definition part here. And inside definition, what you are going to do, you are going to set the value. You can have anything. You can have go and write inside any logic inside. Normally, how you write in JavaScript, the same thing you can write any logic there. But I have written only just change the value using state function. I'm going to change the state variable title. The value is current account. I'm changing it. So this is the old one. Now, when you click the function, I'm going to call the function. That's all. Okay. We'll see what is happening here. Okay. So initially it is coming to saving account. Okay. When I click change current account, and keep in mind the reason is how it is working. Next concept. I want to save this function render function. So actually, how it is working? Maybe after explaining React, we will get here about state management concept. But right now, I just try to understand flow. You have a function. Inside the render function, you have button click, and button click you are calling the function. That's all. Normally you are doing it. But very first time you are running the application, this render function will be fired. That time, what is the default value? That value will be displayed here. That's it. This render function it will render only one time. Render function it will render only one time. But very important, whenever this set state function called or invoked, automatically this render function again it will render. You are getting a point what I am trying to say. So this set state function called, automatically this render function again it will render automatically. We are not going to call the render function again. Only we are calling change title one. That's all. As per our requirement, I want to change the title value. Which one title I want to change using state function? I'm going to change the value only. But this render function automatically it will re-render again. So whenever state modified, you can modify anywhere, from any function you can modify. But this render function automatically render again whenever state value change. That is one of the important feature of React application. Means whenever render this particular place, and while rendering it, only this place only reflect. Why? Reason? Can you tell me the reason? You have a place reason, you have a menu component, you have menu items, you have HR tag, you have. But when you while rendering, only this place only reflects. Other place appears. Why? Reason? Yeah, tell me what are you? I think the beginning I was discussing something very important. Exactly, virtual DOM only. While rendering part, it will compare with your original DOM and virtual DOM. In the virtual DOM, this place will now change. Now this place is a current account. The original DOM actually is a saving account. Okay. Now in the original DOM you have a saving account. In the virtual DOM you have a current account. After because I click the function here. Now in the virtual DOM the value changed. Nothing but current account. Now it will compare which is the what is the difference between the file 1 and file 2. Only the difference part only it will reflect. I mean it will change, replace. I think you are getting my point. What I'm trying to say.
So let's begin this React.js interview questions with one of the very important questions that is mostly asked in all of these interviews. So to begin with, we have the question which states, differentiate between virtual DOM and real DOM. So DOM, as you already might know it, as the document object model, and there is a specific working with respect to React on virtual DOM and the usage of real DOM as well. So more on that in the next couple of questions. But then the answer for this question, the way you're supposed to approach this is very simple. Just give them the concise difference between the virtual DOM and the real DOM. For example, when you consider working with virtual DOM, it is actually a little bit easier in terms of usability rather than real DOM. And then there's a lot of memory wastage which happens whenever you work with JavaScript objects. And here, when you're making use of virtual DOM, memory is not wasted as much as it would in the case of real DOM as well. And then when we talk about the JavaScript XML elements, which is also called as the JSX elements, it'll only be updated every time if an element actually exists for it. But then in the real DOM, that's not actually the case. In real DOM, what happens is every time there's a new element that gets updated, right, a new DOM itself is created for it, and then an object is processed and later passed on to JavaScript and then the browser and all of that. So in terms of the backend working efficiency as well, a virtual DOM has a bit of the higher picture here. And then when you talk about the ability for either the virtual DOM or the real DOM to manipulate HTML directly, well, here real DOM might have an advantage because it has the ability to directly manipulate HTML, while virtual DOM cannot manipulate HTML directly. And then when you think about compilation and the actual updates being shown, virtual DOM will update faster than the real DOM, and you will understand why in the next couple of questions, as we'll be dealing with virtual DOM a bit later. This brings us to question number 2. Question number 2 states, what is React? Well, React is one of the world's most popular JavaScript library as of now. It was originally launched in 2011. It was created by the developers at Facebook, and it was mostly meant to provide a nice pipeline for very good front-end development, right? So creating front-end elements is not only complex, but at the end of the day, it has to be simplified to a point where you can efficiently work with the tool. Well, React was this particular implementation. It is based on a component based approach where you try to build each components and make sure that the reusability of these components are very high, in a way where you can take these components out and make a lot of things with a lot less, if I have to put it in a very simple way. So React gained a lot of traction since 2011, and no doubt it is one of the number one JavaScript libraries out there. And for this reason, you can develop a lot of complex stuff, be it mobile interfaces, web applications, or even designing anything complex, right? So with React, it makes it all very simple. So when you're asked this question, make sure you mention all of these to add a little bit of value to your answer, rather than just saying that React is a JavaScript library, right? So saying it out this way will add value to your candidature. Now, coming to question number 3, it says, what is the meaning of virtual DOM? As we just discussed in the first question, so to give you more clarity about this, a virtual DOM is nothing but a simple JavaScript object. So a virtual object is an exact copy of a real DOM, where it can be considered as a tree, and it can be considered as a node tree, which has all these things such as elements, it has attributes, it has properties attached, and much more. So if you picture a node tree right now, where each of these branches can branch out into elements and their attributes and the properties, that is what the virtual DOM would look like. And then when you think about React uses something called as the render function, where it actually creates a tree. It updates the tree based on the changes that happen in real time, with respect to the data model, and then present the changes that you have done out to the browser, right? So it is very similar to this, and virtual DOM is in fact used for that as well. And then when you think about all the changes, either performed by the users, or if there is an action which has led to a cause, which changes something, then again the render function is called, the virtual DOM is put into use, the object is used, and then the working of it goes on in an order, as we'll check out in the next couple of questions. Coming to question number 4, it states, what are some of the important features of React? this question can be answered in many ways because React has so many different features that you can talk about. You can go on 10 minutes with the answer for this particular questions. But then the most simple way I would suggest is to, pick out features that'll help you portray the uniqueness of React, right? So I have 3 points on your screen that you can use to add a lot of value. The first thing is it says React makes use of a single directional data flow model. Again, this is only native to React while its development was, and it is in a league of its own. The single directional data flow model works very effectively. It's very rapid, and it is used to just make the entire process of designing and developing a front end solution very efficient. And then when we talk about the ability for the front end development language to have control over server side of things, well, yes, React has the ability to completely control the server side data processing abilities, the handling of it, and then merging it in terms of creating a pipeline where you'll be using it for your front end requirement as well. And of course, we spoke about virtual DOMs. So React uses virtual DOMs, and this in its own stages has multiple advantages as well. So you can name 3 or 4 points which makes React very unique in a way where your answer is concise and you keep it precise at the same time. Now this brings us to question number 5, which states, what is the meaning of JSX? JSX, as I just previously told you, is the abbreviation for JavaScript XML. So it's nothing but a very simple file which is used in React to make sure that you hold together this essence of JavaScript and React in a way where there's a lot of advantages of using these together. So, when you think about working with HTML and JavaScript, a JSX file is basically used to bring out the HTML file, make sure you have the ability to make use of the HTML syntax in a very simple way. And at the end of the day, of course, yes, the syntax is, very readable in a way where you can understand a lot of things even without having to know what it does exactly. And with this comes efficient programming and, of course, good performance to the application. If you have to take a look at an XML file, JavaScript XML file, there's a quick sample on your screen right now. There's a render function we're returning where we're printing the h1 header to be hello Intellipaat learners, right? So this is a very simple XML file, the JavaScript XML file, and in most of the cases it is as readable as this. Even though there's only 3 or 4 lines, even with more lines, a JSX file is very much readable, and you can very much contemplate and understand what's going on there as well. Now, with this, we come to question number 6. Question number 6 states, can browsers read a JSX file? The answer you have to begin with very simply is no. Directly, browsers cannot have access and read JSX files, right? So what basically happens is, whenever there's a browser which needs some changes to be portrayed to the screen and it has to be rendered by the JavaScript programming languages, the browser can only read an object, and this object is directly provided by JavaScript. Now, the case comes in a way where if you answer no, then how do you make a browser read a JavaScript file? It will be the follow-up question you will be asked if you say no. So to explain that aspect of it as well, to make a browser actually read a JSX file, it has to be first converted into a JavaScript object using something called as JSX transformers, and only after using JSX transformers can they actually be shown to the browser, and the browser making sense of it as a JavaScript object, and then it'll work further down the pipeline. So unless your browser sees the JavaScript object, it cannot understand JSX files directly, guys. So with this, we come to question number 7. Question number 7 states, why is React so widely used today, right? So from 2011, from the developers of Facebook, it has been seen a lot of traction, and a lot of people are jumping on React, not only for its ability to create very good environments, working environments, easy ability to work with other frameworks, or whatever it is. It has created a plethora of job openings, in fact, and that is one of the reasons why everyone wants to get on the React train, because they know this is one of the top development frameworks out there, right? So if you make use of it and if you want to build build a career in it, it could be very lucrative at the same time. Now, coming to some of the features of why React is actually widely used, you have to understand that testing is a very, very important part about development frameworks, right? So here as well, with React, making use of testing methodologies for your user interface becomes extremely easy. And the another important thing is that React can talk very easily and work very well with other frameworks such as Angular, Vue.js, and much more. And coming to point number three, we're talking about readability of code from that time, right? So the ability of you to understand the code as soon as you look at it is very, very high, which makes sure that you can have an easy understanding of what's going on with the code and help you work in an effective way as well. And now, when you talk about how React is being used for both front end and server side requirements, where it has the ability to, plan, maintain, hold some data, and then work with it, well, here is the biggest advantages of why React is being considered today. And at the end of it, of course, with all of these applications comes very good performance, and with all these features, it brings about a sense of efficiency which no other framework has seen before. So this is one of the reasons why React is considered to be as popular as it is today. Now, coming to question number 8, this is a common question as well. This question has a very high probability of being asked. If you keep on talking about the advantages of React, the interviewer can ask you about any disadvantages with respect to React as well. No matter the amount of advantages, even though they outweigh the amount of disadvantages directly, there are some limitations when you talk about React. So, since we're making use of JavaScript XML here and something called as inline template formatting, what happens is that whenever you're writing code, it tends to become a bit complicated at times. And, especially for beginners, it'll be very difficult for you guys, even though the syntax might be very readable. But then this syntax is complex on its own to understand its structure as well. So, with respect to that, understanding methodologies, JSX, and everything, beginners can find it a little tough, to work with these as well. And then we're talking about React contains a huge repository of information where you have to learn a lot before implementing, and of course your implementations are going to be very powerful, but then to get there you really need to have a lot of knowledge and information, right? So that can get a little overwhelming as well. And then we're only talking about learnability, but then when you really have to concentrate about the simplicity of React, yes, it is simple, and this poses as a disadvantage because it is not a complete framework. So you will have to have certain dependencies along with React, and of course if you have to use them together, it means that you have to learn whatever it is required of the dependency and learn React at the same time as well. Even though it sounded like an advantage at the first half, now you get the clear picture of what some of these disadvantages of React are. This brings us to question number 9, which is a very simple question. It says differentiate between Angular and React. Well, both of them are amazing frameworks, right? So when we talk about Angular was actually developed by Google, while React was created by Facebook. The usage of DOM, Angular uses the real DOM, and React makes use of the virtual DOM. And then when we're talking about rendering, rendering happens on the client side with respect to Angular, and on the server side when we talk about React. The architecture is again a very simple one. Angular provides support for model view controller. The complete MVC support is provided, while React only provides the view aspect of the model view controller. So when you have to talk about data binding, Angular takes a bit of a sidestep here because it only supports unidirectional data binding, while React has the ability to completely support and champion two-way data binding as well. So you really don't have to explain a lot when you're asked about Angular and React, because at the end of the day, these two frameworks are meant for their own niche uses, and both of them are really good at what they do. So just make sure you highlight the basic differences, the actual differences that lie in between them, and that should be more than enough to get you on to the next question. And the next question states, what is the meaning of the component based architecture of React? So one very important thing about React you have to understand is that every single entity is considered to be a component, and these components are like the foundations which are used for building user interfaces for web applications. So when you have a component based system, what happens is that every single entity will become completely reusable in a way where so you can move it around, replace it, and once it has the ability to become independent of each other, right? So this is when you are extremely efficient while programming itself, and your application becomes efficient in a way where it can reuse the components rather than having like 10 components in the place of one, which would again cause very high redundancy, which is not good for programming and which is not good for execution as well. And then when you think about rendering the applications with a component based architecture, the rendering becomes very easy and it does not depend on any other components of the same user interface as well. So when you think about it, again, it's completely a huge advantage for React, and it is only because of the component based architecture. So with this, we can move on to question number 11. Question number 11 states, how does rendering work in React? Rendering is a very, very important aspect of React, as you might already know it, as every single component that exists in React, if it has to be seen by the user or by the browser, it has to be rendered. And rendering in React can be done by using a function of the same name, which is the render function. So what actually happens is whenever there's a function that is called, right? So after it is called, it returns an element that actually represents a DOM component. And what happens here is that if you're wondering, can we, have more than one HTML element at a time to be rendered to make sure that it is efficient? Well, yes, it is possible to render more than one HTML element. And how is this done? This is done by taking all the HTML tags, enclosing these tags, and then passing it all to the render function one by one to make sure that they execute concurrently as well. So rendering is a very important aspect, and this is why. So coming to the 12th question, it states, what are the states in React? So states is something which is very important you have to understand about React as well, because it is one of these vital things, because it is the source of data, or it can be considered as the objects which control various aspects such as component behavior, component rendering, and much more. So states, as the name suggests itself, is used to easily create these interactive components that we like in all React applications, and of course to create the dynamic applications as well. So as a serving foundation, states is very vital in the working of React. With this, we can come to question number 13, which states, what are the props? No. So what are the meaning of props in React? Well, props are actually a short name given for properties in React. So whenever there's properties we talk about in React, all of these are read-only components which are completely immutable in nature. So they cannot be changed as and when you require in real time, right? So whenever there's an application, what actually happens is that there are properties which have an order that is passed down to them from, let's say, the parent components to the child components, and then these properties are matched to each other and then used. But then if you're wondering, can we have child components which can assign properties to parent components? Well, no, that cannot be done. This is done only to make sure of the concept that we already discussed. It's called as the single directional data flow. So to keep the data flowing only in one direction, even in this case, to keep the data flowing from the parent components to the child components and the properties associated with them, props are very vital to be used in React as well. And then coming to the 14th question, it states, what is the use of an arrow function in React? So you might have used the arrow function, or you might know how to use the arrow function as well. So it is a very simple expression that is used in React in case if you have the requirement where you have to bind certain components manually. The functioning is very simple, it is very direct, and it is very helpful when you're working with something called as higher ordered functions as well. Again, we have another question for higher ordered functions as well, so we'll check that out there. But then coming to the usual example of where you have to manually bind components, you can see my input on change equal to this dot handle change and bind this is how you manually bind it, right? Now there's a fun way if you make use of the arrow function. So instead of directly saying it that way, all you can do is to enclose the function and use the arrow function, as you can see on your screen right here. So this arrow function is another way where you can use it. Here in this example, of course, the syntax is very simple, but then if binding your components can get complex when you're using a large piece of code, this will simplify it to a very good extent. With this, we can come to question number 15. Question number 15 states, what is a higher order component, right? So as we just discussed in the previous question, higher order component is a component, yes, but then when we talk about it in general, it is actually a technique that is put in place for React, where we make use of this entire architecture based on something which we already discussed, right? So it's the component reusability logic. So To apply all of these components, we have something called as the higher order components. And one thing that you should always mention while answering this question is that they are actually not a native part of the React API at all. And what actually happens here is that it'll allow the users to reuse whatever piece of code that is required, have some Bootstrap abstractions if required, and much more. And it's not only this. With higher order components, what happens is that it'll allow for very very simple sharing of any sort of behaviors between the components in the component structure. And then doing this again, we will circle back to one very important thing about React, is that it'll give way for high efficiency and easy functioning of the applications. Well, with this, we can move on to the 16th question, which states, what is the meaning of create React app in React? Well, the create React app in React itself, it is actually nothing but a very simple CLI. A CLI is a command line interface where you can use it to create React applications where you have no build configuration. And using this is very simple in a way where all of the tools come predefined and pre-configured with the CLI. So doing this is mainly advantageous for you as a developer, because at the end of the day, you will be having the ability to concentrate more on the code, more on the logic, all the dependencies, rather than how you can work with syntax or the complexity of actually building the application and much more, right? So it's a simple CLI, and you can use the syntax shown on your screen to start a very simple project in React as well. It's called create React app space my app. My app is being the name of the simple project that you want to start. So with this, we can come to the next question that states, what are some of the advantages of using create React app in React? So we saw what it is, but then it has certain advantages which make it stand out as well. So with create React app, one very important thing is that it has the direct support for JavaScript XML flow statements and ES6 statements as well. So with this, what it will do is it will make sure that it is very simple for you to work with without worrying on a large piece of code that happens in the backend. And of course, it will provide you fast interactive testing components and line development servers, which are very 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 vital when you're working with debugging as well. And you get direct scripts which have the ability to handle JSS, CSS, and any other file that's required as well. And then your CSS is already auto prefix, it is ready, it is built in, and you can use it thoroughly as well. So with these 5 or 6 points that you can mention for the advantages of using the create React app, and then this will make sure that that you're proving to the interviewer that you do have a concrete understanding of the foundational concepts involved in React as well. Coming to the 18th question. In the 18th question states, what is the meaning of Redux? Redux is again a very important aspect of React in a way where Redux is actually used to store individual states of these applications. So every single application will have a state, and then to keep it very simple, we have to store it in a single entity, and using Redux we do just this. So if you're thinking about, is Redux a JavaScript object by now, the answer is yes. This entity that gets stored into the state of that holds the state of an application is actually a JavaScript object. So changing the states can be done whenever you're pushing out any actions from the applications, or whenever you are writing the corresponding objects for these particular actions, mapping them while while you're modifying their states as well. So a simple Redux object is shown on your screen. First name is John, last name is Kelly, age is 25. So to retain this first name, last name, age in a state in a single entity, this is where the JavaScript object called Redux comes into the picture. So all of the data that gets retained by the Redux, so sometimes there is another name for it. The interviewer might ask for a store. So well, a Redux store, or it is just called as a store where the data is basically stored. Now with this, we come to the 19th question, which states, what is the difference between props and states? Props we already saw, it's as properties. States we already checked out as well. So there are certain simple differences that we can check out in the conditions. See, for example, the ability to perform any changes in child components for the properties, yes, you can change it. With respect to states, you cannot change the child components. Now, can the parent components change values? In the case of props, yes, they can change it for their child components. In the case of states, no. So then what can states do in these conditions that we're talking about, right? So each individual component can changes be done inside each individual component? So that is where when you ask that condition, of course with properties you cannot change, because then this defies the entire working architecture of properties and the component object model, right? So in the case of states, yes, changes can be made into the components, and this is one very simple yet elegant difference that you can put out when the interviewer asks you the difference between props and states. Now with this we come to the 20th question. The 20th question states, what are the three phases that is involved in the component lifecycle of React?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
This is a very common question. This is among the first top 10 questions you will always be asked if you're going into a React interview, because it's very simple at the end of the day and it denotes your understanding of the concept. Because when we talk about the three phases of the component lifecycle, it involves initial rendering, updation, and the process of unmounting. With initial rendering, which is the first phase, this is where the entire process actually begins. The component goes to the DOM and all of that. And then when you talk about updations, this is where the component has the ability to be updated, the code to be changed, it has to be rendered again if required, and then it gets added onto the DOM. And the unmounting becomes the third important phase, where this involves the destruction of the component and its removal after it is not being used, after its rendering is done, and after it is no longer in the viewing base or the viewing platform of the user, right? So it has to be removed from the DOM to make sure the application is kept efficient as well. So first we render it, then we update it, and whatever gets updated and re-rendered gets into the DOM, and after which we have a component which we do not use, we remove it. It's pretty simple, guys. It's initial rendering, it's updation, and it's unmounting. So with this, we can check out the 21st question. So the 21st question states, what are events in React? Events are these important things, probably the most important things that happen in the entire React architecture, right? So think about this. Whenever you perform any action, right? So like moving a mouse on the user interface of the application, or let's say pressing a keyboard key on the keyboard as well. So what all of these actions pertain to is that they'll trigger something called as an event. An event will then do a certain set of steps. It will perform a certain set of activities in response to these triggers, right? So the triggers are the mouse pressings, the mouse movements, or the key presses on the keyboard. Now, to perform certain activities in response to this is a good example of what events are. And think about the DOM architecture, and then when you think about the working of the DOM architecture, handling an event in React is very, very much similar. It's very much similar to that of the DOM architecture as well. So with this, we can come to question number 22, which states, how are events created in React? Now, it is always advantageous that you answer questions like these with a small snippet of code, right? So ask for a piece of paper, or in case if you have your laptop in front of you, just whip up a tiny piece of code where you can actually show how events are created in React as well. And they are created in a very simple way. First, we have the function where you'll have to put in the logic for the code, and then of course with the render function, the render functions, whatever is in the div that will be rendered, it will have a, and you have the functionality of the div as well. So on click this dot show click here, so the message click here will be displayed on it, and as soon as you click there, the code basically will go into the segment which is shown as code inside. So there you have to devise and work on the functionality of what response you should provide when a user would click on that button, for example. So with this, we can move on to question number 23. Question number 23 states, how is routing in React different from the conventional routing that takes place in other frameworks? It's very important that you understand the subtle differences that lie in between conventional routing and routing in React in two aspects. One, it's by using pages, where when you think about React, here every single page is actually a new file that gets moved around in conventional routing, in case if you used conventional routing, right? So but then in React this is not the case. Each view is not considered as a new file in an explanation where all of these files become one single single HTML entity. So instead of having a new file with the conventional routing methodologies, here we have one single HTML entity that can deal with all of these. So that's with respect to pages. And then when you have to talk about navigation, right? So in the case of conventional routing, users will manually have to move across different web pages to probably view different things. And every time this is done, the view model is basically refreshed, right? So whenever you click on different pages, every time the website gets refreshed, the application gets refreshed. In the case of React, that is not the case. The view will remain the same. The view is not refreshed because of only one important thing, is that the objects are reissued here to create new views, and new objects are not created here, guys. So creation of new objects, updation of the DOM model will create a scenario where the page automatically refreshes when you click on the new website. But in the case of React, that does not happen. So this is a very important difference between conventional routing and the routing that happens when you use React. Coming to question number 24, it states, what's the difference between Flux and Redux in React? Well, we're going to check out Flux and React both in detail, but then to answer this question in a very concise way, you can name about 4 or 5 points where, in case if you're talking about Flux, it contains the logic and the state of the applications in the same place, where when we're talking about Redux, that is not the case. The logic and the states are stored in separate places. And then when we talk about states, Flux has mutable state. It can be changed while updation in real time, while with respect to Redux, the states are immutable. And then when we talk about the number of stores, we spoke about stores a bit before. Flux has only one store and Redux has many stores. And then if you're talking about a dispatcher or a handler, Flux does have a dispatcher, while React does not come with dispatchers. And then of course components. Components are connected to Flux in React directly. And then when we talk about Redux, of course, since we're talking about Redux, the container components are directly connected, guys. So when you think about the basic differences that exist between Flux and React, one is the presence of a dispatcher, the other one is the ability to have multiple stores, the data being mutable, the states being mutable more precisely, and then the separation in the storage of the states and the logic. So these 4 or 5 points are found to be the foundational differences between Flux and Redux in React. Let's come to question number 25. Question number 25 states, can Ajax be used with React? So the first thing you have to start out with your answer with when you have a question like this is either yes or no. And in this case, the answer is yes, because just like any Ajax library where you have jQuery Ajax, you have Axios, or any of these libraries, you can use this very easily with React. But to do this, you have to remember one very important thing, is that every single component has states, and you have to maintain the states here, because properties are again passed down to the parent, to the child components, and to make sure you maintain all these properties and that they are correct. And with React, you will lose the ability to move data in two directions, right? It's unidirectional. So once the props sent from the parents to the children, then there is no way to send the props back to the parents, right? So this is one thing which is an advantage in terms of workability, and of course in terms of rendering efficiency. It'll have a huge impact whenever we're working with dynamic data. So the answer is yes to this particular question. With this, we can move on to the 26th question that states, what is the meaning of synthetic events in React? We checked out what events are, but then what are synthetic events? What you have to understand about synthetic events are, yes, even they are objects, and the simple thing is that they act as cross-browser wrappers. So what this does is this will allow the users the ability to make use of any of the native events in React alongside this as well. So why is this done? Why do we even require cross-browser wrappers, right? So this is done only to increase compatibility. So by doing this, you can make sure that your API can run across a variety of browsers, and that it does not become browser dependent. So if a piece of code or an application works well on, say, Google Chrome, but then if it fails to work on Safari, it really doesn't make sense, right? So to make sure that the ability of React has the outreach of multiple browsers, we use these synthetic events to do that for us in a very simple way. Now with this, we come to question number 27 that states, what are stateful components in React? Stateful component, as the name suggests, are entities which have the ability to store any changes that happens to them and hold it in a place of memory. Stateless components will not have any states because they will not have the ability to store the changes that happen or hold them in memory. But then stateful components, yes, they can store all the changes. So whatever change in state, it is stored along with other information, such as what are the changes that happened in the past. There'll be a document for that. What are the current changes that are taking place while the document is being executed and active rendering is taking place. And of course, there will be documentation of in case any future changes do occur as well. So stateful components play a very vital role in the working of React. And then this brings us to the 28th question. The 28th question states, what are refs in React? And again, as you might have already known, refs is actually a shorthand for references. So whenever we talk about any sort of references in React, they used to store, the reference to either one single React element or store references to a React component. And what and why we do this is to only make sure that we can return it later using the render function. To, let's say, if you have any good animations that you have to run, imperative animations that keep running either on a loop or any rapid animations, then of course, so references are mainly used in case if you have third-party DOM libraries that you have to work with. And of course, one very important use of refs is to make sure you have the ability to manage focus and apply media playback to your web application or on your website for it to render as well. So mostly it is used in the case of media, animation, images and videos. But then one very important thing to mention is that it is also used to join third-party DOM libraries. Well, with this, we can move on to the 29th question that states, what are controlled components in React? We checked out what components are, stateful components are, but what are controlled components, right? So controlled components will always refer to the components that have the ability to maintain their state, same as stateful components. And here the data is actually controlled by a parent component. So this is a child component in the first person's perspective. And when we talk about this, the whatever value is present here is fetched only by making use of the props that it gets from its parent component. So why is this done? This is done only to make sure to quickly notify if there are any new changes that occurs when we're using callback functions while rendering. And this at the end of the day will simplify about 5 or 6 other steps that need to be done in case we do not make use of control components. It makes sure that the code is simple and effective to work with for you as a developer and React as a programming framework as well. Now, when we talk about the 30th question, one very important aspect that we have to cover in this particular interviews questions segment is, why is a router required in React? Router is something which is very important, as you'll see, and this is a question which is again very, very important in a React interview. So when you think about routers, well, routers are extremely efficient components, when we talk about React, because when we add that onto our URL, the user is taken from one particular component, and it's basically like mapping out a route for the components. So once you have a component of framework where you can actually walk through each of these components in a particular order, in a particular route, well, this is why it's got the name router. And there's a simple piece of syntax on your screen right now that denotes the usage of the router library. And of course, since we're using router, the library has to be added in React, and of course it can be done using the syntax. So we have the route exact path, we're defining the path, the component is the home component, then we have another component, new post and post. And as you can see, we are routing it manually from home to new post to post, right? So the router is mainly required for this purpose. Now with this, we come to the 31st question. So the 31st question states, what are the components of Redux in React, right? So one very important thing that you have to keep in mind while answering this question is that Redux comes with 4 very important components. It's action, it's the reducer, it's store, and it's view. So action is an object that actually describes the call. Reducer will actually denote the state change that happens in the storage unit. Store, on the other hand, will denote the state and the object tree storage, while view displays the data that is provided by the store. So the features of the components go very hand in hand with their name. So an action will describe the call, the reducer will show the state change that happens in the storage unit, the store will denote the object tree storage and the states as well, and then the view will display the data provided. You have to remember the components, and in case if you do not know, just recall the names of it, and once you get the names, it is pretty easy to understand what it does and then convey the same to the interviewer as well. With this, we can come to the 32nd question that states, what are the advantages of making use of Redux? Well, there are numerous advantages of making use of Redux, but then to keep it very simple here, we've picked up the top 4 advantages of making use of Redux. One, when you talk about organized approach, right? So Redux requires code that has to be organized, and doing this will make sure that the code is consistent, the code is easy to work with, and it is structured at the same time. So to make use of this, your code has to be organized. And then when we talk about the testability or the testing ability in general, Redux functions are very isolated. They are extremely small to work with, and testing a small piece of code is very much easier, very much quicker than working with a large piece of code and then testing it later. And then when we talk about tools, developers can actually track actions and all of the tools in React by making use of Redux easily, and they do not have to put a lot of effort to do this. And then when we talk about the community aspect of things, Redux has a large community. This is an open source community, both React and Redux. So in case if you do require any help of working with Redux, or if you're stuck with any aspect of it, of course there are users who are out there who are ready to help you, and you can even get libraries built up in case if you do have a niche application as well. So in terms of community as well, there's a very big advantages of using Redux. Now, with this, we can come to the 33rd question that states, are there any disadvantages, or what are the disadvantages of making use of the model view controller in React? One thing that we've already discussed is a lot of advantages of React in these 33 questions, but then there are certain tiny problems of making use of MVC as well. When you use model view controller, there's 3 steps: modeling, viewing, and then having the controller model all of these together will make sure that there is a slight bit of memory wastage that you have to consider. And then when you have to work with the DOM architecture, manipulating the DOM will actually take a lot of efficiency, take a lot of time as well. And doing this, the application will actually become very slow. There's a lot of dependencies that is created along with React in the case of MVC, and if you have to combine all of it together and give one big disadvantages, the model complexity will increase a lot. So for a developer, it will increase a lot in terms of workability, and for React as a framework, it will decrease its efficiency, make it very slow, and add a lot of dependencies which basically give you more probability of the application failing or something not going right. So in terms of you as a developer, there are certain disadvantages you have to consider, and then React as a framework again comes with tiny bit of disadvantages, as you can see on your screen. Now we can check out the 34th question that states, what are pure components in React? Pure components we have checked out, stateful components are done. So pure components are similar entities. They're actually singular entities that are actually written in React. So what happens is that they are fast, they're simple to write, they have the ability to replace any other general component that you might have, and the only important thing is that it has to have a render function attached to it, because if you cannot render a new component, it is deemed useless. So to do this, you might be wondering, okay, can we use the regular component itself? So why do we require pure component at all? Well, a pure component is used only to make sure you keep the application workability high, to keep the efficiency and performance high while keeping the code same. So since these are singular entities, right, so they can be wrapped around in themselves, and they can be independently stored, independently worked on, and not have any sort of dependencies outside of the rendering ability as well. So in that particular case, when we talk about simplicity, ease of use, and how good it is for both the developer and the application, pure components wins. So after understanding pure components, we need to check out where HOCs are used. HOCs are higher order components, and we've already discussed this in a previous question. So HOCs are put to use very much whenever there's a requirement for code reusability, or let's say you have to hijack a render method, or if you have to manipulate a state and work with abstraction, and then of course if you have to manipulate properties, or if you have to work with Bootstrap abstraction as well. So to be honest with you, there's a lot of applications where HOCs are put into effective use in React, but then you can mention 5 or 6 where they're the most effective and add the most value, and this of course will power up your answer as well. So manipulation of props, state manipulating, render hijacking, code reusability, and where there's a requirement where you have to work with Bootstrap abstraction as well. So these are some of the very important tasks that HOCs are put in use for. Coming to the 36th question, it states, what are keys in React? So as the name itself suggests, keys are actually used to keep a track of something here. So what is that something? Well, here we'll be checking all of the items and tracking changes on these particular entities actively. So what happens is that they used to check if an item has been added or if it's been removed in a list or not. So only to check the presence or the absence of these items in the list, we use an entity called as keys. And there's a small simple syntax on your screen which shows the usage of keys in React. So again, just as with any other question that we've been talking about, if there is a situation where you can provide a very simple code snippet or a syntax snippet where you can explain your answer better, please make sure to do that for all the questions as well. So if your question can fit a quick syntax or a quick dirty piece of code, guys, please make sure to do it, as this will add a lot of value to your candidature in that particular company as well. So understanding that, we can move to the 37th question, which states differentiate between controlled component and an uncontrolled component in React. A controlled component, as the name suggests, is actually a component in which React can do whatever it wants on it. So React has complete control of it, and there is a singular point of data for the forms where you have to, perform state changes, get it re-rendered, and all of that. When we talk about uncontrolled components, here it's very important difference is that the data gets handled by the DOM and not the React component itself. So React does not have complete control over this component. And how is this done? This is done by making use of refs in React, as we already checked out, right? So if you have to implement and handle third-party DOMs, if you remember, that was point number 4, I think. Yeah. So this is where it's used. And an uncontrolled components, while being handled by a DOM and not React, has its own advantages and disadvantages. Now, coming to the 38th question, it states, how can you tell React to build in the production mode, right? So what is the simple way of you conveying to React to move to the production mode? So you can actually directly code in production mode, but then to do it, you have to set one very simple variable. It's called as the environment variable, and then it's process.env.node_env, and you have to set this variable to production. And one very important thing that you do have to note is that once React is put into production, right? So if there is any other developmental features that you have, or let's say if there are any warnings, all of these are not shown in the production mode. So this is something which is very important for you to mention in the interviews as well. So it's as simple as setting an environment variable. Now with this, we'll come to question number 39 that states, what is the difference between clone element and create element in React? So what is the clone element and what is the create element, right? So clone element, again, since React is highly readable, you can already tell by its name, it is used to clone an element and pass it to new properties directly. With create element is an entity where all the JavaScript XML files get converted and gets compiled and converted into a format where it is understandable by the browser, and then this is also used to create elements inside React itself. So create elements will help in the actual creation of elements in React, and of course to help in JSX files getting compiled as well. And clone elements clones the element and then passes it on directly to new props. So guys, with this we come to the 40th question that states, what is the use of the second argument that is passed on to set state? So we have something called a set state and we have a second argument that goes to it. So is this second argument optional or not? Well, the answer to it is that whenever set state is actually finished, there is a callback function that gets invoked, and then all of the components here gets re-rendered in React to make sure that the latest render is shown to the user. So with this, when we make use of set state, we have a second argument there. So the interviewer is trying to ask you if it's an optional argument that you pass. The answer is yes. Since set state is actually an asynchronous function, what it does is that it takes in just another callback function and works normally. So even though it seems very simple to directly do this, a clever programming practice, a standard good governance programming practice will always tell you to make sure to use another lifecycle method instead of directly passing it via the optional argument as well. I mean, there are multiple reasons to do this, but then they are not in the scope of this answer. So when you asked about if it's optional or not, make sure you answer yes. And why is it optional? Because it is asynchronous, and it can handle the same thing in another callback function as well. So with this, guys, we come to question number 41. So the 41st question states, is there any way to avoid the requirement of making use of binding whenever we make use of React? The simple answer to this is yes, we can actually avoid binding when we're making use of React, and it is done in two ways. One is that you can define an event handler as an inline arrow function, the arrow function that we discussed in the previous couple of questions, and then secondly, you can make use of a function component and use it with hooks to make sure that you do not have to bind any component to each other and work with it as well. So either making use of the arrow function or by making use of hooks, you can avoid the need of binding in React. So moving on to the next question, it states, what is the strict mode component that is used in React? So whenever we talk about strict mode component, one major thing that you have to know is its advantage and why is it used. So whenever we create any new code bases where you have to understand what components are being used there, right? The strict mode components are immensely beneficial for this. Whenever we talk about in terms of debuggability, there it will help as well, because if we can solve the problem faster whenever we wrap it with any other component, it will of course solve it quicker, because that would be the one causing the problem, and we've just wrapped it with another component and then worked with it, right? So strict mode component is used for two things: one, in the creation of new code bases, and second, to be wrapped around other components to provide easy debuggability. So make sure that you mention these 2 points. With this, we can come to question number 43 that states, what would you do if your React application is rendering slowly? Again, this is a question which is very, very, very commonly asked, and then guys, pay attention on this one. So why do you think, rendering is slow in React, right? So the most simple answer to why rendering is slow in React can be answered in the way where, because there are so many re-rendering operations that are being done. Sometimes they're necessary, of course, if you have a very large applications, but then most of the time these re-renderings can be unnecessary and redundant. So there are two main tools that React will give you, where you can check this and fix this. One is react.memo function, where you can prevent all of the unnecessary re-renderings that takes place, and whatever the function components does, you can actually find what is the rendering that is not required to be done and then remove it as well. And then you have the pure components. Of course, pure components is put into place to make sure that you remove all of the unnecessary rendering in any of the class components. So in both the ways, with respect to function components and class components, React does provide a way for users to make sure to remove redundancy in terms of re-rendering, as you can see on your screen. So make sure to mention react.memo and its usage for function components and pure components in a way where we're talking about removing redundancy with respect to class components. So with this, we move on to question number 44 that states, can you conditionally add attributes to components in React? The answer is yes, you can add attributes to React whenever there are certain conditions that are met. One thing you have to know is that React has the ability to completely omit an attribute if the value is passed to it is not true, right? I mean, logically speaking, this is supposed to be done, this is supposed to be done automatically, but then many of the programming frameworks does not do this, and React has advantages in this way as well. It can completely omit an attribute if the value that is passed over it at the end of the day is not true at all. Now check out the simple example that's given on your screen to see how you can conditionally add attributes to components, right? So we have var condition equal to 2, var component, we have the div value is foo, and then we've easily added an attribute to the component there to further make use of it, right? So if the condition is met, then yes, you can add attributes to it, and that is shown in the example on your screen. Coming to question number 45, why is props passed to the super function in React? So when we talk about properties, again, all the properties are passed on to the super functions if and only if the user wants to make use of this dot props. So if the user has a requirement to make use of this dot props in the constructor, only then will the props get passed on to the super function. So it can be shown on the screen in the example that you're seeing right now. So when you talk about the constructor there, we're extending the React component and we have the constructor of props. So once you've made use of the constructor there, we're going to use this dot props, right? So once you have to use it, and once it is passed to the super function to have access to this dot props, we make use of the super function, guys. So coming to question number 46. Question number 46 states, what is the difference between the get initial state and the constructors in React? You have to understand that whenever we make use of ES6, right, so users have to actually manually initialize the state and the constructor, and then to do this, to manually initialize the state, we have the get initial state function. This method is actually defined by the user and worked on as well. So this is done very very easily, as shown in the example on your screen, guys. So check it out. So we have the constructor props, you have the super function, and instead of calling this dot state, so we have manually defined the state, right? So this dot state, and we have given a comment there calling it initial state. So if you want the ability to go on to do this, you will have to use get initial states instead of direct constructors as shown here. And then when we come to question number 47, it talks about the predefined prop types that are present in React. You do not have to explain all of the prop types that are present here, the properties. In fact, you can mention them and then be good with it. So there are actually 5 very important properties, predefined property types in React, as shown on your screen. One is the bool, one is the functions, the other one is the nodes. We have number and string. Of course, react.proptypes.bool, func, node, number and string are the predefined prop types that are present in React. Again, all of these properties are used for their own niche applications, but at the end of the day, it is very important that you know this and you show the interviewer that you know that there are these predefined prop types that exist in React. So with this, we can move on to the 48th question, which states, what is React Fiber? Well, React Fiber is a new engine in React. So it is actually the re-implementation core algorithm that comes along with React 16. So one of the main important goals of React Fiber is to make sure that there are incremental rendering facilities given for the virtual DOM itself. Why is this done? Again, the primary talk here is about efficiency as well. So whenever you have to render, let's say, any gestures, animations, or anything of that sort, this will make sure that it will help in giving the right priority to what updates need to happen at what point of time. So again, this way there is no delay or there is no latency in terms of the gap that exists between multiple renders that happen for the DOM as well. So this is why React Fiber is a very important aspect of this. And then we already spoke about hooks. Coming on to what hooks actually are. So question number 49 discusses about what are hooks in React. So hooks again are entities that are used to make use of a state and any other features in one very important condition where you do not have to write a class for them. So hook is actually a new implementation. It came along with the React version 16.8, and here one very important thing is that the stateful logic can be extracted from any component very easily while testing it, while reusing it, repackaging it, and whatever you need without having to write a class specific for it. That is the advantage of hooks. And then this actually implicates that you can do all of these changes to the component hierarchy and all of these actually implicate that anything can be done here or whatever we mentioned without having to change anything in the component hierarchy as well. So there, re-rendering, re-objectification, all of that is again removed, again working on efficiency, working on easy to use feature that the React framework provides for the users as well. So coming to the last question, the 50th question, we discuss about certifications. So the question states, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process in React? Guys, know this. A certification program is not only a bragging right where you say that you're a certified developer, but it'll give you so many advantages in terms of career advancements where it'll show the interviewer that you're very serious about understanding React, implementing React, and working with it. And if you've picked up a certification program on your own, you're trained on it, it'll also show that you're an effective learner who has the ability to grasp new concepts and learn them effectively and master them at the same time as well. So this either you can be a beginner who's interested in React, who has absolutely no idea of how React works, or if you're a person who's switching from another framework or say a programming language like Python or something and you want to master React, well, of course, yes, that'll add more value to your candidature. So one important thing is that do not get lost in mentioning the certifications that you have or talking about that in detail, but then what importance is given to the answer here is to make sure what you learned from them. So the importance that you have to give here is to talk about the applications or whatever you learned from the program rather than the program itself, right? Because at the end of the day, you learned a program to implement something. Do talk about that implementation, do talk about the projects and how it has helped you on your journey into understanding and making use of React, be it in the learning environment, be it in an actual project use case or a production environment. A certification program will give you all the training and the structured learning that is required to make you proficient in React. And of course, it is not only that, there are multiple advantages of having certifications as well, and I'm sure you guys already know this. So with that, we come to the end of this very important top 50 interview questions for React, and I take this opportunity to wish you all the best of luck for your React interviews. I'm sure you can use this guide in a way where you understand the questions thoroughly and find ways to answer these questions in an effective way. Well guys, with that, I'll see you on the next one.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below.